and welcome back to the MSVR meeting here at Silverstone. We've only got one more piece of racing action today, and it is the 5-hour race for the EnduroKA series. We've got the cars currently out on circuit at the moment. Of course, this being a rolling start, I will very briefly run you through the way that they line up. We were due to have car number 96, the that was the Porsche Carrera motorsport car. Unfortunately, that's been found to have a non-compliant exhaust fitted, hence why that car will be starting in the pit lane. So on pole position is GM Performance, after posting their 1 minute 19.394, what's 0.6, 7 tenths quicker than last year's pole position time. Alongside them will be car number 46, that's Milner Racing. Shine Automotive line up on row 3 of the grid with 11 tenths Racing alongside car number 180 and car number 11. KM Racing line up in 5th with Pro-Am Racing alongside, that's car 115 and car 12. Catastrophe have Wingate Racing for company on row 4, on 12 and car number 3. On row 5 of the grid we've got Graves Motorsport and Autotech 2, that's car number 95 and car number 65. Subaru Racing, last year's winners, line up in 11th place with car number 8, the second of the Pro-Am Racing entrants, lining up in 12th place. AFK Racing have 3 Amigos for company on row 7, that's car 22 and car 125. KNF Racing have LDR Performance Tuning alongside them on row 8 of the grid, that's 21 and 49. Treble 8 Boston Racing has Treble 3 Kahuna's Racing Team alongside them on row 9 of the grid, Treble 8 and Treble 3. On row 10 of the grid we've got car number 7, GMB Finch Racing with Cash Strapped Racing alongside car 7 and car 55. On row 11 of the grid we've got the somewhat troubled qualifier of LAR Motorsport, car 747 with NJM Racing Limited alongside them, car 747 and car 6. On row 12 of the grid we've got Glorica and Burton Power Racing, that's 127 and car number 1, followed then by Original Checkers Racing and Team Lifeline, that's car 67 and 275. Row 14 of the grid we've got car 121, that's Calamity, and Orca Sports, car 74 alongside them. Starting in 29th place on row 15 we've got car number 60, that's Tango and Crash, with car number 14 alongside Usher Motorsport 16 and 14. Graves Motorsport, the second of their entries, lines up in 31st place with the second of the Autotech cars lining up alongside in 32nd place, 44 and 64. And on the 17th and final row of the grid it's car number 27, Semprini Racing, and car number 2, NJM's PDCs on the back row of the grid. Joining me in the commentary box is Ian Titchmarsh. We do have, of course, Chris Dawes down in the pit lane, and we'll hear from him later on. But Ian, we're in for 5 hours of fun, I think.
Well, 5 hours of fun is a very good way of putting it, because I'm sure we are. And it's going to be, it's the second time that the race has been taking place at Silverstone. The opening round of the championship, the Track Days EnduroKA series, came to Silverstone for the first time last year on the national circuit with, how many cars did you give out? 34 cars altogether is large grid for a rolling start, which is going to be taking place very shortly. The car's currently negotiating the Luffield Loop. Predicting a winner, absolutely impossible.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We saw a couple of years ago the car that finished in 8th ended up winning. I think we've seen cars coming back from the 30th places right the way up, and of course we've got a car in the pit lane, car number 96, Porsche Carrera Motorsport, after their violation of the non-compliance exhaust being fitted throughout qualifying. They're starting in the pit lane. Do not rule them out for potentially winning this race. It is all going to be revealed come at the end of 5 hours time, but controlling the field is GM Performance. If you're watching the stream there on the extreme left hand side of your screen, on the right is the yellow and blue machine, that's car number 46 Milner Racing. But the field is working its way through Woodcote now, and the red lights are on, so as soon as they go out we will be able to get this 5-hour race underway. So it's all eyes on GM Performance. We will try and bring starting drivers to you as and when we get them. But looking at GM Performance, looking at Milner Racing, the pair of those two have already started to pull away from the field behind. The lights go out, and with the very little speed difference between them from the pace they were rolling to flat out, we get this race underway. There's, what, 3, maybe 4 wide, but GM Performance hold the lead. It is Darren Stapleton behind the wheel of that car leading the way, followed then by that being John Milner, I believe. Is it John Milner? Yes, I think it is. Working his way through in second place. Leaving the pit lane now is car number 96. That is Porsche Carrera Motorsport, but in towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. Good start from GM Performance. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether it would be helpful to go. We can tell who the driver is from the timing stream now. The cars have all gone through the timing beam. And so the oh dear, one in the gravel already. So you don't win the race on the first lap. Number 6 is already 6, yes. Yeah, that's David Murphy, unfortunately. Or Peter Simmons. I'd imagine it's David Murphy looking at the timing screen. very well driven, Mr. Murphy. He's got that car out of the gravel and sort of minimised that yellow flag period.
Right, so in the lead is 81, or was over the line, and that is at the moment Darren Stapleton. And Johnny Milner is in number 46. In number 180, we have Adrian Wood. And then in number 11, it is, as they come through for the first time,
Brian Crawford.
Brian Crawford. But let's just see whether that's still the order. Who have we got now leading here? Stapleton and Milner in the first two places. Up into third place, number 12. And that's the change of driver there. Richard Jepp is the driver of number 12. And he's in third. In fourth place is number 3. And that is Leon Bidgeway. And is that somebody in the pits?
Yeah, that's the car number 6. That is David Murphy into the pit lane after that knock on the first lap.
Right. And then in sixth place we have 66. Is it? Or no, 65 it has to be. And we don't have a 66. And that is T. Owen.
Yeah, that's Toby Owen. We no longer have GM Performance in the lead of the race. I think they've dropped right the way down to fourth place at the moment. So on the brakes in towards Brooklands go the field. And the thing is, we could call them as we see them now, but by the time they've worked their way out of Luffield and behind the BRDC clubhouse, they'll be in a completely different order. There was a very committed move there from Leon Bidgeway. He very nearly wasn't wide. Hopefully back out onto circuit. Now we will see David Murphy after his slightly gravelly moments on the opening lap of the race. Unfortunately, I think we've got another issue there. That is for car number 67, Original Checkers Racing, that almost, correct me if I'm wrong, had contact with the Porsche Carrera motorsport car. Of course, that's the car that started in the pit lane.
It is. Where is it now?
We will have a quick look. So last time they came through, they were 32nd. I think they've picked up a few more places. Here they come to break the beam. And do they move off our right screen to our left? We wait for them to go through. Yes, they do. So they're up to 30th place.
Right, so into the lead, meanwhile, has gone number 12. So that's Richard Jepp, who leads the way and leads it by half a second from Johnny Milner. Darren Stapleton is third. Fourth, number 3, Leon Bidgeway. In fifth place is 65. And that is 65 at the moment is Toby Owen. And then behind him in sixth place, number 180, who is, which one have you got in number 180 at the moment? Adrian Wood.
Adrian Wood, yeah. So Toby Owen, I said keep an eye on him. He's been racing KAs for a long, long time now, and he's just been getting quicker and quicker and quicker. And at the moment, he's carved his way, what it says on the screen, up into fifth place. Whether that is still the case, I think he may have lost a few positions on the lap prior. But here comes Richard Jepp. So he breaks the beam and remains in the lead of the race. I think Toby Owen will indeed drop down. So Richard Jepp crosses the line in the lead, followed then by Darren Stapleton for GM Performance. Leon Bidgeway is sat there in third place in car number 3. Then Johnny Milner's down 2 places but remains in fourth place. Adrian Wood up a place at the demise of Toby Owen. So they're 5th and 6th respectively. Gordy Butch, one of the only ones to remain exactly where he was in 7th.
That's right. Now, you may have said this already, Jack, but no driver can drive a stint that is longer than 2 hours 20 minutes. And at the moment, we have no other driver for the car that the leading car currently is in the hands of Richard Jepp. Obviously, there will be others. We assume that they will be.
Will Hilliard and Scott
yes,
Thompson, yeah.
It's just on the screen.
Yeah, it's not popped up. All we've seen all morning is Jepp, so hopefully it's not Richard trying to pull the long haul. The fastest lap of the race at the moment is going the way of the car down in 17th place. That is the treble 8th machine in the hands of Andrew Fells with his 1 minute 21.281, but it shows you may be the quickest on circuit, but you can still be quite a way down, and that's when you see the pack racing really start to form. So back over the line goes car number 6, that's NJM Racing with David Murphy behind the wheel. Of course, recovering from the first lap incident he had, Richard Jepp is now under pressure from our pole position car. That's car number 81 in the hands of Darren Stapleton. So they're getting closer and closer and closer as they go down the straight, but we'll slowly start to see drivers work together. What of Marcus Clutton's car, of course, is from of course, British GT fame. So the WKD Motorsport car number 95. Whereabouts are they? They're a fair way down the order at the moment, down in 25th place, currently in the hands of Ross Falls. So it will all change. We've still got 4 hours and 54 minutes remaining, and this order will almost flip itself completely on its head come, what, 5 minutes time, never mind 4 hours and 53 of them.
I think you can safely say that plenty will happen in the next few minutes, let alone the next few hours. So a lot of close dicing going on. It's fun just to be involved in the battle, even if it's a long way away from the final outcome. So Richard Jepp led by, yes, less than he did on the previous lap, and coming into the picture then in second place at the end of the previous lap, number 81, the car that started the race in pole position. The GM Performance car in the hands of Darren Stapleton. Are you keeping copious notes here,
I am,
Jack?
yeah, I'm doing little green circles reminding me on who started the car, so I know exactly who's there. I've just noted down as well Andrew Fells. He's in a good little battle, just heading towards turn 1 at the moment. He's trying to pick his way through and past car number 21, that being in the hands of Simon Top. So he's just, he wants to work with them. We've got a brilliant picture of it heading through Pop's corner. I think, if anything, he ended up losing a place, unfortunately, through that one, and that allowed the 747 car that we saw recovered in the pit lane in hands of Jordan Bannon at the moment work his way up through the inside, and we're seeing firsthand on the running towards Maggots and Beckett's the treble 3 car in the hand of Costa Creasis. Big lockup. These cars they do have ABS, but it's very light, and occasionally it can be rather intrusive, but every now and then you find that spot in the ABS which is rather blank, and you can have some rather big moments. But for the moment, it's all looking rather congested. You'd be hard pushed to find a bit of track for your own, and GM Performance still fighting away with Richard Jepp. Darren Stapleton remains in the lead of this race in the number 81 GM Performance car, but Richard Jepp is still well and truly there. Leon Bidgeway isn't really letting them run away, and then car number 180 in the hands of Adrian Wood, he's just about sticking with them. We're slowly starting to see the top 3 work away.
And Johnny Milner and Gordy Much are the next 2 along. Johnny Milner in car 46, former British Rally champion. Gordy Much races these days in British GT. He's moved ahead of Johnny Milner, so Gordy Much now into 5th place in number 8. And in 7th place is 65 Toby Owen. In 8th place, number 114, is Christian Kelly. In 9th place, number 125, is David Drinkwater. And in 10th place, number 27, is Nick Creed. So that's your top 10, and with the drivers. And then in 11th place, number 333, is Costa Kiritis. And in 12th place, driver number 112 at the moment. That's a change of number, isn't it? Yes, from 131 becomes 112.
Yeah.
And that, who do we have on the screen? Thomas driving that car, but Robert Thomas. So yeah.
Yeah, as we come through, the top 4 were very well behaved, so too were the top 8. They remain in the order that they are. Top 10, it's calmed down rather substantially. What are we down to now? The top 13 remained where they are before we started to see changes. Andrew Fells has picked his way up 2 places on the lap prior, 1 through and past Simon Top, and also, I'm guessing the other car that dropped down was car number 11, that being in the hands of Brian Crawford. So up 2 places, which in a pack as close as this can be very valuable indeed. We're already starting to see a potential issue for Darren Stapleton. He's in the lead of the race, but of course, car number 6, David Murphy, the NJM Racing car, with that mistake on turn 1, on lap 1, pardon me, is effectively becoming lapped traffic already.
Yes, he is, isn't he? That's right. So that's just up the road ahead of them as the cars come into Brooklands. Still 81 leads Darren Stapleton from Richard Jepp. So it is making his way out of, so 81 in the lead. Numbers, of course, race numbers in the top left-hand corner of the windscreen and on the rear side windows.
Yes, as they cross the line, trying to get out of the way as much as possible is David Murphy. He's just there or thereabouts, and what was that, what, 10 in the lead pack? But of course one of those may be that lapped car of David Murphy.
It does. I was aware that I was including that in the counting. Fastest lap has just been set by number 114. Yeah, 114, and that's Christian Kelly. He's done the fastest lap at 1:20.068. Best lap in qualifying, incidentally, was a 1:19.394 by the Ian Mitchell Darren Stapleton car.
So down the Wellington straight they go, and you can hear the tyres sort of squealing away for any sort of respite as they all dive down. They fan out almost, what, 3-4 wide on the way in, and Richard Jepp is still fighting away with Leon Bidgeway. Leon Bidgeway is on the inside now. All the way through Luffield they go. It will be the number 12 Pro-Am racing car of Richard Jepp that may get the superior momentum on the exit because he might be able to pick up the throttle slightly earlier, but they will still be side by side. It's the shorter line on the run towards turn 1 that will go the way of Leon Bidgeway. Whilst all that's going on, Darren Stapleton is trying to run away. If they carry on fighting the way they are, there is Adrian Wood that's just sat behind watching it all unfold. No longer behind. We're 3 wide down towards turn 1. Darren Stapleton will be the first to arrive, and Adrian Wood, he arrived in 4th. He leaves in 2nd place. What a brilliant move there from Adrian Wood. And Richard Jepp, he's gone from 2nd right the way down to 4th place. In terms of Leon Bidgeway, he'll be thinking, what happened there? I was going for a move, I was under attack, and I'm still exactly where I was.
That was Copse Corner they've just been through.
Yes, Copse Corner, of course.
So Darren Stapleton leads the way, number 81. What's going on lower down the top 10? Up to 10th place, that's 3:33. Kiritis, number 333, comes up into the top 10 for the time being, dropping several places actually down to 13th. Has fallen number 22, Nick Creed. So the leader, number 81, but the pack of about 4 or 5 cars jostling for position just behind. Which one's that that's just gone through? That's some way back, the orange car just over the line. It's fallen off the back of the pack. There's the leader, number 81, Darren Stapleton, and his lead is now, this is the largest lead we've seen so far, I think it is 1.349 seconds over 180 up into 2nd place. Adrian Wood. Leon Bidgeway down to 3rd, and down to 4th has fallen number 12, Richard Jepp. But this is just telling you how it is. It's not as if it's going to have any great meaning. Oh, that's getting out of shape there into Beckett's.
Yeah, that's Adrian Wood from 2nd place. I think he was helped by Leon Bidgeway. But well and truly, you can see the dent in the rear bumper. So I think Leon Bidgeway maybe just letting
Leon Bargeway.
Leon Bargeway, absolutely. I think just letting Adrian Wood know that he's there. Whilst all that was going on, the car in 10th place, the treble 3, the one I said keep an eye on, mainly because of who's in it at the moment. Costa Kritsis, he's just posted a 1:20.047.
Yes.
So by far and away the quickest car out there at the moment, because the closest time I can see is a 1:20.582. So he's over half a second quicker than absolutely everybody. Almost everyone is in the 1:21s and the 1:22s further down the order. So that's a brilliant lap from Costa, and Kahuna's race team are really starting to push forward in their treble 3 machine, so much so that they're in this lead pack, and he's now trying to dive his way up the inside of car number 65. That's the Autotech Motorsport 2 car in the hands of Toby Owen. I think he's got an issue.
You think Toby Owen's got an issue?
Yeah, because he's pulled over to the left-hand side and going very, very slowly indeed.
Oh, well, yes, I understand. Right, so dropping places, dropped a couple of places on that lap down to 10th place, but he's probably worse than that now.
Yeah, and of course, Adrian Wood, after being thrown out of the race. More than likely, is probably the best way I could put it, by Leon Bidgeway. Really started to push forward. Of course, Adrian Wood, he's lost 7 places on that lap, which put Costa Kritzis up a further 3, so he's up into 7th place now, and he's only going to close up on those cars up the road. We're seeing a few more green times being posted, sort of denoting drivers' personal best, or in this case, that's cars' personal best. But Richard Jep remains in 2nd place, 1.7 seconds away now from Darren Stapleton. So Darren Stapleton's lead continuing to extend ever further. And it's Johnny Milner now under pressure from, I'm guessing that's Gordy Much that's just sat behind, or is Johnny Milner fallen away
Gordy
slightly?
Much was ahead of Johnny Milner, I thought, but anyway, they've now swapped back, have they?
I think they have. I think Gordy Much may have lost a place or 2 on that lap, so we wait for it to come through. No, Gordy Much remains as he is.
4th.
Still sat behind Johnny Milner, but Leon Bidgeway is there or thereabouts. The lead gap back within a second. It shows how important that aerodynamic assistance and working together is, because Darren Stapleton's lead has come down by almost a full second. Another fastest lap of the race. I think it's just picking up the previous one by way of Costa Kritzis with that 1 minute 20.047. So we're still seeing a bit of sort of movers and shakers up and down the order. Brian Crawford up 2 for 11/10 racing, up into 17th place. Down 2 was Toby Owen. I haven't seen him come into the pit lane, but there goes, that's the first of the 2 cars, with Adam Nakar behind the wheel for Autotech Motorsport going past us. But Toby Owen, it just didn't look right. Maybe he missed a gear or something.
Well, he's shown us last time through in 12th place, so that's another place lost. Running ahead of Nick Creed, number 22 in 13th place, and in 14th place is 747 in the hands of, now that's got to change the driver, Neil J becoming Mike Collins, but I think it's Jordan Barron at the moment at the wheel of that car. Yes, it is. In 14th place. Side-by-side stuff going on here. 8 and 3 running side by side in fighting over 4th and 5th places. Gordy Much now into 4th place ahead of Johnny Milner. And in 6th place is 125, that's David Drinkwater.
You say Gordy Much into 4th place.
But not really.
I was going to say he stayed in 4th place, but Leon Bidgeway managed to work his way through and past Gordy Much and Johnny Milner. So Johnny Milner then ended up dropping through behind Gordy Much. So the 2 cars either side of Gordy have swapped, but Gordy's remained exactly where he is. So clearly maybe a bit of damage limitation, but he's so close heading on to the Wellington Straight. The treble 3 of Costa Kritzis is still pushing forward now. I'd say that's potentially another position gained up into what is now 6th place, because he's got 3 Amigos just sat behind him. He's got one of the Shine Automotive cars not too far away either, so he's really starting to close up in that top 10 at the moment. And then we see the pack racing come into play, because the top 10, maybe even 11 have slowly started to build a gap away, and then everybody else thereafter, you've got a bit of a wait before you can get to the rest of the field. But we're side by side for the lead of the race. Car number 81 with Darren Stapleton behind the wheel. He's under pressure from Richard Jep, which is now corrected on the timing, so Richard Jep is up the inside of Darren Stapleton. He's got his teammate just behind by way of Gordy Much. Gordy Much is up into 3rd place. We've then got Leon Bidgeway just sat behind. Costa Kritzis did indeed pick up a place on the lap prior ahead of David Drinkwater. In towards Copse they will go, and Richard Jep into the lead of the race. Darren Stapleton down to 2nd place, unable to follow his teammate through is Gordy Much. A bit of a wobble on the exit there from Costa Kritzis, but bearing in mind we've got 4 hours and 40 minutes remaining, you'd think it's the last lap, Ian.
Well, it is a bit like that, isn't it? That leading pack there, look at it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, as Jack suggested, 10 cars in that leading group, 3 abreast they are now. The 3 Amigos, run out of Amigos, go wide and comes back onto the track. We're not having news, it'll happen, so we're not tempting fate in suggesting it hasn't happened yet, but there will be some not respecting track limits penalties before we've done.
Car into the pit lane, that's car number 27, that's the Samprini car into the pit lane. It's currently got Phil Hart behind the wheel, obviously teammates with James Hart and David Evans, so if you are down that way, Chris, it'd be great to figure out exactly why they've made an early call into the pit lane. We're currently seeing Costa Kritzis work his way through Luffield and then onto the start-finish straight. Once again, he's slowly applying that pressure onto the tail end of the 3 Amigos car, desperate to try and work his way through and past, but they remain as they are as they head back onto another lap. 15 laps completed, on to lap 16, but Richard Jett with his newly inherited lead, he's not exactly pulling away. I've got a feeling that's going to be a hard task in these cars.
Gents,
Chris.
Down here with the 27,
Yeah,
and it looks like a routine stop. They're changing drivers, and they're not looking at anything else. Now, obviously, they need to manage this. They're only allowed 3 people maximum to be working on the car, and they've got 2 people working on the car, so they're absolutely fine and happy. They're belting the second driver in, so I can only assume that this was a fully planned thing. I'll try and find out when they finish doing this, but there's no cause for alarm by the looks of it.
Yeah, David Evans jumping in for Phil Hart, and David Evans knows what he's doing behind the wheel of an EnduroKA, so we'll see what David can do as and when he returns to the circuit. But last time they went through, it was Richard Jett in the lead. Heading in towards Brooklands now, Richard Jett is still in the lead. Darren Stapleton, however, under pressure from Leon Bidgeway, who's worked his way up through the inside. A bit of damage on the front of Leon's car. In towards Luffield they will go, still absolutely side by side. It's super, super close in this lead pack.
Well, the damage to the front of Leon Bidgeway's car is what when he ran into the back of, who was it?
It was...
no, it wasn't Gordy Much, was it? But it was in that leading pack.
It was Adrian Wood.
That's right, Adrian Wood. Put the dent in the back, so cause and effect there. So Richard Jett goes through, number 12. Darren Stapleton in second place, number 81. Johnny Milner is third. Leon Bidgeway is fourth. Watch your back, Johnny. And in 5th place is Gordy Much. In 6th place, Adrian Wood, complete with dent. Up into 7th place has come 333. Costa Kiraitis.
Can I jump in, guys? Because I've got Phil Hart that's just jumped out of the 27 car. You caught us by surprise then, quite an early stop.
Yes, part of our strategy. We were hoping for a safety car quite early in, but remarkably everyone seems to be behaving themselves today. So yeah, we've got 3 drivers. We need to do the pit stop, so we thought we might as well get one out early in the race and just see how we get on.
Fair enough. How is the circuit out there?
The circuit's lovely. I love it here. Love every single layout. Doesn't matter. But yeah, it's really good.
It's not slippy. They've not dumped fluids out there in earlier races or anything.
No. It's you know, these things slide around anyway, which is part of the attraction. So no, it was fine out there. Yeah.
And busy as well.
Yeah, we started at the back. I think we were second to last from the back, so I made up a few places. But yeah, car feels a little bit underpowered today, so yeah. So, but it's not about winning; it's about taking part.
I agree with that. That's legitimate in this race, and to be fair, isn't it?
It is. It's just good fun. I get to race with my son, so yeah, it's all good.
Fantastic. Thanks, Phil. Good luck later. So there you go. That gives you a bit of an insight, is that you could still see that smile was not forced on his face there at all, was it?
No. Absolutely not, no. And that's the renumbered car, incidentally. It was 37 in the programme. It's number 27, Semprini Racing. That was Phil Hart, father. James Hart, his son, at the wheel. Or was it David Evans?
It's David Evans.
David Evans now, isn't it? Yes.
So still working their way through. Previous race leader, Darren Stapleton, has really fallen away now. I think he's sat down into 5th, maybe even 6th place he's just been demoted to. No, I think 5th place, looking at that. Under the bridge go race leaders on the Wellington Straight. It's still Richard Jett leading the way. And then is it Johnny Milner that's potentially there, or have we just seen a massive move up the inside? No, it's all changed at the front. So Johnny Milner's now leading the race ahead of Richard Jett. Just sat behind is Leon Bidgeway. We've still got a brilliant battle going on. That's from Adrian Wood, who is of course still recovering from that big old moment that was aided by Leon Bidgeway. So he's doing very, very well indeed. I heard a lot of tyre squeal on the way into Brooklands, but they all appear on the other side by the look of it. So over the line go Johnny Milner. He's still being hunted down by Richard Jett. Leslie on Bidgeway. Then it is Gordy Much, Adrian Wood, and Darren Stapleton, who went from what was, I think, the 3rd place right the way down to 6th in the space of 1 lap. And everybody else thereafter has kind of remained where they are. But inside the top 6, every single one of them either lost or gained a position.
Indeed, yes, that's right. So a lot of shuffling going on, but it hasn't actually affected the cars that are there at the front in the leading group of, is it still 10, do we reckon, 10, 11, thereabouts?
Yeah, I'd imagine so, looking at the gaps between cars. The top 5, top 6 have started to pull away a little bit. I think Darren Stapleton is really starting to bridge that gap really back to Costa Kritsis. But yeah, 100% I would say it's around about the top 10 before you then get to a 2.1 second gap back to the treble 5 machine, of course, last year's winners, Tristan Judge in the Sucre Racing machine. Then it's a 3.2 second gap back to AFK Racing and Nick Creed. Nick Creed's done a lot of sim work with the EnduroKA series, so it just shows that when you're running around on your own, as soon as you fall into that trap, you just can't really work with that pack up the road.
Some great pack dicing picked up here, 747, which is Jordan Bannon at the moment in 16th place, or thereabouts. It has to be or thereabouts because Triple Eight is coming up on the inside. Who's in Triple Eight at the moment? A Fells, that's Andrew Fells, the Boston Racing entry. So Richard Jett back in front, ahead of Johnny Milner. Leon Bidgeway third, Gordy Much fourth, Adrian Wood fifth, Darren Stapleton sixth, and seventh, number 333, Costa Kritsis. And a new fastest lap that time around to Adrian Wood. Yeah, despite the dent, 1:15, sorry, not 1:15, 1:19.845 is the fastest lap of the race. The fastest lap in qualifying was by the number 81 car at 1:19.394. Fastest lap last year was 1:19.684. So what are we on at the moment?
We're at a 19.845, so only what, 2 tenths away.
Yeah.
And Richard Jett, having got in the lead, is not exactly breaking away, but there's no point doing it at this stage. If you can all work together, that's the ideal.
Yes.
The ideal strategy. But for the first time, I think, all race, the top 10, top 13 now, we'll wait as more cars cross the line. Top 14, top 15. We get to top 16. No, we get all the way to top 20 before we see any changes. So the top 20, anyone inside that top 20 remained in the position they started the lap. That's the first time we've seen it all race, and we're already half an hour in.
That's right. Well, everybody trying to keep a good position, whilst at the same time not offending the track limits or running into somebody.
Johnny Milner's doesn't really know where to go, because he's got Leon Bidgeway on what will be his inside. He's got what I'm guessing is Gordy Much on what will be his outside. They dive their way towards Brooklands. The inside rear wheel in the air on Johnny Milner's car. There's a bit of traffic. That's the Semprini car. Makes small contact with Johnny Milner. So David Evans, just having returned from the pit lane, having got behind the wheel of that car, gets caught up into the lead pack, and he's struggling on where to go. Diving into the pit lane was Leon Bidgeway. Such a late call, but dives straight in, and we will see a change of driver, presumably flying into the pit lane before he jumps on the brakes, and then hopefully we can hear from Chris Dawes as to whether this is, again, just another stop, and who it is that's getting in. Will it be Matthew Weymouth, or will it be Mike Morrice? I guess all will be revealed.
I think it's a
stop-go penalty.
It's a penalty stop, yes.
I didn't see anything pop up on our timing screen.
No,
but
it didn't, but that's what's happening. The car being held in the area outside race control for cars to pay penalties at, and I'm wondering whether it's got any connection with that bit in the rear.
I think when he went into the tail end of the 180 Shine Automotive car and Adrian Wood, I think the race control have looked at that and determined it was pretty much a push to pass. It's quite a long hold.
I was just thinking that.
The leaders are already working their way in towards Luffield now. They've already worked their way through Brooklands, and still stationary is Leon Bidgeway. He'll be desperate to get going.
Seems like an age.
Out of Luffield now come our race leaders. He's still sat there, and of course now he's got to rumble all the way to the end of the pit lane on or at the pit limit. So here come the leaders. He's going to be put a lap down, unfortunately, and Richard Jett goes thundering by, and I'm not sure whether thundering is the correct adjective to use when it's a Ford KA, but Richard Jett remains in the lead. The top four remain as they are. However, Adrian Wood, bearing in mind the aggressor in his previous transgression, has just been seen to, that being Leon Bidgeway. He's lost 3 places, unfortunately, has Adrian Wood on the lap prior. Go on.
I can tell you what that was, guys, because I just caught up with from the team. A little bit frustrated, to be honest. They are. It was contact, as you say, into the back, but the driver's very frustrated because saying that car actually braked a heck of a lot earlier than anybody else was, and they had to previously, but they deemed that it was avoidable contact, and it was a 1 minute stop go that they got.
Yeah, well, it felt like rather more than your 10 seconds or even your 20 or 30 seconds. It was a minute then, thanks. So, Richard Jett continues to lead Johnny Milner and Gordy Much. Then Darren Stapleton in 4th place. Up to 5th place has come number 112, which is Robert Thomas at the wheel at the moment. That's the renumbered 131. And after that, in 8th place, we have number 180, Adrian Wood. In 9th place, number 114, Christian Kelly. And in 10th place, number 555, Tristan Judge.
I've just noticed as well, Toby Owen seems to be back on a charge as well. That car's back to running on song and running at fairly competitive race pace, because last time through he posted a 1 minute 20.888, one of the fastest cars we've got out there. But Johnny Milner, having gotten into the lead of the race, he's already having to start defending. In towards turn 1, we've got a good little battle pack at the moment. That's got car number 21 involved, so that will be Simon Top fighting away with all of the cars around him, namely one of the cars we saw have an issue in qualifying. That's the 747 LAR Motorsport with Jordan Bannon behind the wheel. So they're having a great little battle, but the lead pack working its way in towards Brooklands once again. We may see Richard Jett dive on the brakes up the inside for the lead of the race. Yes, the car pitches its way in as he jumps on the brakes, gets the rotation in the car. So both the Pro-Am cars are inside the top 3 at the moment. We've got Richard Jett in the lead car, then we've got Johnny Milner just sat behind, and then we get to the second of the Pro-Am cars, Gordy Much. So it seems like they prepare a fairly quick race spec EnduroKA.
Yes, indeed. So the leading pack coming through Woodcote to complete its 24th lap. I reckon the leading pack is being slimmed down slightly. It's now down to about 8 cars.
Yeah, of course, we did lose Leon Bidgeway because of that. Go on, Chris.
Yeah, just to let you guys know, the 275 Team Lifeline car, that will be receiving a black and orange flag imminently. We're not sure what the reason is. We've just sort of like got the instruction to hang the black and orange out, so it'll have to come in. Hopefully I will find out, because they'll get sent down to the team area to sort of have a look and try and resolve whatever the mechanical malady is for that car.
Yeah, I was going to say the usual offender is maybe an exhaust falling off or something like that, but you can hear that, and we can't really say I've heard anything too astray from any of the cars. I will look specifically at 275 Team Lifeline next time through, and that's the last thing they needed, because they just fought their way into the top 15, hadn't they? So Scott McIntyre will be far from impressed, I fear, but of course it might be an issue that he's unaware of, that the marshals and race control have spotted, so naturally he will have to come into the pit lane and get that attended to.
Or just carrying on hoping nobody will notice, but they have. So you've got to respond to the flag. But I'm just thinking back to that penalty that Leon Bidgeway was given, a 1 minute stop go. That's, I think, probably making it clear to everybody else that if you do get into a bit of pushing and shoving, you could end up with a significant loss of position.
Yeah, it's really setting the precedent early, isn't it?
That's right. So Johnny Milner then continues to lead the way in the number 46 car, Milner Racing.
Into the pit lane, we've got last year's winners. That's Subaru Racing, Tristan Judge, flying into the pit lane. Also into the pit lane, we do have the 275 Team Lifeline car, Scott McIntyre, presumably responding to the black and orange flag. But if we've got cars coming into the pit lane anyway for driver changes, he can dive in, do a driver change, and attend to that the transgression, whatever it is that's caused the black and orange flag. So it might somewhat work in his favour, or more or less damage the rotation.
So 275 then into the pits.
It is right in front of me here. They're having a look under, because no one seemed to be really too sure what the problem was. And I'm now going to flick towards the back and pick up, they were concerned that it was fuel.
Brought in by Scott McIntyre, incidentally.
Yeah, I don't think he has to take the full blame, but they're having a look at it. I got a feeling it may be leaking some fuel. And they're trying desperately. The driver's sat in there so that they can hopefully have a go and sort that. And I also noted the Subaru Racing has been in and changed drivers as well.
That's a change of driver, is it?
Yeah.
So that's 5:55, last year's winner, Tristan Judge, brought in. Either Peter Dickman or Chris Gibson has taken it over.
So just to add to this 275, yes, it would appear that it is fuel that is coming out. And I remember seeing this here last year, actually, is that they go through the very fast corners here at Silverstone, lean on the side, the car's left-hand side, and the fuel starts coming out. So they're actually just doing the simple one at the moment. They're trying to replace the fuel cap, so that it's not leaking out through that. So still some basics there, but they are looking underneath to make sure it's not coming from there. So they're kind of trying to eliminate the easiest option, I would suggest, to start with.
He obviously wasn't there at the start of the race, otherwise it would have been picked up. I mean, we're half an hour into the over half an hour into the race now. So is it something that's been caused, for example, by running over a curb and dislodged something underneath? Certainly there's people grovelling around underneath number 275 now, which of course is as a result dropping down the order, but we've still got lots of cars that have yet to make a stop, so a pit stop at this stage is going to drop you a long way down the order. So Johnny Milner continues to lead in car 46 from in second place, number 81, Darren Stapleton. In third place, 12, Richard Jepp. Gordy Much, number 8, is fourth. And fifth is number 112, Robert Thomas. That's the leading group, trying to keep out of each other's hair.
Oh, and I'd missed the fact, actually. I had assumed it had gone back out, though I'm sorry to say the 555 car is in the garage up on front jacks.
Oh dear, last year's winner. Yeah,
they're looking at that, and I'm going to try and grab a word, but whilst I do that, there's a lot of fluid all over the garage floor, I'm afraid to report as well. Let me just try and grab a word, but when I go in the garage, I'm pretty sure you lose me, so I'll bring them back to the front as soon as I can.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So Johnny Milner leads in car 46 from 81, Darren Stapleton. Number 17 dropped to third place for the moment, Richard Jepp, but shown himself well able to lead the race. Lower down, up into 8th place, has come number 114, Christian Kelly. That's a 2-driver car. And yeah, so Christian Kelly up into 8th place. Chris?
Yeah, I've managed to grab God's gift, as I was told to call him. Tristan, I just got a dig to the ribs there. Tristan Judge, who was out in that 555. You were just explaining to me that sadly you were having to scream round in a low gear, which has then damaged the engine as well.
Well, no, I think the engine's probably okay, but I just came onto the straight, third to fourth, but there was no way there was any fourth. There was no fourth, and there wasn't really anything. It was like a big wobbly stick. And I've just done the last lap in third gear, poor thing. I don't know its linkage or gear box itself, but it ain't going to go very far. The clutch is working.
But in fairness, they're all over it, so they are trying to get it repaired and out.
Oh, absolutely. We've still got a chance of the win.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So we're in home. We've got a chance to just, carry on the winning streak.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, obviously, I saw the fluid all over, so that's literally from where the engine's overheated.
For some reason, the fan didn't kick in just then. But I've just done that last lap at 6,000 revs in third, and so the poor little thing. Yeah, but the fan didn't kick in, which was a bit of a bizarre one because that was doing it this morning because we tested it. There we go. Okay. There we go. So I think probably, hopefully, the overheating is trivial, but a lack of being able to go forward might be a little more permanent.
It's probably limiting, yes, I'll give you that.
Yes, yes. Can we go backwards?
Yeah, well, fingers crossed, Tristan, fingers. Well, like you say, you want to pick up another good result here.
Well, it was going well. I was just about holding on to the back of the front pack. I was desperately trying to find another tiny bit of half a second to get back on the toe of the front pack, but
I mean, you had a grandstand seat. That front pack was quite incredible to watch. I was there going, do they know it's 5 hours?
I was quite happy for them to do that, because that could keep me in touch. And if I could just get that half second, I'd be right on the back of them. Oh, they're willing to play. They're very welcome to play. Because it would break their car, wouldn't it? It would have no problem to mine.
No, exactly. You keep it out of harm's way. I mean, what is it like, though, if you are driving along and you've lost the toe, can you get it back again?
If you're lucky. If they were to be so kind in front and slow down a bit,
yes.
that was what I was hoping they were dicing, so that they could just slow each other down a tiny bit. But we had a good toe going, but then one of the other cars, ironically, I think from this team, I think was losing power on the straight once or twice. The Auto Tech car just suddenly lost 100 yards, and then because he got in my way, I lost the toe. But there we go. That's life. That's life. That's racing. But
it's also why you enjoy this racing, because it's fun, isn't it?
Exactly, and it was just tiny little things like that can turn the race. I mean, at the end of the day, it was what, 50 yards, and it'd be unlikely that the position is 50 yards strong at the end of this race.
But how does the mentality now work? I mean, they're clearly busy trying to get this one sorted. It's a 5-hour race, and okay, your point being is that the wind's probably gone, but you still want to get the car back out and take part.
Yeah, there's some beer in the fridge. I don't think I don't know how long this will take, but I know they did at Anglesey a clutch change, which is similar, in 40 minutes. So this might well be a not dissimilar, and that actually does give me a chance to go back out and play again. But otherwise, the beer is in the fridge.
I'll be back there later then. Thanks, Tristan.
Chris,
Take care.
whilst you're there, could you ask what the next driver, who the next driver will be?
Okay, hang on.
I assume it won't be Tristan.
No, you'd imagine it would be...
Probably Chris is the answer.
I was going to say, you'd imagine it would be Chris Hilson. So Chris Hilson probably will be next in that car. And I've been watching Gordy Much scrap away with Costa Kritsis. And you've got to think as well, Costa, he started in 18th place, and he's now fighting away in the top 5. That's a brilliant start to his race. Yeah. And I said at the start today, you've got to keep an eye on him, because he's very quick. He can be quite aggressive, but a very quick driver. And it's standing him in good stead, because he's in that top 5 at the moment. And there's been a number of occasions you can see just if the sun's at the right angle or the camera's at the right angle, you can see the drivers soaring away at the wheel, just trying to get them straight out of a corner, because you almost back them in. You drive them like a go-kart and you steer with that rear axle.
It's all the power through the front.
Oh, it's monumental power figures, enough to spin the world the other way, as some have said. So, with Johnny Milner still leading the way, still giving chase is Richard Jepp, and then you get back to Darren Stapleton, and then there's a bit of a gap back to what was Gordy Much, but Costa Kritsis now up into 4th place. So the top 3 have worked away. They will appear heading into Woodcote now. So there are the top 3. And then we've got one of the Auto Tech cars. That's car number 64 that I believe is a lap down now. And then we get back to Costa Kritsis, Gordy Much, David Drinkwater, and among others, we've got the 112 with Robert Thomas that's in there as well. Then just over the line, we get Christian Kelly, and Toby Owen was the car that was slowing down, that Tristan Judge was referring to, one of the Auto Tech cars. Yeah. And we noticed that at the time. Toby Owen just seemed to lose a bit of power in a straight line. It's back running on song now, sat in 9th place, but whatever it was, it can always come back.
Right, so our leading group is gradually being reduced in numbers, but Karitis is staying in, well, keeping in touch, has caught them up. He's got ahead of Gordy Much, as Jack has said. He's just got 3 more to work his way through, and he could be in the lead from a long way. What did you say he was on the grid?
18th place.
18th, yes. 9th row. And could be a leader before we've worked our way through the first stint, or the first hour. So there's most drivers have got some playmates. There we've got 333 coming through on screen.
Oh, that was a missed gear there, I think, for car number 44. So Graves Motorsport with David Ward behind the wheel. And of course, the addition to that car, he's a lap down, and it's going from bad to worse. He's currently down in 31st place. A missed gear. You could hear the revs really spike as he went for that gear, and he's since then, if anything, that's helped him let the faster cars go through. But Costa Kritsis, I think that the main thing now is he's no longer towing onto the back of people. He's punching the hole in the air and needs to try and overcome the 3-second margin that he's got up to Darren Stapleton, all on his own, punching that hole in the air. This is when you could see him using a bit of traffic, but he's also got Gordy Much, who still wants to now get back in front and get to 4th place. He may be waving or gesturing out of the windscreen to say, go on, let's work together, let's push each other. And you do see that fairly often. Now it's all go for the lead as well, because Johnny Milner on the outside, he started this lap in the lead. We cut back as they dive their way in towards Brooklands, and Johnny Milner's, whilst he's got his lights ablaze, it's not making him go any faster at the moment, because he's down into what is 3rd place. Richard Jepp in the lead, Darren Stapleton sat there in 2nd place, and there's a few tricks that you can do. It's recommended that you keep your lights off for as long as you can. You turn the fan all the way up on all the way hot, because it takes the hot air out of the engine, and you can gain an entire 1 or 2 horsepower, which doesn't sound like much, but in these it is a noticeable difference.
That's the turbo boost, is it?
That's the turbo boost, yeah, absolutely. That's the nitro boost.
Chris?
Yeah, just to bring you, I've been having a wonderful catch-up with the very well-known Lawrence Davey of LDR Racing. Sadly, he's running the car rather than out there in his team, and they're having a really, really good laugh. And he jumped on the radio to his driver and he said, go faster, because they're getting near to the pit stop. And he said, we need you to pull out a 2nd on this lap. Can you do it? And then he went and did it and went, yeah, what do you want me to do next, was the message back again. And they're having so much fun down here. It is just brilliant to see.
Which car is that?
That will be the so the LDR,
Number
49. Yeah,
49, right.
and to answer your question, if it came next, David Bywater's going to be jumping in that one next. And so they're just trying to pull out as much as a gap as possible. But honestly, the fun, the banter that is going on, where they're just having a riot down there. It's what this is really about, the EnduroKA. You're supposed to enjoy it as well, aren't you?
Yes, absolutely. You're never going to become a Formula 1 driver on the basis of what you do in this.
Don't tell Lawrence that, though.
Oh, he still has aspirations, has he?
Well, come on, Lawrence Davies got aspirations for everything. But it's just a shame we don't see him behind the wheel as much these days, where he's running the cars.
He's a legend in legends, wasn't he?
Yeah, and minis as well, of course.
Yeah, indeed.
So top 3 back towards Copse Corner, and they remain in the order that they are. So too does the rest of the top 8 at the moment. Costa Kritsis, he's taken 2/10 out of Johnny Milner, and I think with that lead trio just continuing to battle, that's just allowing Costa Kritsis just to get a slight bit closer. Further back, the 11/10 racing car, that being in the hands of Brian Crawford. He's got the treble 8 of Andrew Fells just behind him is the 126. That's Michael McCullum. Just sat behind as well. It's so close in some of these packs. We said it at the start of the day, you will see packs starting to form, and 3 Amigos being edged off the circuit very slightly. That's by the catastrophe car of Robert Thomas. It almost was a catastrophe at that point, because in a straight line fighting each other onto the grass, I think that's referred to as suboptimal.
Is it?
I think so.
Okay.
Racing on the grass doesn't tend to work.
No, unless it's rallycross, I suppose, where you have to go on the grass occasionally, or the mud. So up to 13th place has risen number 11, Byron Crawford, in that car at the moment. That's a yet to stop car. So who's the leading pit stopper at the moment?
I would say Leon Bidgeway, but of course he came in and served a penalty. So David Murphy started the NGM car. I would be
down there we are.
That David Murphy started that car. So too did Leon Bidgeway. I would say it's got to be David Evans. That's the only team to have done a driver swap, to my knowledge. Sabrini Racing car number 27. They're currently sat 32nd place.
Chris?
The 275 car has come back in again. I think you were possibly reporting that, and it's gone straight into the garage, so they're still looking to sort that. In also is the 95 car, that we had a note that said, although it said in the programme Graves Motorsport, it had that changed to, what did it say, WKD Motorsport.
Yeah, WKD, yeah.
It still has Graves Motorsport on it, so I'd imagine that there is still quite a link between those guys. In fact, Sam Strong's down there running that one, but it's got a big old dint in the right-hand side. This is an interesting one. We haven't seen this yet. They are refueling, guys. So these ones have got the tough jug dropping fuel into it. For 95.
So naturally, I'm assuming that the way it'll work is Ross will jump out of the car, jump onto the fire extinguisher whilst it's being refueled, and then is that Marcus Clutton getting in, or Lee Taylor? Do you know?
Right, so the answer is no, the driver isn't doing the fire extinguisher. They've got someone else all properly suited and booted up, including a slightly different helmet and goggles to protect them. So the driver's back behind the line, making sure they're far enough away from it. It isn't Marcus Clutton because he's in his jeans and trainers, so it looks like he's not planning to go out just yet. In fact, there's no one looking particularly ready.
Maybe jumping back in.
I've got a feeling as well, you can't recognise him with a helmet and goggles on, but I'm pretty sure that it is actually David Graves himself that is doing the refuelling. So he's got his race overalls on because it's the most obvious fireproof suit to throw on. They've finished that in their Stormtrooper goggles and helmet. And it's possibly the same driver, actually. No, the driver's walked away, my apologies. Who's jumping in, Marcus? Lee Taylor. He had to look then. He couldn't remember. He's in the zone. He's in the zone. But Lee Taylor's jumping into the 95 car now.
Brill. So Lee Taylor into the WKD Motorsport car. As far as what's been going on further back, you can see Pro-Am Racing, or one of the drivers in Pro-Am Racing gear, is still working away. They have an issue. I think they're having an issue now with the filler neck and the fuel filler cap on the 275 Team Lifeline car. It's all going wrong for them. I think somebody needs to throw them a lifeline in this race.
Indeed. So
also, the 49 car is in as well, and that just looks like a routine stop. So that is LDR that we knew was sort of trying to pull out a bit of a gap on that stint, and then David Bywater will be jumping into that one.
Right, we've got the leading cars on view at the moment as they turn through Copse Corner. In fact, the first three making a bit of a break now. That's Richard Jebb, Dan Stapleton and Johnny Milner. And next one along, having got ahead of Gordy Much, of course, is number 333 with Costa Kiretis at the wheel. And behind him, he's made great progress on a well down the grid position. Gordy Much is in 5th place. Robert Thomas 6th in number 112.
275 is going back out onto circuit again, so fingers crossed they've got that sorted.
Good stuff. And also we noticed that the LDR Performance Tuning car's back out on circuit after David Bywater's just jumped behind the wheel. And Costa Kritsis, obviously he's come from a long way back, 18th on the grid, and worked his way right the way up to 4th, including past Gordy Much. But more importantly, when he got past Gordy, he had 3.1 seconds to try and overcome. That's now down to 2.6 away from the tail of that top three. So Costa Kritsis, he's getting closer and closer. Down to you, Chris.
Yeah, I have been summoned, as Lawrence said there, is that I've got to make sure I get this right. Andy Greer-Hardy. That's the one. I was stood with Lawrence for a little while when you were getting the very helpful advice that was go quicker.
Yes, much the same as normal.
Yeah. But the bad news is that apparently you were then doing it.
Exactly, yeah. I listened and got my foot to the floor.
I mean, I love that there's so much to play. Is that I think he made a message that he needed a second's gap, and you did it.
Yes, yeah. But a terrible start. There was cars all over the place, and that was just avoidance, and I dropped so many places back, and that was just battling back from there on.
I mean, and that sort of lead pack of about, what was it? I think it was 10 cars that were just going at it like it was a sprint race.
I know, it's crazy out there at different points. But it's just nice to have a breather and a gap, you know.
I guess that's the thing with this racing, is that although we can sit here going, it's a 5-hour race, for you as a driver, you're like going, no, I've just been out there, I don't know how long has gone now, half an hour or whatever it might be. 45
minutes maybe. Feels like an hour and a half.
But that is kind of your bit there. Even if you go back in, that's a lot further down the road, so you're not racing 5 hours, so you're kind of still going for it.
I should go back in probably next. It's the plan, if there's no safety cars and any accidents or anything like that, hopefully not, cross fingers, and I'll be back in.
And that's a key, another thing that I find interesting. You guys genuinely have tactics, don't you, for this, but you also have to be flexible if things happen that change them.
Yeah, we have a plan at the start, but that's flexible. If there's a safety car, say there'd have been a safety car 10 minutes ago, I'd have been under the safety car. So, you know, get one of the pit stops and out of the way in the safety car, that is definitely good.
Absolutely. Good to see you, Andy.
Thanks very much.
So that's Andy from the 49 car there. A bit of an insight into that. it's more than just foot to the floor. There are tactics of who does what and when, and hence we're seeing that we've had the odd driver change. We've also had, I think, one refuel as well. So a few things at play here.
Yes, the leading pit stopper then, what have we seen here? Car number 11. What's it doing? Spinning.
Yeah, 11-10 Motorsport in towards Cops Corner, I think, spun through 180 degrees. They've got it back going again, but you know, it's one of those where as soon as Andrew Greer-Hardy mentioned a safety car, Andy almost brought one upon us, but not the case this time. But yeah, as you were saying, looking at the top 9, it remains as it is, but it's those little changes in the mid-pack that may slowly start to take effect. What of Costa Kritzis? He should start to appear out of Woodcote at any moment now. He's already gone through, in fact, and 2.4 seconds now, the gap up to the tail end of Johnny Milner.
Coming down.
He's getting closer.
Yeah, it is being chipped away at. It's 3 seconds only that car 333 we're talking about is away from the leading car, which is number 12.
Yeah, indeed. We've got a good little battle going on. This is further back. This is between Jordan Bannon and Lar Motorsport in the 747 and Andrew Fells in the 888 Boston Racing entry. So they're having a great little scrap on the run down towards Cops Corner. They go through nose to tail, and then it's a very slight incline. You don't really notice it too much, but you do in fact go uphill and almost crest a rise in towards the Maggots Beckett section.
Silverstone is not a flat circuit.
No, it very much isn't. You look at it and think, oh, it's flat. It really isn't. There's quite a lot of undulation changes that you don't quite notice, and then down in towards Brooklands, you almost again just go over a slight crest, and then in towards Brooklands there. But for the moment, the 888 of Andrew Fells is now in front of Jordan Bannon for Lar Motorsport, LAWR. And looking for our leaders over the line. Richard Jepp and Darren Stapleton remain as they are, but I think the pair of them have pulled away very slightly from Johnny Milner. Yeah, Johnny Milner's almost 6/10 away from the tail of Darren Stapleton. Darren Stapleton is pretty much pinging the same message as Richard Jepp on the transponder, 0.165 of a second. Costa Kritzis has fallen away slightly, 2.7 seconds now, but again, that could be traffic slowly starting to come in, because the longer we get into this race, the further cars that will go a lap down, and the further traffic that will have some sort of sway on this race.
There were the two leaders on the screen, not in the leading two places on the shot, because they are lapping a slower car now as they go on to the Wellington Straight. And the third place car, number 46, Johnny Milner, staying in touch with them, but being closed in. Well, not that time around, actually. The gap's gone up a little bit. Slower lap for Kritzis. And Gordy much behind him, right behind him, actually. So that's another little bit. That's the leading trio. Jepp, Stapleton and Milner. And then Kritzis and Much together.
Yeah, still being worked on very heavily is the treble 5 Subaru racing car. Of course, Tristan Judge was in that car. We're guessing it will be Chris Hilson that will get behind the wheel. Chris, down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm stood next to the camera looking at this, and it was quite incredible. The glamour of motorsport is the mechanic that you will have seen underneath the car there. They're trying to sort of get a new gearbox in there. Suddenly shouted to everyone, and they had to come running over with paper towels, because it had obviously spurted the fluid all over the mechanic underneath there, and all over the floor, and they were mopping it from his head and his face and his neck and on the floor, so he wasn't then lying in it. It's glamorous, this motor racing, isn't it?
It is. It really is. The thing is, that could be one of a number of things. If it's gearbox oil, it will take forever to try and get out. At least it's not engine oil. That would be a lot worse as well, because that's much harder to clean up. So I'm sure.
I think the hope is that it will actually be the water, because of course this one was, you know, after revving round in third gear, came in and the fan didn't kick in, so it just sort of like spewed the fluid everywhere as it overheated. So I'm hoping it might just be the legacy of that, because that car is perched up rather high. Thankfully, a lot more stable than we saw it earlier. It was kind of wobbling, but now that they're under it, I'm glad to say that it is quite stable now.
You'd get under it yourself, would you, Chris?
I would. Are we still on camera here now?
Yes,
we are. Just quickly, come and have a look at this over here, Ben, because I love the fact that they don't keep it all secret. Have a look at the board down here. We've got everything that's going on. The race order that Tristan Judge is starting, Oh, you lost me there. 12:24 to 13:04. If there's a safety car, then you're going to pit. They were going to fuel. Then Chris Hilson was going out, and they've got the times for that. And how much fuel? 20 to 30 litres. Peter Dignan out 14:49 to 16:24. A splash and dash by the looks of it. Plus front left. Now we're getting it here. Then it's Tristan Judge that's going out. Now they're hiding it. We got PSI on the tyre pressures and everything as well. I don't think they're that worried about hiding it if it's out here on the front of the garage. But I just love the detail that they go into this, don't you?
It seems to me interfering with the way this race is going.
Well, it's on the front of their garage, so they're not hiding it, are they? So it's okay. It's okay. Incidentally, we've also got the 180 car that is in. That's a normal stop. They are refueling as well.
Yeah, can you go figure out it? Because that's one of the 4-car entries that we've got. So we've only got 6 four-driver entries, pardon me. We've only got 6 4-driver entries, and that is one of them. Adrian Wood should have jumped out, and it can either be Colin French, Nathan Brown, or Thomas Wood that will be getting into that car. And they've been in a good position all race, even after the incident with who was it at the start of the race? Trying to figure out. Leon Bidgeway, yeah, Leon Bidgeway, that eventually got penalised for the issue there. Johnny Milner's back into the lead of the race. Richard Jepp down into second. Darren Stapleton down into third. So we can see on the screen, at least in the pit lane, fuel being poured into the Shine Automotive car before that car will retake to the circuit. We've got under 4 hours remaining now.
Just going back to number 180, my recollection from watching the qualifying session is that Adrian Wood was the quickest driver in that car. So anyway, he's now the one in, as you said.
And Thomas Wood is getting in.
Right. Do they look like brothers, father and son?
Well, now you're testing me.
Going by their first names, I would think that Adrian's the father and Tom is the son.
Yes, I think that Adrian's at the back of the garage, and having just briefly spoken to Thomas, I would suggest father and son.
It's all changed further down. I know we've got cars in the pit lane. We've actually got the number 96 in as well, Chris. So we're gonna put you to work now. We're getting into the pit window because we are over an hour in. This is when the pit lane starts to get busy. So the Porsche Carrera Motorsport car, of course, that's the car that started from the pit lane after having a non-compliant exhaust. It started the race with Mark Carey behind the wheel. It will either be Ben Smithwell or Simon Childs that will jump behind the wheel. So we're just working our way down the pit lane. Go on, Chris.
It's Childs that's jumping in now. I love it when they put their name on the helmet. It does help, doesn't it?
Yes.
Just sort of putting the seat back in the. It's still in the.
Which one are you talking about?
96.
96, right.
The seat just got pushed back in the same way you used to do with our road cars, so that was good to see. No fuel for this time. They are literally doing a driver's change, and they will then be launching themselves straight back in. The officials keeping a watching brief to make sure that they are belted in properly before they're released, because otherwise that will incur a penalty. If they're sort of still tightening them up as they're trundling down the pit lane, they'll be called straight back in again.
You've got to think as well, maybe here more than other places, you probably burn a bit more fuel here, but as such is the nature of the circuit, because you spend so much time flat out.
Yeah, so still, oh no, we mentioned the fact that Darren Stapleton now leads.
Yes.
Yeah, number 81 from Johnny Milner and Richard Jepp, those three. Gradually, but it's very gradual, catching up on the part of the number 333 car in 4th place in the hands of Claritis. Then Gordy Much, down David Drinkwater, Robert Thomas in 7th place, number 112. All those yet to make a stop. The leading pit stopper is Leon Bidgeway, number 3 in 22nd place.
Of course, that will be classified as his stop-go penalty, won't it, when he came into the pit lane to serve that?
That's right, that counts as one of them.
Yeah, so it will be, in theory, that classes, yeah, like you say, as a pit stop. But
on the screen.
Yes, but of course, he's still got to come in and hand over to whether it be Matthew Weymouth or Mike Morais. But in terms of that top 10, they've really started to calm down. There's not too much changing of position, apart from the 126, Michael McCullum, just outside of the top 10, lost 2 places on the lap prior, and it is yeah, back Simon Childs, as you said, behind the wheel of the Porsche Carrera Motorsport car, back out onto circuit in what is 26th place.
I think by saying things have quietened down, they will immediately generate more friction on the or racing on the track, because the gaps aren't big between the first three. 0.6 first to second, 0.2 second to third.
Yeah, Mr. Kritzis is now only, what, 2.2 seconds away. Oh, it's jumped back up to 3, unfortunately, mainly because Gordy Much has got back in front of Costa Kritzis.
Ah, now why has that happened? Gordy would say brilliant driving on his part, but he is now, as you say, in 4th place, and Kritzis, for the first time in the race, I think, has actually lost a place.
Yeah, it's not happened all race really for Costa, but yeah, a much slower lap from him, a 21.3 compared to the low 20s and even the 19s that we've seen him in. So Costa still, I think, with a mistake at this stage in the race, not quite what he was looking for, but we will be getting closer and closer to the pit lane becoming an ever busier place. And of course, Chris, I'd recommend you get yourself a sit down before you're running from top to bottom of that side of the pit lane in towards Brooklyn's Go Our Race leaders. It is still Darren Stapleton leading the way from Johnny Milner. He's got Richard Jepp just behind. They're continuing to deal with a bit of traffic, and you can't quite pick them out in the background. At the moment, you've got the number 55 machine getting all involved in the leaders' battle. That's Cash Strapped Racing with Ben Smith behind the wheel, one of the 2 driver cars into the pit lane as well. I think that may be number 6 in the hands of David Murfitt. We saw him have the mistake on the first lap of the race, and into the pit lane comes David Murfitt, so he will hand over to Peter Simmons, again another dual driver car. And we've got Burton Power Racing in, so Tom Valentine, I can see that he's jumped out. Looking at the overalls, I'm guessing that is Andy Burton ready to get in. You'll have to bring us an update on that as and when you've got that, Chris. But into the pit lane comes the number 6 of David Murfitt, and yet being directed into the garage, or into his pit box. So Peter Simmons will jump behind the wheel, but as we said earlier on, Ian, the pit lane is just going to slowly become busier and busier now.
It will, the way thing, because not that many have made a pit stop yet. We've got on the, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 have made 1 stop, plus 2 who've made 2 stops, but obviously those aren't mandatory stops, they're problem stops. And a new fastest lap. Gordy Much is on a roll now. He's just done a 119.742, having recently relieved Kritzis of 4th place. What can he do about catching the top 3? So with whom he was dicing early on, but Gordy Much then in 4th place, 2.282 seconds behind Richard Jepp in 3rd.
Yeah, so having got through and past Costa Kritzis, he's built that gap nice and early, hasn't he? It was 1 second last time they went through, 2.1 seconds now the gap between Costa and Gordy. So whatever Gordy's found, maybe it's an extra gear, or he's picked up that 4th gear that Subaru Racing are missing somewhere out there, because what a brilliant lap it has been from Gordy Much. He's starting to close up, 2 seconds away from our top 3. Down to you, Chris.
Yeah, just to update you on the number 1 car, Tom Valentine, as you know, has jumped out of that one, and you are right, Andy Burton is now jumping in. Refueling's finished, hence they're strapping Andy back into that car, and he'll be released out onto the circuit. Oh, they're pushing it back before they finish putting the netting up. I was going to say the car fires up, but I think that's an exaggeration, isn't it, really? But it's the ignition is started, and off he goes back into the race.
I think the way to put it is the car has begun.
Yeah, that's a bit more appropriate, isn't it? Yeah.
But it's the KA. I can see that we have got more and more red dots on my notes, clearly stating that we've got second drivers slowly working their way into the cars. Into the pit lane once again is Lifeline Team Lifeline 275. With Scott McIntyre still behind the wheel. Hopefully this is just one of their standard stops, and this time they can get the driver change and the refueling done and out the way without having to attend to any mechanical difficulties. Back over the line go our race leaders. This time it's Richard Jepp in 2nd place. He's worked his way through and past Johnny Milner. So Darren Stapleton still leading the way. Gordy Much has got that gap down to 1.2 seconds now, and Costa Kritzis isn't really falling away, because last time through he set his personal fastest lap of the race with a 1:19.832. So I've got a feeling this could be 5 for the lead.
Incidentally, if you're watching, you'll notice that the cars all go into the pits and have to park at a 45-degree angle. to the main direction of the pit lane, in order to accommodate, should all the cars arrive in the pit lane at the same time, in order to accommodate them all neatly and tidily, rather than having to line up parallel with the pits, and in some cases do it side by side, which is not desirable. So it's all neatly done, like with British touring cars when, for example, they go to Alton Park.
The good news for 275 is it is in at that angle you were talking about, with the fuel jug filling it back up again. So fingers crossed, that means that the issue they've been having has sorted. I was hearing the stories that apparently where it was kicking the fuel out that was the being called in, is that they had the whole, you know, the screw-in section out, and it was sort of a mixture of either sorting it, resealing it, or trying to show that it was working fine, and then eventually it went out. We are getting what looks like a driver's change, because I'm sure that's a different driver's about to get in.
This is for what, 275?
275, yeah. So
yes, I'm sure they'll change.
Fueling is finished, and in gets the new driver. And it literally is as quick as they possibly can do it as well. There's no sort of sitting here for a particular amount of time. They get in the refueling if they're doing thus, which is why you've got the strategy coming in, is that they're not just going to refuel all the time. If they can, you know, save that time that it takes to let gravity do its job and dump some fuel into it and just do a driver change, then they're back out and back into the race quicker.
I seem to remember that Scott McIntyre was driving that car initially. Do Jack's dots tell us that?
Yeah, Scott McIntyre started that car.
Right, but who's taking it over now? Chris, over to you again.
We do have 128 into the pit lane as well, Chris. So you've got 126, pardon me. I think that's Michael McCullum's handover to Neil Smith.
So if Michael McCullum started,
yes,
he's only got one option, and that's Neil Smith.
So Neil Smith will be getting behind the wheel. I'm sure Chris is asking questions down at Team Life. Go on.
Oh, I'm just suddenly diving out of the way. It doesn't matter what the cars are, you still get in the way when they're coming in with their pit stops. The 126 aims straight towards me. Right, so the 275 car, I can confirm it's Jake Lane that is now behind the wheel of that one. And I said, have you sorted it out, the issue? And they said, we don't know, because it doesn't make sense what was happening. It looks like it was coming from the cap, and bless them, one of the other teams has given us another fuel cap. So that is what's happened there. 126, we've got the two drivers here just conversing, and it looks like it is Neil Smith that's jumping out in that one, which is fairly obvious because it's a two-car team, isn't it?
He's jumping in or out of it?
In,
yeah. Right.
And I can see that the top 10 have remained exactly as they are. What of Gordy Much's progress? Well, he's part of that top 3 now, which has become the top 4. Costa Crinces has really fallen away, 3 seconds away from Gordy Much. So whatever has happened to Gordy, maybe he's had the go-ahead over the radio to push a lot harder, but he's been keeping pace in reserve, evidently, because we've now got 4 cars fighting over the lead. It's still Darren Stapleton leading the way ahead of Richard Jebb. Then it is Johnny Milner and Gordy Much that is well and truly there. So we've got both the Pro-Am cars. Gordy Much up into 3rd place. So having been dropped by this pack, he's up into 3rd, whilst the sister car of Richard Jebb is trying to fight his way into the lead, and I think he just might be able to do it up the inside on the run through Luffield. So Richard Jebb into the lead of the race, then Darren Stapleton, then it's Gordy Much and Johnny Milner. But it seems like Gordy Much has arrived on the scene and just started to show everybody how's it done. But now we're seeing Darren Stapleton fight back around the outside through Woodcote.
Yeah.
Will break the beam, and he will be classified as the leader in that lap.
So this is going to be broken up fairly soon, isn't it? Because they're going to have to make their first mandatory stop, those leading cars. But it's some good racing going on here, and I suppose it is a case of cream rising to the top, with Gordy Much and Johnny Milner being there with the greatest experience, say, of the drivers in the race, actually.
Yeah, we started to see those drivers just pick their way through. It would be good, Chris, to maybe grab a word with Gordy, because, of course, just a couple of weeks ago, he was racing GT4 machinery, and now he's jumped into an EnduroKA, and they're total opposites. We're 3 wide for the lead of the race. We've got Darren Stapleton on what would be the inside. Then we've got Richard Jebb in the middle, Gordy Much on the outside. And
I reckon there's 5.
And then we've got Johnny Milner, who's trying to make it 4, maybe 5 wide, because there's lap traffic involved. Out of all of that, Richard Jebb has decided discretion is the better part of valour, and we've got Gordy Much to the lead of the race. He's being helped through Luffield, contact between 2nd and 3rd. The number 81 of Darren Stapleton up the inside of car number 46, that's Johnny Milner. So they all came together. And Gordy Much, he's got quite a healthy lead, and he's now being chased by the second of the two Pro-Am cars, Richard Jepp. So through comes Gordy Much. Then we've got Richard Jepp. Johnny Milner is still being hunted down by Darren Stapleton. After all of that, Costa Krietsis, he's in on the mix. He was 3.5 seconds away. It's now 2/10.
Is this the first time Gordy Much has actually led the race?
Yes.
I mean, he's been in the leading group, but not only is he leading, as you say, but he's pulling away.
Contact between Costa Krietsis and Darren Stapleton. It's gone from bad to worse. It looked like Costa was on the inside and Darren turned in. He was very much in his blind spot. So Costa Krietsis will work his way up into 4th place now. Maybe not the way he wanted to. Car 2 is in. That's the NJM's and PDC's cars. It was started by Adam Bird. It's either got Ewan McGuinness or Cat Sells or even Grant Grove to jump behind the wheel of that car. You'll have to try and pick that one out, Chris. We'll wait for the timing screen to update. But Gordy Much in the lead of the race. Then it's Richard Jepp. Then it is Johnny Milner, followed by Costa Krietsis, who we thought was out of it for the moment. He's overcome those 3 seconds and he's up into 4th. And Darren Stapleton, he's had a fairly scrappy lap and he's now down into 5th. Go on, Chris.
Grant Grove is getting in the number 2 car next.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much for that. I've got a feeling as soon as one of these top 5 pits, everybody else will as well. They will try and match each other's strategy as best they can. Pro-Am Racing, they may struggle with that because 2 cars both in at the same time. That's a big old job for the Pro-Am Racing team. But we wait for them to work their way through Luffield, which they do, and then through the very quick right at Woodcote. So Gordy Much breaks the beam in the lead of the race. Then it's Richard Jepp and Johnny Milner running round as the top 3. And then after a short break, there is the arrival of Costa Krietsis, who's 3.2 seconds away now from Johnny Milner. So having just got into that top 3 battle, he's got into 4th place and he's 3.2 seconds away again. He'll be struggling to understand how that happened. Into the pit lane comes car number 74. That's the Orca Sport car, with Guy Wilson presumably jumping out to hand over to Peter Child, Roger Hassan or Michael Davis.
Right, so a fair bit of action, but the Gordy Much, it must be partly team tactics here. Pro-Am Racing, it's no fluke that they've arrived with 2 of their cars in the first 2 places.
555 is going back out onto the circuit after a gearbox change.
Great stuff, and I'm assuming it's Chris Hilson behind the wheel. Into the pit lane, we've now got car number 22, that's AFK Racing, so Nick Creed comes in to either hand over to Nick Berg, Tim Parsons or Natalie Knowles, so all that will be revealed, I'm sure, as the race wears on. What of our pitters so far? So Nick Creed is still classified in 14th place, where of Leon Bidgeway, he's sat there in 17th place, still yet to pit and do his driver change. Go on, Chris.
Guy Wilkinson jumping in 74.
Right.
Great stuff. So Guy Wilkinson, I thought had started that car, to be honest.
No, because you said someone else was jumping out. Roger Hassan's jumped out.
Roger Hassan.
Guy Wilkinson's jumping in.
Okay.
Oh, so 74 was started by Roger Hassan, yes. And Guy Wilkinson is now in control of it.
And I'm pretty sure that I spotted it was 22 has been taken over by Natalie Knowles.
Taken over from Nick Creed.
Yes, so car number 22, AFK Racing. It's all changing in the pit lane. We said it was going to get busier. What of our leaders? Gordy Much is still leading the way from Richard Jepp. Then it's Johnny Milner and Costa Krietsis remains in 4th place. We've got car number 22 in the hands of Natalie Knowles taking back to the circuit. Costa Krietsis now under pressure from David Drinkwater, Darren Stapleton. Yeah, Darren Stapleton once again. So the pair of those two have come together once again, and if they continue to battle, they're just going to fall away. If anything, they need to work together and try and catch up to that lead trio.
But of course, Pro-Am Racing are now in a very commanding position because they can work together, teammates. They're just half a second apart, and they have opened up 1.7 seconds over Johnny Milner.
They have indeed, and if they can work together and pull away, it's going to be exactly what they hoped for. Over the line as one. And we've still got to wait and see what they're going to do in relation to responding to the pit window. And obviously it's not an enforced pit window. You can pit when you like, but it's more the car decides and the team decides when you need to pit that car. 1.2 seconds the gap between Richard Jepp and Johnny Milner, 2nd and 3rd. Costa Krietsis has indeed been picked off by Darren Stapleton. So Costa's spent forever in 5th place. He got his way up to 4th. He looked good for 3rd. And he's back down into 5th, so unfortunate for the, I think he's commonly referred to in that team as the Greek god of speed. It's Costa Krietsis. He's a very quick guy. I mean, he's proved himself right, really, hasn't he?
Yes. In 9th place now, so yeah, his 9th is number 121, which is a 2-driver car. Who's the one who started in that one? 121 started by Marcus Batty.
So, go on.
I was going to simply say, time-wise, we've got 3 hours and 41 minutes remaining.
And as seen, we've got the EnduroKA Sport car back out there, this time with Guy Wilkinson behind the wheel. The 2 Pro-Am cars go through and past me in the commentary box. It was 1.3 seconds the gap last time, and remains at around about 1.3 seconds. The 11/10 car has been into the pit lane, so that is Brian Crawford has come in. Who's got back into that car? You'll have to potentially look out for that one, Chris, whether it's Jean-Luc Elia, Paul Pierce or Paul Stout, all of which, Paul Stout, I'm convinced he's raced Porsches or owns a Porsche himself, having raced in a sim series where the requirement of entry was to own a Porsche. And I think Jean-Luc Elia, Johnny Elia, if you for ease of use, I think he's done bits with Porsche as well previously. But at the moment, those front 2 at Pro-Am Racing, they're doing everything they need to. They're just working away, and you think Gordy Much, he's got a novice cross on the back of his car, not necessarily for him. No. I think presumably for Ollie Fernal, who many of you may recognise as Basic Ollie if you watch any sort of sim racing live streaming or coverage or what have you. But that car's going fabulously well, bearing in mind, in theory, they are novices.
Watching at the moment the 2 leaders that Jack was talking about, number 8 in front, the extra runner not shown in the programme. Gordy Much currently at the wheel, having been at the wheel since the race started, as has been the driver of the car in 2nd place, Richard Jepp, number 12. Also a late entry, not so much the car, more him as one of the drivers. The other drivers to be Will Hilliard and Scott Thompson. Richard Jepp has just done his personal best lap of the race in the course of taking himself, as he no, he stays ahead of Johnny Milner.
Yeah, we've got a car into the pit lane as well. That was kind of a 1-2-1. So Calamity, Marcus Batty coming in to hand over to Andrew Finch. So again, yet another driver change and a bit more fuel on board that car. So we're slowly starting to see the driver changes take place. Yeah. Of course, we've now got Andy Burton. I'm just working my way down the order, picking out who it is that's got into certain cars. The 11/10 car has got Paul Stout behind the wheel now on the timing screen. So Paul Stout behind the wheel for car number 11. We're just picking our way further down. We've got more and more red dots. I think we've got Chris down in the pit lane maybe in a few moments' time. But Gordy Much still leading the way, and they're having to negotiate some traffic. That's car number 14, Usher Motorsport, still with Philip Usher behind the wheel. He's yet to hand over to either Luke or David Usher. Through come our leaders. Yes, they do. They remain out there, but the lead gap has closed up because Johnny Milner has very much got into the aerodynamic assistance of both the Pro-Am cars. So Johnny Milner goes through with our leaders. Costa Creatis still hasn't been able to pick the pocket back of David Stapleton. So they are still 4th and 5th, but they're being fairly well behaved for the moment. Back out on circuit goes car number 121. So Andrew Hinch behind the wheel of that car, and we've got double waved yellows down at turn 1, and the yellow board is illuminating on the run up towards Copse Corner, and it was double waved yellows for a brief moment. I think now single waved yellows. So whatever's going on, I think somebody has had a small mistake at Copse Corner. Go on, Chris.
I am actually walking that direction to see if I can see anything. Whether I will or not, I'll report back. But just to let you know, on the number 11 car, the 11/10 Racing, is that it's Paul Stout that's out there now. You possibly can see that now already by the time I found out. But just to also confirm that, yes, you are correct, is that Gianluca and Byron definitely race lots of Porsche Sims racing. Yeah. They don't do in the real world, and Paul Stout sort of dabbled with a little bit as well. But this is only their second season of real racing out here.
I was going to say, I recognise Paul Stout because I think he made my show reel. Unfortunately, with him being in the wall, but I think that I remember Paul Stout. Unfortunately, Chris, if you are near Lawrence Davey, can you let him know that David Bywater's gone missing out somewhere out on circuit, because he's got a little exclamation mark next to his name on the timing. So whatever's gone
he'll probably see that himself then, won't he? I dare say. I'm just trying to see if it's him down at at Cops down
the
here.
yellow flags have been withdrawn, so either the car has come behind the barrier or he's got back going again wherever it's gone. Andrew Malpass will be getting ready because the number 114 KM racing car of Christian Kelly has just come diving into the pit lane. So we're slowly starting to see more and more drivers come in. It's getting busier and busier, and we've got LA Motorsports in the 747 car. Have we still got you down there, Chris?
Yeah, I'm down here. I was just about to report that the 747 one came flying into the pits. See what I did there? See what I did? And he's flying back out again. But there's, of course, ground to a halt earlier, and that was, do you know all it was? Is it blew a fuse. That was
Is that all it was? Wow.
Yeah, and it just stopped everything and just ground to a halt.
Which was that one, sorry?
747.
Oh, right. Wouldn't want that to happen in a real 747, would you? Yeah, we've got 18, I reckon 18 cars have yet to make a pit stop.
Is that how many that we've... Because, of course, we've still got everybody inside the top 7 yet to pit. It'll be more than that because Christian Kelly will naturally drop through and down the order. You can see Christian Kelly, I think, is aiding the pit stop effort. The pit lane entry this time remains quiet, so everybody is staying out there. Gordy Much still leading the way from Richard Jebb. Then it's Johnny Milner, who has fallen away a little bit from Richard. Costa Kritis is back up into 4th place, having picked the pocket of Darren Stapleton. David Drinkwater remains out there in 6th place. Into the pit lane comes car number 14. That's Usher Motorsport. So Philip Usher comes in. He's got either Luke or David Usher to hand over to. And I'm just trying to pick my way through who we've got and who we're potentially going to see behind the wheel, because we've got to wait for the car to come round and timing to update. Keeping an eye on 747, that's LA Motorsports. Across the line goes one of the most unique looking cars. That's the Tango and Crash number 60 machine, currently with Gary Buckingham behind the wheel, Chris Keys and John Senior waiting in the pit lane. And of course, throughout all of this, at some points in the race, we've got Chris down there to hand over the Dagenham dustbin as well for the best presented car.
Just taking up the point you were making, of course, the cars cross the timing line as they come into the pit lane at Silverstone. Some circuits have the timing line, Snetterton being an example, as you leave the pit lane. So we have to wait for the order to settle down for a full lap before we can tell you where they are.
Now it says on the timing screen, car number 747 LA Motorsport has been handed over to Neil J. I thought that car had withdrawn Neil J. 747. I thought Neil J had been withdrawn and handed over to
Mike Collins.
Yeah, Mike Collins. So I'm going to guess it's Mike Collins that's behind the wheel. But we've got both there, so we can always wait and see. So radio's being plugged in. That is for Andrew Malpass. So Andrew Malpass getting strapped into the 114 KM racing car. And who do we have diving into the pit lane? Maybe more. Chris, are you down there?
I can report the number 14 car is going to be taken over by Luke Usher.
Perfect. Great stuff. So Luke Usher behind the wheel of the number 14 Usher Motorsport car. KM Racing will be returning to the returning to the circuit, which I think they have just done now. We've still got Leon Bidgeway out there yet to come into the pits, but everybody inside the top 10 are yet to pit, so there's still lots to be decided with only 3.5 hours remaining.
And there we have the leading cars going through to complete another lap, so no pit stops yet for numbers 8, 12 and 46. And then 333 is the Carretis car, and that is 8 seconds now adrift. It really has fallen back, hasn't it? Yeah. 8 seconds adrift of the leading trio.
We have got car 112 in, that's Catastrophe. So Robert Thomas has come into the pit lane. He will hand over to Simon Bonham. So Simon Bonham jumping behind.
Yeah, it's a 2-driver car, isn't it?
Yeah, nice and easy, that one, to take over that car. And there's another car in the pit lane that I can't quite pick out. It's almost closest to us.
That's the 14 still.
It is the 14. I just thought
Motorsport, yeah.
I was going to say, it seems like that's been a rather long stop. Maybe it hasn't.
Well, I thought that it'd been in a little while before they even started refueling. So maybe they just, because I was a bit further down the garage row, maybe they struggled to get the driver out at that point. I'm not sure, because by the time I got to it, they were just starting the refueling. Although, interestingly, they're going again. So either we're now into the realms where they're going for a big fill and hoping that that's going to be the end of it, or something wasn't quite working with the tough jug.
Well, I think already the 112 has not only come in, I think it's going back out already.
Correct. Yeah.
So it just shows that it isn't just us going a little bit loopy. They are indeed having a slower stop. So the leaders have gone through and passed us once again. Top three remaining as they are. You spotted something on the screen.
Did I? No, I was really just pointing towards the fact that we've got 3 of the top drivers, the best drivers in the race, and the top 3 players. I don't think it'll happen again. It'll break up when they make their pit stops, which probably won't all come together because 2 cars are in the same team, so they want to stagger the pit stop by the 2 Pro-Am racing cars. But Johnny Milner there in 3rd place, and he wasn't the quickest of the 3 in that car in qualifying, as I remember, but certainly he and the others with him, the 2 Pro-Am racing cars, are amongst the best driver car combinations, which will soon come to an end because the first pit stops will have to be made by those cars.
I think we're slowly starting to see a comeback as well from Autotech Motorsport to Toby Owen, currently behind the wheel of car number 65. He's just picked up a place, obviously, whilst we had catastrophe in the pit lane. So the catastrophe car, it's now saying, it says Robert Thomas, but I'm guessing we'll be getting closer. Yeah, I was just looking at our top 3 go absolutely nose to tail through Luffield, but I think on the way towards Brooklands, was there a little bit of shoulder checking on the way?
No, he caught the curve and the car just had a little wobble, but I don't think there was any contact. No, they're just driving very sensibly and very quickly, those 3.
Yeah, nose to tail. A little look to the inside, you think, from Richard Jett, but I don't know whether he's just covering the inside. And that means that if Johnny Milner wants to go for the position, he's got to go to the very extreme right-hand side of the circuit on the run up towards Copse Corner. So over the hill they will go, or over the crest in towards Maggots and Beckett's. Our top 3 gone.
And staying with them is number 96, has done for several laps, but that's a delayed car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Porsche Carrera Motorsport, yeah.
Yeah, so where are they? They're quite a long way down the order, aren't they? Yes, in, what's that, 20th place. So that car's a lap down. I don't think it's part of the battle for the lead.
But it is helping them. He can now say he's running at race-leading pace.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, which is definitely something that you would want to make the most of. Richard Jett this time, he's remaining where he is. Gordy Much has come over to the inside to defend very slightly in towards Brooklands, but it's still Gordy Much leading the way, almost touring car-esque as you see the inside rear wheel lift into the air. I don't know whether that's just how stiffly sprung the cars are, of course. They all run control suspension, control from brake pads, tyres, roll cage, alloy wheels are all controlled by MSVR and EnduroKA. So it's the idea is to make the cars as close as possible, and you can see that whilst the 2 Pro-Am cars are absolutely nose to tail, Milner Racing and Johnny Milner, he's giving them a run for their money. He's not really rolling away, but we've got less now than 3.5 hours remaining, and these cars have been running since the red lights extinguished at the start of this race.
But we do know that properly prepared, they go on for 24 hours.
Yes, absolutely so.
So great reliability. I'm sure when the Ford KA was originally conceived, nobody thought it would be used for long-distance motor racing, but there's a lot of these cars around, although I'm sure their prices or their values are going up because you can race them. Yeah,
I have found as well, having owned a Citroen C1, and as soon as the Citroen C1 series and various other formula came about, trying to find spare parts for my car, one became harder, and if I was lucky enough to find one, it was a lot more expensive than I was expecting.
Just to clear up, guys, the 747 car alarm Motorsport, I heard you sort of say you're confused that it said Neil Lay was out there and we were told he wasn't in and Mike Collins was in.
Yes.
Just checked with the team and that's absolutely correct. And they're surprised why it's showing Neil J on the timing and sort of they said, you're about the 4th person to ask me this. Who have we got to speak to? I said, I don't know. I said, but it's in the amendments, so you're safe.
So even though it says J on the screen, it is definitely Mike Collins.
Yeah, right. It's definitely Mike.
Neil's out with a back problem apparently. So yes, that's the situation. They have decided to cover off and go up to race control and just make sure that is they do know that situation. But in fairness, it was in the amendments as we knew, wasn't it? So
yeah, absolutely. So I'm just looking so far in this race, whilst the track length is what 1.64 miles. Everybody's mileage combined so far, we're at 3,750 miles. So we want to see what we can get to come the end of the race. It's one of those that you struggle to keep track of in a normal race. In an endurance race, it's nice and easy because you've got so many cars out there running at the moment. And There are other statistics on there, but I think they're best left alone, because as soon as you mention something, something will happen. We've got green...
Is that one you worked out for yourself, or is one that you've been fed?
No, it's one on TSL timing. I was about to say we've spent 1 hour and 33 minutes under green flag, but unfortunately that comes to an end. Safety car has been deployed, so now we're going to see these top 10 dive into the pit lane. I can't figure out exactly where the car is that's brought about the safety car, but in theory, if you are Gordy Much, Richard Jepp, Johnny Milner, Darren Stapleton, Costa Creasis, David Drinkwater, Toby Owen. We've also got diving into the pit lane immediately, Simon Top. You're effectively not going to get a free pit stop, but a massively beneficial pit stop. Both the Pro-Am cars are in.
Yeah, in together, so it's...
Johnny Milner's stayed out.
Well, rally drivers just keep going. I mean,
yeah, they've got wheels hanging off and they carry on, but now we've got Darren Stapleton into the pit lane, Costa Creasis into the pit lane. We've also got 125 of David Drinkwater. Underneath us now is going the G&B Finch racing car. That's car number 7. Steve Finch started that car, so I'd imagine it'll probably be Joe Bragg that gets behind the wheels. So we've still got drivers yet to pit. I am very surprised that Johnny Milner didn't dive in with the Pro-Am cars.
A weird one is the 81 car just came tearing in, went to his garage, and it would have been the right one, 12B, but no one was there to greet him, so he went in at an angle and then just carried straight back out again. So no one was ready for him to make his pit stop, I'm afraid. But I'm looking up at a very, very busy pit lane now, and of course I've got to be a little bit careful because they're here with the fuel and the fire extinguishers and cars coming charging in and everything else. So it's difficult to stay completely out of the way now, I'm afraid to say. Now I'm looking at the number 8. And I'm going to guess that it might be Darren Midgley. No, it's Ben Johansson on the helmet, waiting to get in the number 8 car, but that isn't a name we have here, is it?
No.
Oliver Furnell or Darren Midgley are the two to choose from.
Yeah, I mean, I'd guess Darren Midgley because he's got AMG Mercedes overalls, and of course Darren Midgley is Mercedes F1 pit equipment designer, so I'm going to guess it's him.
Well done, Sherlock. I think we'll go with that.
Now, looking further down the order as well, I'm going to wait for the timing screen to update, but with the safety car being deployed, I'm still none the wiser as to the original cause of the safety car.
Johnny Milner's in.
Yeah, so Johnny Milner's dived into the pit lane. I think we have lost the NJM's PDC's car, Adam Bird, who handed over to Grant Grove. I think Grant Grove has gone missing somewhere out on circuit. We'll try and figure out exactly where. We're looking at the cameras. We've got a JCB or a telehandler
going out of Cops Corner.
Coming out of Cops. I can't see anything on the camera up towards the interlink with Maggots and Beckett's, but wherever that car is, it's just slightly out of our sight. It looks like he's almost straightening a barrier, doesn't it?
It does, but the barrier looks straight. Is he going to pluck something out from behind the barrier? Can't see. Well, it's the exit to Cops Corner on the inside that we're talking about. It's the safety car with its followers goes through. So who is actually on the track?
Grant Grove has gone missing, but where, I don't know.
Now, has Darren Stapleton been in? Yes, in fact, everybody. Turning it down to 28th. It's number 44, which doesn't seem to have been in. If it's still circulating. Oh, there we are. That was what the picture I was looking at. There's a small CCTV image. What's it going to... It's like when you go fishing for plastic ducks at the fun fair. So what are you going to get from the other side of the barrier?
Go on, Chris. I think we've got you down there with someone. Was that? I thought we had Chris. Right. Okay. So we've got a number of cars still in the pit lane getting all refueled. Just hearing just waiting to see what we're going to hear from Chris. I'm guessing he will try and pick up an interview for us in a few moments' time. But looking further down the order, who do we have now in cars? We're going to have to wait for them to come around again, aren't we? You can see Autotech Motorsport 2, that car having been in, that's Toby Owen has jumped out, and Reese Kello is now behind the wheel, so we can update that one as to Reese Kello is behind the wheel of that car. And Kahunas Racing, Costa Kritsis has jumped out, meaning that car treble 3, it says P. Truman, so that'll be Philip Truman, now behind the wheel of that one. It's all admin-y for the moment. Andrew Fells is still being shown as behind the wheel of the treble 8. Milner Racing no longer has Johnny Milner behind the wheel, so that will be Jack Wright, Jay Wright, well spotted. Who else do we have? Pro-Am Racing, car number 12, that has Will Hilliard behind the wheel, so Will Hilliard taking over from Richard Jepp. What about car number 8? That was one we're looking at. It is Darren Midgley, naturally with those overalls that we mentioned earlier on. Calamity, car number 121. That has got Andrew Hinch behind the wheel. That remains as we noted it down. So we're just looking further down the order. Lar Motorsport, have they been in? Yes, so Mike Collinge has been into the pit lane. We're just seeing it all of day live. Yeah, literally everybody has been in.
Yes.
Leon Bidgeway, however, the only recorded pit stop he's done is still that stop-go penalty.
Indeed.
I'm just looking as to...
He should have a second recorded, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
If he's made a second.
I mean, he's got to hand over still to Matthew Weymouth and Mike Morais, so whatever their plan is, it's a rather unique one. A few cars caught at pit exit, of course, as the safety car is working its way through Copse Corner. The red lights will very quickly flash on and close pit exit to sort of minimise the chance of cars just working their way out into the middle of the field. Original Checkers Racing have returned, car number 67. It says Thomas Hendry is now behind the wheel. I'll wait for that one. Go on, Chris. I think we've got an interview with somebody down there.
Oh, sorry about that. I lost you then, so I wasn't sure whether you'd handed down to me or not. I've managed to get Gordy Much. You said you wanted the interview after a thoroughly entertaining stint there. Gordy, I mean, first of all, I know we were just speaking for a second off air there. With a big smile on your face, you were enjoying that battling, and I can't believe you just told me the first time you sat in that car was this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I've ever had so much fun in a race. I think, like, engineer popped over the radio to tell me, yeah, you're an hour 30 into the stint. It felt like 20, 30 minutes. There, the entire first hour was just side to side. It was brilliant. It was great fun. Managed to, you know, once things split up a little bit, I managed to get ahead, and then just basically started pulling out a bit of a gap. Managed to recatch the top guys, which was a bit tricky considering I was completely on my own. I felt a bit lonely out there with no tow, but we still managed to catch the front guys and get ourselves into the lead. And then I did see what the safety car was for. Quite literally in the last sector, safety car came out, so I told the guys to box straight away as soon as I saw that. And yeah, that was great fun.
The flip side to that, though, is that what we were hearing is that because you were on your own without all the slipstream, is that you've had to take on a lot more fuel in that refuel.
Well, yeah, the two facts. So the 12 car, the other Pro-Am racing car, the driver is a little bit lighter than me. And number two, because I was, you know, on my own for a lot of that stint, just naturally, we burned a bit more fuel without the tow. When you're in the tow around other cars, naturally you're lifting a little bit more. You're not burning as much fuel. Because I was on my own for so much of that stint, ultimately it's meant that we've just had to spend a tiny bit longer in the pits. So the 12 cars jumped us a little bit, but you know, I think they're heading the field now, or they will be when the pit strategies come around in cycle. So, you know, both cars have had a really, really good, strong first stint, and yeah, great fun.
I mean, that's the thing. You're summing it up with what you're saying and the way you're saying it is that we talk about these EnduroKAs, is that everybody gets out with a smile on their face, but you've got to take us to how different it is to drive something like this to we're used to seeing you in a GT car.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit different from my Lotus Emira GT4. I was kind of joking away with the guys. fantastic practice for when I'm back for British GT in a few weeks' time. It's lovely to do a little bit of sightseeing. I've got a little bit more time on the straights to look around, have a look at the curbs, see the bumps. You notice a little bit more when you're going a bit slower. So yeah, really, really different. I mean, like you said earlier, this morning was the first ever time that I sat in the car. So a little bit of a learning curve. But to be honest, the car is, you know, extremely easy to drive. So it makes it an absolute doddle. And with how close the racing and how close the cars are performance-wise, it just makes for great fun, and anyone can jump in, anyone can do it, and it's a kind of racing series for everyone.
I agree, and there's a big thing on momentum, isn't there? Keeping the momentum going in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be touching that brake pedal. It's like really, really feathering that brake. As soon as you kill off the speeds, as it done, you ain't getting it back. In a big GT car, I'm used to backing off a bit, slamming down the power, and I've got, you know, 450 odd horsepower to get me back up to speed. And this, I've only got what, like 65 horsepower. So yeah, a little bit of a different. Turn one's flat out. I've never done that before. So that's, yeah, it's good fun. Yeah, good fun. Yeah.
Well, it's great to speak to you, Gordy. Thank you very much for that, and a great first stint.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Guys, I think that kind of summed up what you were expecting to hear from Gordy, wasn't it? Very different to a GT4 car. And, I mean, the smile, I think it was as wide as this garage door opening there, wasn't it?
Yes, indeed. Well, the car, as he feared, has lost a few more places. So after that round of pit stops, the car's number 8 in 9th place. And it's now in the hands of Darren Midgley. And the cars it was circulating with when Gordy Much was out in it, number 8 is 9th. I'm sorry, I was not picking out the Gordy Much car there, was I? That's number 8. Darren Midgley now in it, and the Pro-Am car number 12 in the lead. Let's do it the easy way. 81 is leading. 81 in the lead, an early leader, now in the hands of Darren Stapleton. I think doing the second stint actually. I don't think there was a change to Ian Mitchell at that car's first pit stop. Pro-Am Racing in second place, number 12. That's Will Hilliard now driving it, the car that he's taken over from Richard Jepp. In third place is number 46. That's the car that was being driven by Johnny Milner, who's now Jack Wright at the wheel of it. And in fourth place, we should be getting through in a moment, number 112, now being driven by Simon Bonham in place of Robert Thomas. Oh, it hasn't come through yet, it's quite some way back. That's in fifth place. Fifth place we have number 121, and that is now Andrew Hinch replacing Marcus Batty. And then in sixth place is 96. Now that's come up from starting, that was the car that started at the very back, isn't it? From the pit lane, in fact. Now Simon Childs at the wheel of it, I think, and it is in sixth place. That's come up well, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, especially starting, like you say, in the pit lane. That's been a brilliant drive from there. I'm just updating my sheet as to who is now behind the wheel of what car. But yeah, Darren Stapleton, he's stayed in that car whilst he's been into the pit lane. I'm convinced he started that car, so doing quite, whilst it is a shared car, it's only shared between two drivers, but of course there's the 2 hours 20 minute max driving time that they may have to worry about as well.
Yes, indeed. So the lead is held by car number 81, which is 18.5 seconds ahead of the second place number 12, Darren Stapleton, number 81, Will Hilliard in number 12. And then Jack Wright in the ex-Johnny Milner car, number 46, is in third place. And he is not that far behind Will Hilliard. But these cars are not necessarily be going at the same pace as they were in the hands of their first drivers. the challenge now is to identify quick drivers who are at the moment languishing mid-teens or even in the wet 20s. Am I right in thinking, Jack, that everybody is still circulating, or have we lost one or two?
I haven't seen a return since the safety car from NJM's PDCs of Grant Grove, car number 2 at the moment, so I think they're still missing. LDR Performance Tuning, I haven't seen anything more from them. Team Lifeline, I think they are back out there, but of course they spent a number of laps in the pit lane. So too did Subaru Racing. Usher Motorsports, it should have Luke Usher behind the wheel. I think they're still out and running. So I think we're, what, from 35 down to 33 still out there and running at the moment, and with 3 minutes and 3 hours and 10 minutes of the race remaining. Of course, we've got further pit stops still to be made, and Leon Bidgeway did come into the pit lane and hand over handed over to Mike Marais. Go on, Chris, you're down in the pit lane.
Yeah, the 49 car's back in the garage. It had some kind of off at Cops, and Lawrence is having a laugh still, saying they reckon he fell asleep because he's saying he had to avoid a bit of debris that was on the track, and he said, but no one else has reported that, so we don't know whether he fell asleep at the wheel. And I said, well, where did he go off? He says, I don't know. He's gone and managed to find a piece of concrete because he's done some damage to the front of this car. But they are desperately trying to get it repaired. The front bumper is being sorted. They're replacing the radiator at the front, which is... They're not very gentle with these cars, I'm not going to lie. They're being quite rough at getting in, but there's bits of broken covers of the indicator shields and everything, but they are trying to get it back out again, and I assume that is what caused the safety car.
It sounds like it. Thanks for that description, Chris. You like to muck in and help out, because I see one of the drivers is, I think.
That's Lawrence Davey on the floor, I think. Overalls, presumably for
correct
for fueling. So Lawrence Davey, like you say, not driving this weekend, just helping out run his team. But Darren Stapleton in the lead of the race. I've just noticed 19.5 seconds to the good now.
It's gone up.
Yeah, really starting to pull away from car number 12. Of course, we saw Richard Jett behind the wheel. It's now Will Hilliard gone.
Yeah, their last laps actually were very similar. 120.526 for the leader, 120.645. Yes, it's slightly slower, but not that much. So he's only falling away gradually, but those two are pretty clear. Well, Jack Wright in the picture as well, the Johnny Milner car, number 46 in 3rd place, is in the picture, 3.2 seconds adrift of the Will Hilliard Pro-Am racing car. The car that's the other one of that leading trio before the safety car came out, the Darren Midgley driven car, is now in 11th place. And that's a loss of the place, isn't it? About what it was when Darren took it over. Anyway, it is in 11th place, number 8.
I've had it confirmed as well in terms of the cause of the safety car. I received a message from Richard Pearson saying that the NJM's PDC's car, I'm guessing that's the car he was referring to, found the barrier on the inside of Copse Corner, hence why they had to try and get that barrier straight again. And by the time we saw it, that car had already been taken behind the barrier to safety. So presumably, that was the cause of the safety car, which may have also meant if that car spun around and left some stricken bodywork, that was the bodywork that had to be avoided by the LDR Performance car.
Right, so well done. Keep on answering the questions that arise. That's information explaining something away. It's the only safety car we've had so far. And only the first 3 cars have now are on the same lap at the moment. 81 laps completed by the top 3. And I think I'm right in saying that 112 in 4th place is a lap down.
Yeah, AFK Racing didn't have the best lap that time through, so behind the wheel of that car is Natalie Knowles at the moment. 3 places lost, unfortunately, on the lap prior. So lost out to 3 Amigos and Phil Hinson, lost out to car number 8, the second of the 2 Pro-Am racing cars. Gordy Mudd just handed over to Darren Midgley, so he's worked his way through. And Kahuna's race team, of course, that was initially driven by Costa Creasis. It's now Phil Treeman behind the wheel. He's worked his way through past Natalie Knowles as well. So not the best lap from Natalie, whatever happened. Looking at the lap time, 1 minute 24, maybe a small mistake or just picked the wrong side of some traffic. But yeah, good spot. Only the top 3 are still on the same lap. at the moment. And it's nice to see that even though we've got cars running around, even if we take Subaru Racing as an example, or even Usher Motorsport, they're, what, 10 laps down Usher Motorsport, 32 laps down a Subaru Racing, but the motivation is still there. Get that car back out, because you've got no idea what you could still scratch away from a result.
Yeah, now we're coming up to the 2-hour mark, in the sense of 2 hours run, 3 hours to go in 6 minutes time, and at that point we'll try and give you a complete rundown of the order as it is at that time, which may well be subject to safety cars and changes and spins and incidents and goodness knows what, but to give ourselves an objective in terms of giving you an impression of the way the race is going. This is just under 6 minutes. It'll be 2 hours to go, 3 hours to go.
Just quickly looked up as well there, Guy Wilkinson in the Orca Sport car number 74 ran very wide on the exit of Copse. I don't know whether he was just trying to let some traffic through and got carried away and when it truly got off the circuit, but there's a brilliant battle going on. That's between the 747 La Motorsport car with Mike Kalinge behind the wheel. Whereabouts is he when we look at the order? Currently sat in 9th place, still fighting away with 3 Amigos and Phil Hinson. He's got number 65 Autotech Motorsport 2 car of Reece Kello just up the road, so there's still plenty going on, and that's the battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, I think 10th and potentially even 11th are there as well, just nipping away in the background. Up the inside goes 114. I think they're trying to unlap themselves, KM Racing at the moment. So 114 KM Racing of Andrew Malpass, yeah, they're right the way down in 17th place. He's got every right to try and unlap himself if he feels he is the quicker car.
That's right. The second place is becoming closer, or is it not? No, perhaps it's not suddenly gone up again. I was thinking that the gap between Will Hilliard in the Pro-Am car in 2nd place and Jack Wright now in the Johnny Milner racing car in 3rd place was coming down. It was barely over a second. It's now just over 2 seconds, 2.3 seconds. That's 2nd to 3rd. And the gap 1st to 2nd, 18.3. Their lap time is pretty similar between Darren Stapleton in the lead and Will Hilliard in 2nd place. 81, of course, was the car that started from pole position, so it's no surprise to see it.
No, we've got
up front.
Just looking at the biggest moves so far. What of Costa Crixis's car number 333. That's back down into 10th place, but bearing in mind that car started in 18th, they're doing all right. I think the biggest is car number 96. Of course, that car started from the pit lane. Whereabouts have they worked their way up to? Oh, only 6th place. They started in the pit lane, so obviously they've got the natural delay before getting up to speed, and they will have had a standing start as well, compared to the rolling start that the drivers will have had on the grid. So they've done a brilliant job getting right the way up to 6th place at the moment. Into the pit lane comes car number 96. That is Porsche Carrera Motorsport, the car we're talking about. It's currently got Simon Childs behind the wheel. Are they running a slightly off-kilter strategy? I guess all will be revealed, because I'm sure Chris will be down there waiting to inform us of what it is that's going on. It stops outside the garage, so it's not anything too bad. And of course, it's 3 people working on a car when it's in the pit lane. When it's pushed into the garage, I think you're allowed more than that to get the car back right again. But the driver's door is open by the looks of that, and yeah, the fire extinguisher is ready, presumably. So I think we're going to get a driver change for that one, which leaves, let's have a look, car number 96. Mike Carey started, Simon Childs. You'd imagine it would be Ben Smithwell getting ready to get behind the wheel, but we'll wait for that to be confirmed from Chris down in the pit lane. Car number 275 is just come through us. That's Team Lifeline. They are still out there and running. Currently sat in 32nd place with Jake Lane behind the wheel. Another diver into the pit lane. That's car number 81, one of the cars we've been keeping an eye on. GM Performance, Darren Stapleton into the pit lane, presumably now to hand over to Ian Mitchell.
Yeah, and that was the one that right at the start of the safety car period came in, pulled up to the garage, but nobody was there waiting to receive him, and so turned around and carried straight back out again. So, you know, that didn't really go to plan in that safety car period for them, sadly.
Are we talking 81 here?
Yeah.
Well, in the end, I mean, after the safety car period had kind of ended, that was the one that was leading. And what are they doing now? We've got these on camera.
Yeah, so that means that they came into the pits but didn't actually make a pit stop. And it was really weird, that one. The 96 car is still refueling at the moment.
So they're going to rejoin behind, obviously, numbers 12 and 46. This is their second stop. But what the point you're making, Chris, is that their first stop was not really a
correct
effective one.
Yeah, it just came in and went straight back out again because nobody was there.
Right, okay. So that means that we have a fight on our hands, or we were hoping to have a fight on our hands, but in fact the gap has gone up between the cars that were in second and third places, numbers 12 and 46. It was a very small gap, it's now in double figures.
Yeah, what of car 96 as well, Porsche Carrera Motorsport, with Simon Childs jumping out, presumably Ben Smithwell ready to get in. They're dropping down the order now. They've come down from what was 6th place. They're classified in 13th, but of course there are still more cars coming through and breaking the beam, so that car will drop ever more down through the order. And of course GM Performance, now as we've had Will Hilliard over the line, will get put a lap down.
But for 96, this is their second stop.
Yes, yes it is.
So, yeah, that's...
And I would suggest that they didn't refuel in their first stop because they're now on the second jug of fuel. So they've clearly just used most of it up, and they're absolutely brimming it this time.
Yeah, maybe a run to as close to the end as possible. We saw on the strategy board of LDR Performance Tuning, they are expecting a splash and dash at some point throughout this race. So
no, that was the 555 car.
Was that the 555? Yeah, that's a Subaru car.
That's the one. And then I got in trouble for showing it.
I may have just given up LDR's strategy as well, if they're planning on one as well. AFK Racing, that is car number 22, currently with Natalie Knowles behind the wheel, picking up 2 places on the lap prior, so working her way through and past the 747 of Mike Lynch. And go on.
Well, I said we were going to give the order, and there's 3 hours to go, so 2 hours gone. We are going to, in a moment, be at the 3 hour to go mark. We have just passed it, in fact. So this is the order. I'll just do the numbers. First, number 12, 87 laps completed. Second, number 46, 86 laps completed, but shortly complete 87. Third, number 112. Fourth, number 121. Fifth, number 125. Sixth, number 65. Seventh is 22. Eighth is 747. Ninth is number 8. 10th is 81. 11th is 888. 12th, number 3. 13th, number 180. 14th, number 126. 15th, number 114. 16th, number 21. 17th is 55. 18th, number 7. 19th, 64. 20th, 67. 21st, 95. 22nd, number 1. 23rd, 333. 24th, 74. 25th, 71. 26th, number 60. 27th is 96. 28th is 6. 29th is 76. 29th is 27. 30th, 44. 31st, number 2. 32nd, number 275. 34th, number 49, and 35th, number 555. So that's everybody accounted for, but the last couple not running, perhaps.
When you say accounted for, I think we've lost Kahuna's race team. Car number 333. Of course, we saw Costa Kritsis bring that car up from 18th right the way up to 3rd at one point. Currently has Philip Truman behind the wheel. However, they've got an exclamation mark next to their name. So too do Usher Motorsport and Luke Usher. Whatever's gone on, I haven't seen them come into the pit lane. And that may have just been me missing them, Chris. I'm looking on the cameras and I can't see them anywhere, but I fear we may have lost a couple more cars somewhere out there on circuit.
Yeah, well, obviously what I did was just a snapshot of the positions at that time, and things may happen.
Positions change absolutely every single lap in these, don't they, with just how close they run.
So 12 leads, Will Hilliard leads from number 46, Jack Wright, by 9.6 seconds. And they are way ahead of the only other car to have completed 88 laps, and that is number 112. 112 currently in the hands of Simon Bonham.
just monitoring that gap as well. 8.3 seconds at the moment from Will Hilliard to Jack Wright. Simon Bonham, as you say, quite a way back, over a minute back from those cars up the road. Go on.
Well, I say Jack Wright is going to close the gap down again, because it had gone up to more than you've just said. 8.3 is what it is now, but it was in the 9s. So maybe it was a one lap where the leader got stuck in traffic, but Will Hilliard out front in the number 12 car, which was started by Richard Jepp.
Did note as well, the three amigos, Paul Hinson running very wide on the exit of Beckett. We did also have kind of a 65, that is the Autotech Motorsport 2 car, currently being driven by Rhys Kello. The pair of those two went very wide because they're all fighting away with 747 LAR Motorsport and Mike Collins, but also just in front of them is the 121 Calamity car of Andrew Hinge. So they're in a brilliant little battle still fighting away. 8.3 seconds was the gap last time through. Over the line goes Will Hilliard to tick another lap in the book. We await the arrival of Jack Wright, so 8.3 to beat. What can Jack Wright do as he comes through and breaks the beam? It's 8.1, so another 0.2 gain. We've got car number 49, the LDR Performance Tuning car, presumably still with David Bywater behind the wheel, unless he's handed over to Nick Rice, being refueled and presumably ready to head back out on the circuit, which is great to see.
Yes, Andy Greer-Hardy started that car, didn't
Yes.
he? And that was the one that he was the one that Chris had a word with.
Whether that be a new gearbox or clutch or whatever it may be.
Something fairly major.
Now gone into that car, yeah, absolutely. So we're slowly starting to see those battles develop, and I fear without too much time, Jack Wright will start to close up ever more on Will Hilliard as the traffic will start to play a part. Over the line in a few moments' time, we'd expect to see Simon Bonham behind the wheel of the Catastrophe car. Again, as you say, the only car to still be on the lead lap, left in the top 3, because of course Milner Racing and Jack Wright only 8.1 seconds away. 1-1-2 of Catastrophe aren't too far away at all. I think they're just working their way over the line now. Yes, they are. That gap's coming down as well. 1.8 seconds to the leader. 1 minute and 8 seconds to the leader. 1 minute to Jack Wright. I think we've seen that up in the 112s at one point. So
yeah,
it's
you're
really
right,
starting to chip away at that time. However, over the line there goes Will Hilliard. So the gap from Will Hilliard to putting a lap over third place is only, what, 5-10 seconds? There's not much in it at all now.
Well, I think it's middle of the race really now. It's middle segment, and things have quietened down to some extent, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they've finally realised this is an endurance race, and the amount of fun that we had in the opening couple of hours of, whilst they're having great fun, I'm sure the cars maybe not, so they've still got to get to the end of the race. Down the Wellington Straight goes Will Hilliard. The gap from the leader has come down from 8.3 to 8.1 to 7.5 seconds.
Yes.
Jack Wright, whatever he's doing, it's working for him. Another half a second gained.
Yeah, so Jack Wright and his father George, they both raced regularly in MSV Track Day Trophy events. So they know the way around this kind of racing. So the gap first to second, 7.5, and Jack says that the gap's second to third is still quite a large one, but it's coming down.
I think actually that time it's come out again.
Oh.
So it's ebbing and flowing, but of course that can be traffic. 6.9 seconds the gap now between Jack Wright and Will Hilliard, so it's come down by over half a second that time, almost 7/10 of a second. So very well done from Jack, or 6/10 of a second. So very well done from Jack Wright. He's really unlocked some pace. Into the pit lane comes the 747 of LAR Motorsport. That's Mike Collins. He was fighting away very, very hard with both Rhys Kello and of course Nick Knowles and the number 8 Pro-Am racing car of Darren Midgley. So they were all fighting away. So we'll have to wait and see as to what Chris can report from the pit lane. Is that Mike Collins coming in to hand over to Duncan Macbeth? Pardon.
He's gone straight back out again, so I assume that he had a penalty.
Didn't see a stop go flash up, maybe we just missed that. Into the pit lane as well comes a Motorsport. We thought that car had gone missing, but it's just come down the pit lane, whether it's been recovered or what, and I don't know whether it's got any sort of damage. It might just be an optical illusion from here, but it looks like the right side of that car isn't exactly straight.
Oh, which one was that, sorry?
Car number 14, that's being Usher Motorsport with Luke Usher behind the wheel. Presumably David Usher will be the next one.
Which is also going all the way through. So there's obviously been a few penalties dished out, I would hazard a guess, from those pit stops that were going on, because they all have to do things in the right order and keep safe, and you know, even down to the things that the 3 people that are able to work on the car have to have their orange vests on, etc. So yeah, those 2 are straight drive-throughs.
Yeah, the reason why we've missed them is they've not popped up on the race control board. I'm just looking now on the fact, whilst TSL is a fabulous system, gives us all the information that we need, barring this, we haven't quite spotted that those cars have got drive-through penalties. There's been a change further down, that's for 15th and 16th respectively. So car number 21, K&F Racing, Tony Barson has managed to work his way through and past the cash-strapped racing car of Alex Tentori. Previously Ben Smith has started that car. 2 hours and 50 minutes remaining, and still on a mission, very aggressive up the inside, was car number 87, I think that was, or 81, pardon me, GM Performance. Ian Mitchell, of course, he's been given that car by Darren Stapleton, and it shows not pitting under safety car, or trying to pit under safety car, but the team not being ready. That's cost them rather dear, and they've come out right the way down in what is where are they now? 11th place. Sorry, 11th place compared to the cars that they were fighting with, 8th upwards really.
Meanwhile, the gap between the 2 leaders is, last time through it was 6.3 seconds. Just wait for it's come down a minimal amount that time, down to 6.205, so a 1/10 of a second pulled back. So Will Hilliard is obviously getting the message that was being caught by Jack Wright, and he's trying to get away from him again in the fight for the lead. There's no one else really at the moment in contention for the lead, is there? Because the 112 car is a long way back, albeit on the same lap. That's Simon Bonham in the car catastrophe.
I know, and we've still got obviously the potential of safety cars. We've got pit stops still to run as well, because we've got a number of drivers that in some teams, 2 drivers still yet to get behind the wheel as well, with 2 hours and 49 minutes of this race remaining. But Pro-Am Racing, car number 12, Will Hilliard, still leading the way. However, it's only by 6.2 seconds now, because Jack Wright is getting close. So we will await the arrival of Simon Bonham. I'd imagine he's not too far away in the 112 car. There he is, over the line. So he is now 1 minute and 7 seconds away. There is our leader just crossing the line, Will Hilliard, and what of Jack Wright? You should expect his arrival in 6.2 seconds, but I've got a feeling he's getting closer. There he is over the line, 6.2 seconds turns into 6.3. He's actually come out by a 10th this lap, just as we're starting to use it as an example.
And as far as the cars behind are concerned, Simon Bonham's last lap was 121.4, and Finch's, the next car, number 121, 121.4, 121.435. The previous car, 121.408. So there's nothing to choose between them.
No, absolutely
not.
Lap
times more or less the same.
Some of the gaps that we've got out there, I'm just looking, the smallest gap I think we've got, bearing in mind we've just seen them swap around, is car number 21, K&F Racing. That is Tony Barson behind the wheel. He's just worked his way through and past car number 55, that being Alex Tentori. The gap between them as they crossed the line was 0.377 of a second. Closest gap that we've got inside the top 10 really is between Reece Kello and Phil Hinson. So car number 1253 Amigos and car number 65, that's Autotech Motorsport 2. They're 5th and 6th respectively, and they're within a second of each other. So that's when you could see them starting to work together, potentially maybe bump draft. You see that a fair bit in the Enduro car series. Over the line goes Will Hilliard. Jack Wright back down to 6.2 seconds, albeit he was in a lot of traffic that lap, so he's managed that gap beautifully well. 6.2 seconds after how long we've been racing, 2 hours and 12 minutes, 13 minutes. Jack Wright, 6.2 seconds, that's absolutely nothing.
Yes, lap times then very similar amongst the leading pair. But the car in third place is nearly a second a lap. So, and he's going to be lapped, isn't he, I think?
Yeah, I think he is. LDR Performance Tuning back into the pit lane as well. David Bywater, back towards you, Chris.
Yeah, and that one is, I mean, they've done a brilliant job to get that back out again, but sadly he's been ignoring a black and orange flag for the last 3 laps, and he was about to get that turned to a black flag, but thankfully the team have brought him in. And what it is quite a simple one, is that they are seeing through the window as it's going past that the left belt has either come undone or come loose and was not connected, so that in other words the hands device would do nothing in an incident. So they had to bring him in, screech of tyres, they've got that sorted, got it tightened up, and he's back out onto the circuit.
It's amazing to see the eye that the scrutineers, race control and whoever else have spotted that through the windscreen as well. That's a very good eye indeed, but of course safety has to be at the top of the priority list. So Will Hilliard, his gap has gone from 7.3 to 7.1 to what, 6.5 to 4.4. Whatever has happened, it looks like visually it wasn't necessarily a slower lap from Will Hilliard, it was just a monster lap from Jack Wright back into the 1:19s. He's only 0.2 away from the fastest lap of the race, which is currently held by that car.
Yeah, so that's the one that's keep an eye on. That's the ex-Johnny Milner car, isn't it? One that Johnny Milner started.
Yeah, of course, Johnny Milner setting that fastest lap of the race, the 1:19.672 that still stands, and Jack Wright with a 1:19.854. It's a very quick lap indeed, 4.4 seconds, so in theory 4.5. When you look at it, I thought we had a puncher there for one of the cars. I think it was just nipping through shot at the wrong angle that maybe looked like that. But I think we've got Chris down there. Go on.
Yeah, just a quick update. 49 is that I've just pointed out to Lawrence that he's probably not updated who his driver is, which he's just run off to do because it's Nick that's out there now, Nick Rice.
It's Nick Rice that's out there. So
and it wasn't that the belt had come undone, it was that it sort of slipped off on the left shoulder, so it wasn't operating fully with the hands device and everything.
Still, that's an even smaller target for them.
I think, sadly, they saw it just as they pushed it back, and he then pulled off, and everything was too late then. So they saw it while it was still in the pit lane, and it was too late.
Right, okay, that makes sense. So we've got Nick Rice behind the wheel of the LDR Performance Tuning
Is he
car.
the second or the third driver of that car?
He's
now?
the third driver, because
so
we've seen Andy
David Bywater's already driven it.
Yes, David Bywater has been it, and Andy Greer-Hardy started that car. I'm just looking, Kahuna's race team, car 333, with what was Phil Truman behind the wheel. I haven't seen it come through. Chris, you might need to do some investigating and try and find the Kahuna's car and figure out where it is.
We've got a battle building up for the lead, though, haven't we? Because the gap is now down to 3.7 seconds, first to second. Still, it's number 12 then, which leads the way, Will Hilliard, but Jack Wright in the number 46 car is edging ever closer.
Yeah, the yellow blob in Will Hilliard's rearview mirror will be getting larger and larger and larger by way of Jack Wright, just continuing to lap quicker and quicker and quicker. Last time through, he was almost exactly 0.3 away from the fastest lap of the race, which, may I remind you, is currently held by that car. So 3.795 of a second was the gap. Through past underneath us and breaking the beam is Will Hilliard. Here comes Jack Wright, over the line he will go. What can he do about bringing that gap down? 3.795 to beat. It's come out by around about 0.2, so in fact almost exactly 0.3 of a second. So Jack Wright slightly slower that time through, but again he had a bit of traffic to deal with, so it can be forgiven. But the fastest lap of the race, as being displayed if you're watching the stream, still goes the way of Milner Racing with that 1:19.672. I'm surprised that Simon Bonham hasn't been lapped as of yet. He's managing the pace of the catastrophe car very well, Chris.
The 333 car is still out there, is still circulating, but it's got a 2-lap penalty, so I assume that's the thing that's against it. And that was because the fuel cap was open when it came in, but it is circulating because the team's in there watching its progress.
Okay, so 2-lap penalty to be applied come the end of the race for that car. So
I think they tend to apply it instantly, actually, on the timing, which is why it's dropped away.
This is car which one?
Treble 3.
It is well down. It's in 22nd place, and it's 3 laps behind.
Yeah, so it's had the 2 laps already applied.
Yeah, so it would only be 1 lap behind, without the penalty.
And we've got car 21 in the pit lane. It looks like for a driver swap as well. So K&F Racing, presumably that's Tony Barson handing over to Adam Bettinson. You may need to confirm that for us, Chris. We'll use and abuse you whilst you're down there.
Because it was Simon Top who started.
Yes, Simon Top started that car, handed over to Tony Barson, and I'd imagine Adam Bettinson is now behind the wheel. the lead gap back into the 3-second margin, 3.9 seconds. Jack Wright to Will Hilliard. It's only going one way at the moment, isn't it?
Well, most laps it is, but there's
Yeah.
an occasional where it's not as if it's coming down in hefty chunks. It's coming down in little bits.
And go bite-sized pieces, shall we?
Bite-size, that's the word I was looking for, yes.
Just looking as well, Simon Bonham, whilst he is still out there, last time through a 1 minute 20.926 compared to Will Hilliard's 1 minute 20.281. I'd imagine they're not far away from being lapped at all now. We'll wait and see. Go on, Chris, you've got someone down there.
No, I just confirmed that it is Adam in the 21 car.
Right, okay, so Adam Bettinson now behind the wheel of that car.
As the third driver.
Yes, as the third driver to get into that EnduroKA. Over the line now goes car number 3. That is Wingat Racing. So with Michael Rice behind the wheel, I'd imagine they've still got Matthew Weymouth still to hand over to. I'm waiting for the arrival of Catastrophe. Have they just gone across the line? Yes, they have. But immediately the timing screen resets as Will Hilliard breaks the beam. The lead gap must have come down from 3.9 to something much less than that. Best part of 3.6.
Yeah.
So Jack Wright continuously, as you said, just taking those bite-sized chunks out of our leader into the pit lane. We've got another pit caller. That was car number 180. So Shine Automotive coming in. Adrian Wood started that car. Thomas Wood bringing that car into the pit lane. I'd imagine it will either be Colin French or Nathan Brown to get behind the wheel. You'll have to update us on that one as and when it happens, Chris. But again, we're seeing those packs start to form. There's a brilliant one just heading in towards Maggots and Beckett's now, being led by the 275 Team Lifeline car. They've got 3 Amigos just nipping their way up through the inside. The number 65 Autotech Motorsport car is involved in that little battle. Stosu is original Chequers Racing. We've also got another couple of cars closing up. That's the 121 of Calamity. Andrew Hinch behind the wheel of that car is involved. And I think the final out of all of that is LDR Performance Tuning with Nick Rice having just taken over that EnduroKA ran by LDR Performance Tuning. And those packs are forming. You can see it, Chris.
Yeah, just to update you on the 95 car that's down here, the one that had the change to WKD Motorsport. And of course, it is still being run by Graves Motorsport as well down here. It's getting back into the car of that 95 Rosfold. So he started and he's getting back in again now.
So we've still got Marcus Clutton.
Yes, Marcus Clutton hasn't.
Yeah, and he's still in his jeans, so I'm going to find out in a moment what the plan is.
Needed. Yes.
Yeah. So, shove the mic in his face with the camera as well. We'll figure out exactly what's going on.
Is he going to do the final 2 hours 20 minutes?
Yeah.
We'll doorstop him and put some pressure on him, shall we? Well, they're strapping in us on the camera. Marcus, are you going out?
I'll do a little bit at the end, yeah. I'll let Ross do a bit more, let these guys have a bit of fun, and then we'll probably do the last hour and a half, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I love the fact that you're going out at this. I mean, you'll just go out and race anything, frankly, wouldn't you? But is there a bit of driver coaching as well?
Yeah, so the idea is bring on the guys. They're new to racing. They've only done 2 rounds of Ford KA before, never done anything else, so I'm just trying to help them, guide them through, and yeah, and, you know, myself, I'll drive anything, I don't mind. It's all good fun, isn't it?
It is, and I mean, but again, we were speaking to Gordy as well, the difference between the GT car and something like this. I mean, this is good fun, there's momentum becomes important, things like that. But how do you switch your brain from one thing to the other? I
don't know, really, I just do. Yeah, it's obviously a very different driving style, and but it's good fun, and there's lots to learn, and that's why I've put the guys in this, and I think they can learn a lot, and they might never leave KAs. I don't think they're going to go on to anything else. They're very happy doing what they're doing, but you know, there's lots to learn, and even for myself, I enjoy it. You know, regardless, yesterday I was in an Audi R8, today I'm in a Ford KA, but it's just good. I just like me driving. It's
a tough life, but someone's got to do it, haven't they? I mean, it's just brilliant. I mean, and that is the great thing of this, is that I think it's important to remember you're supposed to enjoy your motorsport as well as being the career element to it for the likes of yourself. Yeah, 100%. This is pure enjoyment. It's certainly from what we're doing this weekend. It's as long as everyone's smiling, regardless of the pace or the result. If we're smiling, that's good enough for us. Thanks, Marcus. So there you go, there's the answer. We will see him, and I had to double check, like you say, because he was stood there like the whole of this time. He's in his jeans and his trainers and everything like that. So we are going to see him out on circuit. It's quite a good approach, really, because he runs the car for the guys who paid their money to him. But if he's standing there in his overalls and holding his helmet, that puts them under pressure, doesn't it? Because you know, they've got this star driver hotching around trying to get in the car, but he's not like that. He's just relaxed. He's standing to one side in civvies,
to get changed. But you say an hour and 20 minutes, I think it was, he said?
Yeah, something like that. I have noticed as well, we've got Mike Morais into the pit lane, number 3 Wingate Racing, and I think we also spotted NJM Racing coming in, car number 6. That's got Peter Simmons behind the wheel. Is that David Murphy potentially getting back in? Because of course that's one of the few 2-driver cars that we've got out there. All will be revealed. Will Hilliard's lead, 2.3 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say, yes, it's come down, but is it almost getting outside the bite-sized chunks realm now, aren't we? Into a real mouthful
yeah,
of
we're getting there,
reduction.
Yeah, well, I think we've just leapfrogged forkful, I suppose is probably the best way to put it, really, haven't we? So, Will Hilliard, he will slowly see the Milner car getting closer and closer and closer in his rear-view mirror. He's still dealing with traffic, but so too do both of them. The catastrophe car is showing up as half a second. I think that's now because Simon Bonham has been lapped by the cars up the road. Heading in towards Brooklands now is our race leader, car number 12 of Will Hilliard, and you can see just how close Jack Wright is if you're watching the stream. He's well and truly there. There is Jack Wright. Simon Bonham, whilst he's displaying in 3rd place, he's a lap down, unfortunately, now is Simon Bonham, but all that can come unravelled through one of a number of avenues that may still take place in this race. But Will Hilliard, 2.38 was the gap last time through as they break the beam. There goes Will Hilliard, 2.38 to 1.48, so 9/10 gained in the space of 1 lap for Jack Wright. He's well and truly there.
Yeah, 12 and 46 there are the 2 cars we're focusing on now. They're fighting for the lead as 3 sets off again. That's been a change, has it, to...
Presumably so. It was Mark Morais behind the wheel. I'm guessing Matthew Weymouth will get in for his first stint. But I guess we wait and see. 6 is still in. We've also had, unfortunately, Team Lifeline back into the pit lane. So whatever's going on there, hopefully it's just a planned stop. But at the moment, it's 275 rolling down the pit lane with Jake Lane behind the wheel. There's still 2 other drivers yet to get in, Chris. Yeah,
this looks like it's just going to be a routine stop because they got 2 of the dump jugs full of fuel. So, well, no, sorry, actually 1.5 they've got to be precise. I've just seen the sun shining through the second one. So in it comes, off comes that pain in the neck fuel cap for them. And the full jug's going to be upturned. Then they release the valve so that gravity can now start doing its job, and it all goes, well, they hope it's all going to go. Of course, it gets a little bit tricky. They have to sort of twist it round, spin it round so that it's not going a full dump, and of course it just sucks the air out and it slows down. If they spin it so it goes like water going down a plug hole, round and round and round, it's sort of allowing some air to come guzzling back up into it is the theory at the very least, but it does get a little bit tricky for them at the bottom end sometimes. But in goes the one, then they will put the second jug, which, as I say, is only half of it there, and I'm not sure. What have we got left now?
In terms of time,
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours just over.
Yeah, so, I mean...
We're halfway through.
Splash dash, maybe, towards the end. Yeah, so the good news is, the important part in picking up on your question is that, yeah, routine stop.
Right, the leaders are absolutely together now. So the gap as they went over the line, completing their 106th lap, was just 0.388 of a second. So although we're watching a car being refueled, it's a long way back down the order. In fact, in 32nd place. What would be good to see is the battle for the lead. There we are, and they've swapped round, haven't they?
They have indeed. Jack Wright into the lead of the race. It's not like we were treated to a battle or anything. He just sort of appeared and he was like, okay, I'm taking the lead, and has done it, and will now try and build that gap. I mean, they could have battled a bit, couldn't they? That would have been nice. But rolling down the pit lane now is car number 11, so the 11/10 racing car. I've still got noted down that Brian Crawford is behind the wheel. Let's have a quick look at the timings to see if it is still the case.
Byron Crawford, no.
It's Paul Stout, pardon me.
Paul Stout
Byron
took it
Crawford
over.
started that car.
Yeah.
Paul Stout, yeah. So there's still potentially Jean-Luc or Johnny Elia, however you refer to him, and Paul Pierce to get in. I was looking at the cars that have recently come into the pit lane, and we have indeed seen a change. The car that was started by Leon Bridgeway, then taken over by Mike Morais, is now in the hands of Matthew Weymouth. That's car number 3, Wingate Racing, so Matthew Weymouth is now behind the wheel. We did also see car number 6, that's NJM Racing. I've got it down now that David Murphy has got back into that car. Of course, he's the driver that started.
That would be the rotation, yes.
Yeah, so they've done a full rotation. David Murphy back in, and we will see more and more pit callers as the race goes on. Chris?
Yeah, the number 11 jumping into that one this time round is Paul Pierce in his bright red overalls, and getting him tucked straight in. No fuel this time, so it's just driver out, driver back in again. And it's worth also reporting that I have to say I've not even really seen any of the teams even bothering to look at tyres, so it's almost as if there is no concern about their tyres during the course of this race, and they'll just rock on. But no fuel for the number 11. Driver strapped in, pushed back, and they're going to get this car back underway.
Well, unless it's a legacy of previous races, we're just watching a shot now which shows quite a lot of marbles, in other words, bits of tyre, bits of rubber lying off just off the racing line. So I think the tyres are wearing out, but maybe they'll have a more detailed check of them at the next pit stop or the next but one as the race nears its end.
You'd imagine it would be the front tyres that would wear a
Yes.
lot more naturally, because they've got the weight of the engine and they do all the work. They do the power, they do the turning, they do absolutely everything that involves that car, and the rear axle's more or less just there to keep the back of the car off the ground and probably have a bit of fun along the way. So the rear tyres should definitely make it. The front tyres, you will start to feel them fall off as the race wears on. Jack Wright, having got in front of Will Hilliard, hasn't exactly pulled
No,
away.
he's not,
Last time
has
they
he?
broke the beam, yeah, only 0.3 of a second. Simon Bonham still a lap down, and hasn't got too much by way of attacking back. Rhys Kello, however, and Phil Hinson, 4th and 5th respectively, 65 Autotech Motorsport and 125 Three Amigos. A pair of those two have been having a great scrap for the final couple of spots in the top 5, and they're still only 0.3 apart. And if they continue to battle, 1.8 seconds back is the 121 car. That's being Calamity and Andrew Hinch behind the wheel at the moment, so they could be involved. That could be 3 cars fighting over the final few spots in the top 5.
Yeah, Andrew Hinch's lap time slightly slower than the 2 cars ahead of him, whose lap times are almost identical. But it could well be that Andrew Hinch can close in. But certainly the lead situation is still close, even though it may be switched in the order a couple of laps ago. So Jack Wright leads. He's not getting away from Will Hilliard at the moment.
No.
In fact, Will Hilliard closes up as they dive down into Beckett's. Through Beckett's they go onto the Wellington Straight.
We also won't see Andrew Hinch close up on the cars up the road, because the 121 Calamity car dived into the pit lane. I'm waiting to see a helmet appear and a driver back out. And if there is, I'm guessing we'll see Marcus Batty jump back into that car. We've also got car number 22 coming down the pit lane, AFK Racing. It's currently got Natalie Knowles behind the wheel, still Nick Berg and Tim Parsons to jump behind the wheel. So the pit lane, I think, is going to become busier and busier once again.
Lapping a slower car there, second place number 12. May have lost a little bit of ground to the, not a lot though. There's still hanging on the tail of number 46, the leader, Jack Wright.
Further callers to the pit lane, car number 44. That's Graves Motorsports, currently with Catherine Shipp behind the wheel. You'd imagine Stuart Kinner would get in. And then the lapped car, more annoyingly, I'm sure, for Will Hilliard, that just cost him a bit of time, went straight into the pit lane. So it's currently got Grant Grove behind the wheel. There's still Ewan McGuinness and Kat Sells to jump in. So traffic's becoming an issue with everybody merged into one sort of race at the moment. You can see the rear left, the inside rear of the Pro-Am Racing number 12 machine heading through Brooklands, lifting that inside rear just with the amount of steering lock and the weight transfer on that car. Chris will be down there in a busier pit lane, so I'm sure he will have plenty of stories to bring us as this race wears on. Somebody we've not talked about since they really fell out of the lead of the race, that being Darren Midgley, of course, car number 8 Pro-Am Racing, previously started by Gordy Much. They're still lapping fairly quickly, 1:20s fairly consistently as well. However, they are slowly being caught, I fear, from the cars behind. If anything, they're falling away from the cars up the road. Whilst the cars behind have had a slightly troublesome lap, they were diving into the pit lane, so it's bought them a bit of time. Over the line, we're going 3 wide, and I think only 2 of them are actually fighting for position. One of them was the 747 La Motorsport car in the hands of Mike Collins, but it just shows you don't necessarily need to be fighting for a position. You could just, you might not have any idea what position you're in or what position they're in. You go, okay, I'll stick it up the inside.
Right, 22 is in the pits then. So who are we putting that into in the hands of now? Nick Berg.
Nick Berg or Tim Parsons. Go on, Chris.
Yeah, just to update you on the tyre situation, just chatting to a few of the people down here, and the situation is, last year they didn't change any tyres. However, the front left was sort of like fairly dead, to say the least, but they were able to go the full way, and that was only one safety car last year as well. And if they do need to change, they won't start looking at, even bother looking at them until the very last pit stop, and it will be if that front left, not is it bad, but is it going to destroy before the end of the race, then they might change it, but it'll literally be that one front left tyre probably is the only one that they'll change. Otherwise, they expect them to be able to last to the end of the race.
The point being, of course, that they don't have knock-off centre lock wheels, do they? You've got to undo studs. How many studs? Four.
Four of them, by the looks of it. And the other key issue is that the guys were saying that your biggest problem is that where they're really, really hot, you've got to be really gentle with it, because otherwise you can cross-thread them just because of the heat. And as soon as you do that, that's it, game over.
So there's several reasons why it's not a good idea to have to change your tyres.
Yeah, exactly. They will not do it unless they absolutely have to. Now, the interesting one is the 555 car that was in having the new gearbox put in. They obviously did change tyres. They may as well. They were in there for a good chunk of time doing that. But yeah, the cars that are out there, they will only change one tyre if they absolutely have to. If they change more than that, then they're putting more work in than they need to.
Well, Jack, what is apart from the closeness of the leading pair, what's close?
Further down the order, Andy Burton, car number 1. He's just actually jumped up the order because we've got cars in the pit lane. He's not that far away from the car with that 2-lap penalty, the treble 3 of Phil Truman. So they're now fighting over what is 15th and 16th. They're only, what, 8/10 apart now. So not too much to separate the pair of those two. We're waiting for a brilliant battle to cross the line. That is car 747, car number 21. They're not on the same lap. Car number 21 is down in 21st place in car 747 with who is it that's behind the wheel? That's Mike College. Is up there in 8th place, and they're having a great little scrap as they cross the line. So they're on opposite ends of the order, but fighting away like it's for the lead.
And that's the fun to be had, because not everybody can win the race, can they? And just pick up a playmate and have fun.
We do now have Nick Berg behind the wheel, car number 22, AFK Racing. So Nick Berg, presumably at the end of his stint, he will hand over to Tim Parsons to bring that car home. Car number 121, having crossed the line, the name hasn't changed. I'm assuming it was Marcus Batty that started, then Andrew Hinch got in. I think Andrew Hinch has remained in the car, and the leaders just working their way through Maggots and Beckett's. I've got to say, with the rate that Jack Wright closed, I was expecting him to pull away.
I agree with you, yes. It looked as though he was going to be able to do so, but he just hasn't. And whether this is because Will Hilliard has thought, well, it's quite sensible, actually, at this stage, to just sit behind the car that is leading. Only if it begins to break away do you then have to settle for the situation, but at the moment, just sit there.
We have also had Marcus Batty jump behind the wheel once again. I apologize, I thought it was Andrew Hinch that stayed there, but Marcus Batty is now behind the wheel of Calamity Racing, car number 121. But the battle we saw between 747 and car number 21 will come to an end, because into the pit lane comes the 747 Lar Motorsport car. Of course, that's now in the hands of Mike Collins. You'd imagine Duncan Macbeth will get behind the wheel, but if he does, he will not be able to run it to the end of the race, because there's 2 hours and 23 minutes remaining, and you can only run for a maximum of 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah. And 2 hours and 20 minutes nearly elapsed, haven't they?
2 hours and 20 minutes well and truly elapsed.
Well, yes, I was the wrong side of the countdown.
So with 2 hours and 22 and a half minutes remaining, it's still Jack Wright leading the way, but he's not pulling away from Will Hilliard. Half a second separates a pair of those two, and the closest cars we've got on circuit are both on the same lap. It's not like we do have other cars that are sort of nose to tail, but they're well and truly, like, we've got some that are 2 or 3 laps apart and still fighting away like it's for position, which is brilliant to see and got every right to fight. But Jack Wright, yeah, we were expecting him to pull away. It's not quite worked that way. He's still only lapping, what, half a second away from the overall fastest lap of the race, so keeping up a very, very good pace indeed. Andy Burton, that's one thing to note as well. Kahuna's race team, obviously it's the treble 3 of Phil Trueman. He's crossing the line with Andy Burton, in theory 2 laps behind him, but with that 2-lap penalty applied, whether he knows he's got to fight that for position, I guess only he knows, really.
Now, that was a thought that was going through my mind about that and about other situations where do the drivers really know how they are relative to others, other than what they can see out of the window. See they're catching a car which may or may not be for an overall position. So anyway, it's partly about dicing, it's partly about doing lap times that enable you to catch somebody and helping your team to achieve the best possible result, at the same time having good fun.
The 747 car is back in again, but completely caught everybody unawares and pulled in very steadily, kind of waving, well, where is everybody? And I just had a quick chat to Duncan Macbeth, and the answer is he misunderstood the radio message. They thought they'd told him to box. I haven't asked what they were actually saying, but it wasn't that. Now, I forget what the time it says on the clock, because Duncan's now going to be jumping into this car.
2 hours and 20 minutes remaining.
Right, so he did say they're going to be right at the borderline, because that obviously means they don't plan to come back in again, and Duncan's going to take it to the end, and it just about falls into that window.
Yeah, it's when his drive time starts, though. Does his drive time start when he exits the pit lane?
Yes, it will do. So that's going to be less than the 2 hours 20.
I was going to say, tell them they need to wait around for 30 seconds, and then it'll be
they're
all good.
refueling, so they're fine.
Okay, yeah, so you'd imagine Duncan Macbeth running that car to the end of the race then. So, albeit not necessarily, but you've got to think, if the team were ready for him and they came in and he got the fuel straight away, they might have been the wrong side of those 2 hours.
Could have been,
minutes.
yes. So
they're changing the front left. They're changing the front left, so there's what we were talking about earlier.
Let's keep the cameras on this, just watch what's involved in a wheel change.
Right, so the four bolts are off, the other wheel thrown away, the new one put on, and in they go now. You know, looking at the tyre down there, it doesn't look too horrific. There's probably not an awful lot of tread left.
Will it pass the MOT?
Probably not. Probably not. But I thought they liked slicks. But they're now quickly, all 4 bolts are done. The jack comes down. The driver, while they were doing that, is still being strapped in. So they're not losing any great time doing this one, to be fair. But it's right, one's valid, is that you wouldn't want to go and then have to change the front right as well, for example.
Or any others, yes. Yeah, so if it's only the front left.
Correct, because that's the one they're obviously leaning on predominantly on this circuit.
We have also seen Subaru racing back into the pit lane. Presumably, it's Chris Hilson to hand over to Peter Dignan for the latter stages of this race. And also, we've had in Simon Bonham from what was 3rd place, the 112 for Catastrophe. I'm guessing Robert Thomas will be behind him as well.
So 747, from what you've suggested, Chris, is now Duncan Macbeth for the rest of the race.
Correct. Has he got the timing right? Because he has now left the building.
Yeah, he's got it right, but well and truly a splash and dash, I think, for the rest of the race, or maybe just towards the latter stages. I'm waiting to see who gets in the Subaru car. I'm guessing it will be Peter Dignan. And then looking at Catastrophe, it should be Robert Thomas that gets behind him. We'll wait for everything to update. G&B Finch Racing, car number 7, losing a place on the lap prior. That now has... does that have behind the wheel? I've just lost them on the timing screen. That's B. Smith, so Benjamin Smith has got behind the wheel of that car. That's a change that I've missed out. But we're slowly starting to see the leaders come closer and closer together again. 2 3/4 tenths separate Jack Wright and Will Hilliard, 0.275 of a second as they cross the line. And are they now working together to try and pull away? But when you look at it, Will Hilliard, no, that's the times that they have posted. So a few laps ago, we saw Will Hilliard post his overall fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 19.738. That was on lap 112, and he's just on lap 119 now. So to find that kind of pace at this later stage in the race explains why they're closing up.
Yeah, just going back to 555, the Subaru racing car, that is totally out of the running. I mean, last year's winners are running actually 33 laps behind the leader. 33, yes, 33 laps behind the leader in what is a classified 34th place out of 35 cars. So very much the opposite of last year's outcome.
Looks like as well, we've got Cat Sells now behind the wheel of car number 2. That's the NJM's and PDC's car. That's had a small moment earlier on in the race. Luke Usher remains behind the wheel of the Usher Motorsport car. We mentioned that one earlier on, so David Usher still yet to get in. But our race leader, what of falling away? Yes, well and truly, I would say so. So a much slower lap, I think, and this time from Will Hilliard. It looked like he had the pace, but he's fallen away from Jack Wright, because through goes Jack Wright, and they're separated by the Semprini racing car number 27.
I was going to say that I think that's one of the reasons why he's fallen away. We'll see whether he can make up that lost ground, but certainly he's no longer as close. What's the gap come up at? Over a second. Yeah, it was hovering around the 0.345 mark of a second. Now it is 1.5. So he's lost more than a second on that lap, Will Hilliard, to Jack Wright. And I think that was, well, hopefully there's nothing wrong with the car. I think that was down to traffic. Now he's got a clear run at the leader now as they go through Beckett's, through Maggots and into Beckett's. And can he chip away at that gap and bring it down again? So they are heading off down the Wellington Straight. Leader and second place car saving tyre wear on the left rear by getting the car onto 3 wheels through Brooklands, now through Luffield, and coming through to complete their 120th lap. So it's very much these two at the moment, the way things are going, Jack. I would say for one of these will be the winner, is a prediction. Perhaps I'm sticking my neck out too far.
Yeah, but of course there's potential for further race interruptions and mistakes and what have you. So we may,
problems.
Yeah, absolutely, and we may still see further kinks in the tail. I'm just picking my way down through the order as to who has been in, and there's a lot of stops that I may have missed as well. So constantly going through and updating my my notes. I'm running out of room for all these circles, to be honest. There's a number of circles on there now as well, so all colour coordinated as well. So we've got Orca Sports, car number 74.
Do you join up the dots later on at the end of the race?
Davies, yeah, do dot to dot on my edge list. So Michael Davies is now behind the wheel again, another pit stop that we've missed. But in terms of the closest cars we've got out there, what of the leaders falling apart or falling away from each other, I would say is car number 126. That's Glory Car. Whereabouts are they? Car number 26.
Ninth.
Completely lost them. I've got them down as 126. That'll be why if I look at the correct number. That is Neil Smith behind the wheel, and he's only 4 tenths away now from car number 55. That's Castrop Racing and Alex Tentori. There's half a second separating them.
Right. And the gap that separates the two leaders no longer half a second. It has come down slightly, though. It went up on that one particular lap to 1.5 something seconds, but it's now come down to 1.3. So it's coming back down again between Jack Wright and who, of course, half an hour ago was chasing Will Hilliard. Now it's Will Hilliard trying to close down on Jack Wright. Both of them having completed 121 laps, and then in third place. In third place, it is number 65. Is it?
Yeah, Reese Kello behind.
Yes. Yes. Oh, Kello. Yes, Reese Kello.
Just looking at the other Autotech car number 64. That's a long way down the order from where you'd expect it.
Things are getting quite energetic. 65, 125, and who else is there as well? Behind
the Treble 8 of Boston Racing, yeah.
8. So this is all going on for third place, isn't it?
Yeah,
so maybe a lap down the leaders, but they're having a right old scrap, and a podium position could be the result, because it's obviously for third place.
Absolutely. Reese Kello is defending third place as much as he can from Three Amigos and Phil Hinson. They do have the Treble 8 car, which is a lap down on them, but it's got the pace to stick with that top 3. So were anything to happen, they've got they know they've got that pace in hand. So we're 55%-ish of our way through this race, with 2 hours and 12 minutes still to go. Jack Wright and Will Hilliard, the gap's out to 2.5 seconds now. Reese Kello and Phil Hinson break the beam, and they're 0.4, 0.5 of a second apart. And then we get the treble 8 car of Boston Racing, and that's currently has Ben Curran behind the wheel. And whilst they are a lap down, they have got, again, every right to try and fight in that battle, but it's a brilliant battle for the final step on the provisional podium, of course.
That's right. So, is it going to be a case of whenever anybody makes a pit stop now, from now on, they will fill up with enough fuel to get them to the finish?
You would like to think so, wouldn't you? But again, it's tyres. If they think they may need to box for tyres, they can short fuel that potentially.
The total driving time, one stint can't exceed 2 hours 20 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah.
But can you do 2 hours 20 minutes, put your feet up for half an hour, then go back?
Yeah, it has to be half an hour rest that you have, and then you can get back in and do presumably another 2 hours 20 minutes. We will bring the statistic back up. Now we have completed 6,663 miles, all the cars combined. That's a fair few. Bearing in mind our leaders have done 121 miles. However, car number 81, what a brilliant lap it was for Ian Mitchell, the new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 19.551 on lap 121 for that car. I'm guessing they will have to come into the pit lane rather shortly because that car was probably running quite low on fuel.
And they, of course, are in the middle of that scrap that's going on for third place, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. He will come in to hand over to Darren Stapleton. And if you remember correctly, Darren Stapleton was leading this race for a long, long while. So we will see what it does when he gets back into the car. But for the moment, with the fastest lap of the race, we'll just continue to chip away. Go on.
125 getting a bit wide there. We haven't had news of many track limit penalties, but 125 getting dangerously close to picking up a penalty. That time through Beckett's, that's the David Drinkwater, Paul Hinson, Adam Reed car. Who do we reckon's in that at the moment, Jack?
Let's have a quick look. Car number 125. That means
Three amigos.
Got Paul Hinson down in that car. Still yet to pit for and Adam Reed to get behind the wheel, but we're slowly updating who we've got in the car and who has completed stints. We've still got a number of drivers that we're yet to see out there as well.
The gap versus second has come down to 1.4, then now it's gone up to 1.9, so it's seesawing rather. And Ian Mitchell, as you say, has done the fastest lap of the race now on lap 121. He's now on his 122nd lap and 23rd lap. So the gap versus second, 1.9 seconds. 2 hours and 9 minutes remain. It's brewing nicely.
It very much is. We've just very briefly lost the stream footage from our side. There we go. We've got everything back and up and running once again. Whatever happened to the treble 3, it's almost like it's updated and removed their 2-lap penalty. So I don't know whether the team manager of Kahuna's race team has maybe been for a word and got that 2-lap penalty disappeared. But in terms of timing, they have jumped up 2 laps as to where we would expect them to be into 5th place, and that now only puts them 30 seconds. Well, I was going to say only 30 seconds away from 3 amigos in 2nd place. We had a pit call, car number 11.
Will Hilliard a new fastest lap of the race?
Well and truly, a 1 minute 19.473. Brilliant lap. Go on, Chris.
Well, just picking up on the 11/10 racing team coming in, and I was like thinking, well, that's quite early that he's coming in, and it did seem to catch the team by surprise. They've just come running out of the garage now, and just sort of wandering down. Now, fuel jugs have come out, but they're kind of looking at a few bits and pieces, so I don't think they were fully expecting this. So jumping out from that number 11, let me remind myself.
Paul Pierce.
That's Paul Pierce that's jumped out of that one. They are looking at the front as though there's some kind of issue, but they are getting ready to be able to refuel it as well.
Do we have a Johnny Elio getting ready to get in? Or?
Well, no. Just trying to look into the back there, because at the moment you might find that Paul's going to go back into it, but they are looking closely at the front of this car as though something's wrong. But of course they're not touching it because they're not allowed to whilst the fuel is going in. So that looks to me as though they're Paul, is there a problem?
Yeah, steering's off centre. and under braking, I'm getting quite a lot of wobble.
Okay.
So I did come off, so I might have picked up a load of rubber. But yeah, we'll take it back out, see how we go.
Fantastic. So there you go. That explains it. That's why it was an unexpected stop. But they're running it as you know, as a normal stop where they're throwing some fuel in it. Why not if you've got to come in anyway? But they can't have a too closer look until they finish refueling. As you can probably see, the mechanics at the front waiting to sort of work out when they can have a look at it, and the answer is not yet. And then they're going to need to see, is it just some debris that's in the front making it unsteady? Can they sort it out? But either way, it sounds like they're going to go out and just not have quite as comfortable a ride, doesn't it?
Thanks, Chris. That fastest lap I just mentioned for Will Hilliard is in fact quicker than anything was achieved in last year's race, so it stands as a lap record for Ford KAs on the Silverstone Club circuit, national circuit. So 1:19.473, that is a new Ford KA record for the Silverstone National Circuit.
Great stuff. So, and again, that may be a deciding factor come the end of the race as to what tyres do, because it's getting hotter.
And the gap from first to second, Jack, is down to less than a second now. It's at 0.709 of a second. So Will Hilliard's certainly a man on a mission now.
Absolutely so. Chris, if you can find the Kahuna's race team coverage as well, have a word in there, just a quick question, pop your head in, because their 2-lap penalty seemingly has disappeared on the timing, and they're up into 5th place again. So I don't know whether conversations have been had, is probably the way I will put it. But Reece Kello and Phil Hinson, 3rd and 4th, Autotech Motorsport versus 3 Amigos, they're less than 4 tenths apart, and our race lead gap is less than half a second now. We're getting some brilliant battles inside this top 4 alone.
We are. So for the lead, it is as close as it has been at any stage in the race, really.
There's a big lock-up heading in towards Brooklands. I'm not sure whether you heard it, but someone clearly pushing hard and just trying to close down a gap up the road, and that was just in front of our race leaders. Down 2 places since the pit stop is the 11/10 car, as you say, still with Paul Pearce behind the wheel.
Now they've got into a bit of traffic, the 2 leaders, and that may delay the second of the cars in that battle, Will Hilliard's car. For the moment, we'll see what the gap was. It was 0.448 last time through. This time through they go, and the gap 0.7. No, what? That's right, 1.727. So it has gone up, hasn't it?
Well and truly gone up by over a full second that time through. The 3 Amigos still giving chase to Autotech Motorsport and Reece Kello. What's the gap as they break the beam? 0.363 of a second. So continuing just to remain closer than ever. I will look towards Brooklands and try and pick out the treble 3 Kahuna's race team car, which I'd imagine is still out there. And 11/10 Motorsport having just been into the pit lane, and they were saying that it all felt a bit weird. The steering was off centre. Fortunately, he's only got 3 wheels left on his wagon.
Yes, the 4th wheel, the one that takes the strain on a clockwise circuit, is still in connection with the car, but not where it ought to be. It's fallen under the wing.
It's like lower ball joint or something has all collapsed, whatever, lower control arm, whatever it may be. Into the pit lane, we had a pit caller. We've still got waved yellows out there. Who was it that came into the pit lane? Didn't pick out exactly who it was. It could potentially be Calamity. No, it's EnduroKA or EnduroKA into the pit lane, car number 126. That's Neil Smith, presumably to hand back over to Michael McCullum. Yeah. So where that car was, that's going into Luffield, so that'll be down here. That'll be the noise I heard. I thought it was somebody locking up, but in towards sort of Brooklands and Luffield area, that's where we've got the 11/10 car sat stationary. The marshals were already there talking to them, but you'd imagine that car needs more than just a little bit of assistance. They are managing to push that car out of the way, so hats off to the Silverstone marshals for doing that.
So do you think we'll have it out of the way and won't need more than yellows for a short time?
Hopefully not. There it is, yeah, so I think they've just kicked the wheel back straight, and you can see, yeah, a lower control arm falling out the bottom of the car, so whatever's gone on. Yeah, 126 into the pit lane. Chris, you may need to confirm exactly who it is that's getting in that car. You'd imagine it's Michael McCullum getting in. So Brooklands still being covered by localised yellows as the fabulous Orange Army, as ever, doing a brilliant job of getting that car out of the way. And really, we wouldn't be able to go racing without marshals.
No.
If you are interested in becoming a marshal, head over to marshals.co.uk. It doesn't have to be here at Silverstone. It doesn't have to be for an MSVR meeting. Wherever you are in the country, if you want to sign yourself up for a taste today, it really is a brilliant day, because you can spend the morning looking around absolutely everything that goes into a motorsport meeting. So scrutineering, parc fermé, race control, the flag post, start finish line, assembly area, absolutely everything and more. Then in the afternoon you get put on a post, not on your own. There's a very experienced team of marshals that will see you all through the day, and that is the best way to get into motorsport. So please do sign yourself up. We can't do it without you. Into the pit lane comes car number 125. That's 3 Amigos with Paul Hinton behind the wheel. That I imagine Adam Reed is in the pit lane, ready and waiting to take over that car.
Yes, that car running in 4th place, but obviously we'll lose that 4th place now.
Yeah, and just I ran in to speak to the 11/10 racing team, obviously with you. I saw it in the on the pictures as I ran in there, showing that it was being pushed away. Sure enough, they're on the radio and they've gone, no, that's it, we're out, it's done. Now, I know that sounds like an obvious statement, but don't forget within this is that they can be pushed off the circuit and they can be brought through the centre and they can work on the car. They lose 2 laps, but they can then get it back out again up to a certain point. I can't remember where the point is when they can no longer do anything.
I thought it was the final half an hour.
Yeah, it wasn't anywhere near where we're at now, but they seem to suggest, no, that's job done. They might have a look at it when it comes back, but it comes back to what was being reported by Paul, that for some reason the steering is like totally off centre, so it's like pointing towards the right, I think it was, this symbol.
You do have GM Performance coming down to you, responding to a black and orange mechanical warning flag. So that's coming back towards you. I think an exhaust hanger has fallen off.
Right, what number's that?
81.
81, so they're down this way.
So that car's into the pit lane. We've also had car number 126 into the pit lane, and that was in the hands of Neil Smith. Michael McCullum, I'd imagine, was waiting, but it's all got very busy all of a sudden.
Yeah, with 2 hours exactly to go. 2 hours to the checkered flag, so we're past the halfway mark.
And the 81 car, they're in and they're doing a normal pit stop to start with, so the refueling has happened, and you're right, the exhaust is hanging down. The scrutineer is stood behind watching, but of course they do that anyway, keep an eye on everything. So presumably, once they finish the refueling, they'll have to look at a way to bring that back in again. Yep. So they've bought a stand out, and they'll jack it up, and they'll try and. I think they've just got the good old-fashioned cable ties are going to keep the exhaust up.
Right. Well, the lead situation is getting larger, because Jack Wright is now 2.9 seconds in car 46 ahead of the number 12 car with Will Hilliard at the wheel. So since he got tucked up in a bit of traffic, he's dropped away gradually, Will Hilliard, and he's now almost out of reach behind. Yeah,
it seems like that aerodynamic assistance he was receiving was very, very useful indeed, and unfortunately that's dropped him down. So I can see we've got, 4 cars in the pit lane, 3 Amigos, GM Performance, Boston Racing, and Porsche Carrera Motorsport. They've dived for the pit lane as well. Just looking further down the order, I can't see anybody else that's in. Luke Usher remains behind the wheel of the Usher Motorsport car that's just crossed the line there. The yellow flags have been withdrawn down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands, but car number 125 still getting fueled up, and that of course that 3 Amigos car was fighting for 3rd and 4th place.
That's right. So 3rd place in the hands of 66, is it?
65.
65.
Reese Keller.
Reese Keller driving it, as you say. Okay, so we've kind of lost our battle for the lead. It's getting larger and larger, that gap. Now, kind of what we thought would happen once Jack Wright got past. Now it's taken a while for him to begin to prise open a gap over Will Hilliard. So 65 in 3rd place, and then in 4th place is number 333. Carl Luna's race team. And who do we reckon is in that now? That was the one that was started by Costa Kiraitis, isn't it? And
yeah. think it's still Phil
Truman before Ian Perkins has a turn, because he hasn't driven it yet, I don't think.
No, I've not noted down that he's been in. I'm just keeping an eye on the treble eights, because I know Mk1 has been in the Boston racing car for a long time, and I'm waiting for the timing screen to update, hoping it will swap over. The treble 5 of Subaru Racing back over the field, back over the line. That's Peter Dignan behind the wheel of that car, and we know we've got Adam Reed jumping in. So if we have a look down the order, who is Adam Reed? That's the 125, so that is 3 Amigos. So Adam Reed is staying in the car. I think he was in that car when it initially came in for the fuel stop, so I think he's just staying behind the wheel now. Jacob Fells is indeed behind the wheel of the treble 8 Boston racing car, so they too have swapped around. We know Adam Reed has just been in. I'm just looking back as to drivers that have been into the pit lane, what, 3 times? Car number 3 of Wingat Racing. We know that came in because Leon Bidgeway had the penalty to start off with very early on in the race. We've got Team Lifeline that have been into the pit lane 5 times, whereas everybody in our top 9 have only been in once.
Yes. Right, here on screen, going into Beckett's, just lapping number 114, is 46, the race leader, Jack Wright. And the car started by Johnny Milner. And his lead now over the second place car of Will Hilliard, the Brown Racing car, 3.65 seconds. That car, of course, still has the fastest lap to its credit, courtesy of Will Hilliard.
Notice car number 81, that being GM Performance, Darren Stapleton is now back behind the wheel. Of course, he was long-time race leader as well, was Darren, so that car will potentially pick up the pace. Into the pit lane comes car number 1, Andy Burton, to hand over to Steve Gilbert in the Burton Power racing machine. So that car is dived for the pit lane.
From 16th
yeah.
place, is it?
Yeah, 16th. Previously, from 9th place, pardon me, the Burton Power car. Previously, that car has gone very well indeed, and has really started to pick up the pace over the years.
Oops, that was a bit of a wiggle there by the leader.
Yeah, car number 46, that was Milner Racing of Jack Wright. Yeah, just dipped a wheel over that curb and it unsettled the car. We've got another car going down the pit lane with its rear wiper engaged. I don't think there's any issue with rain, but I didn't quite pick out the number because it's not got a number on its rear window. Which
one's this?
Whoever's going down the pit lane without a rear number.
95.
95, okay, so that will be the WKD car, presumably with Marcus Clutton getting ready, Chris.
Well, I'm watching down. They've received the car. They've got the fuel ready. I'm sort of making my way there, keeping an eye on the Burton Racing as well.
He told you, I think, there's an hour and 54 minutes of the race remaining.
And yes, Marcus Clutton is now fully race-suited, and his lovely sort of chrome or metallic turquoise helmet is on. So Marcus Clutton is getting in that 95. Be interesting to see what that does now, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely so. And presumably Steve Gilbert is getting in the Burton Power racing car. Whilst they're still refuelling it, of course, driver can't be in. So that car is being refueled. 747, that's Lar Motorsport and Duncan Macbeth fighting away with the treble 5 of Subaru Racing and Peter Dignan as they work their way down the Wellington Straight. Wingat Racing are there with Matthew Weymouth as well, so they're going 3 wide almost. Matthew Weymouth cuts to the right, cuts to the left, desperately trying to find an opening on the way in towards Brooklands. Martin Weymouth isn't going to make it work this time. Is this a battle for a position? 747 with Duncan Macbeth down in 22nd place. The treble 5 we've already established there, a long way away from where they would like to be. Peter Dignan currently sat in 34th place, and what of car number 3, that being Wingat Racing and Martin Weymouth? They are in 17th place, so all 3 of them on completely separate laps, but battling like it's for the lead.
Yes, indeed. And lower down, 4th is number 8, 5th is 333, separated by less than a second. Darren Midgley, number 8, and Philip Truman, isn't it, in number 333. Eight, started by Gordy Much, now driven by Darren Midgley, will be driven presumably by Oliver Furnell when that car makes its next and presumably final stop.
Yeah, Ollie Furnell, I think one of the least experienced drivers on the grid, but that's not to take away from him. It just shows what a brilliant stepping stone this series can be, and what a brilliant start the EnduroKA series can be to your hopefully rather illustrious racing career, especially with Ollie Fernal and what he can do on a simulator. They're still fighting away, 747, that being Lar Motorsport and Subaru Racing, side by side between themselves and Wingat Racing and Matty Weymouth that has since got involved. So who's that further down the pit lane? Can't quite see a number through the shot we're seeing, but fuel going in, and yep, spin the
hand back.
I was going to say, if you spun it round, it might just work, but the front of the Wingat racing car still displaying that damage that was caused when Leon Bidgeway decided to help. It was at the time Adrian Wood, I think, towards the gravel, but for the moment we're doing all right. The lead gap out to 3.8 seconds though. That traffic was exactly what Will Hilliard didn't need.
Yes, he's dropped out of the slipstream, and getting back on terms is going to be difficult. 8th in the 4th place, Darren Midgley.
The car you could see in the background, Jack, was the 95 down the far end, so the white car of the WKD Motorsport. Marcus Clutton is now jumping in that, and it's worth pointing out they are banging on a new front left on that one, so they're not only throwing Marcus Clutton out, they're throwing it in the best possible condition they can, fully brimmed with fuel, so be interested to see now.
Yeah, maybe not towards the start of the stint, but the end of this stint, where the fuel has come out and the tyre will be potentially substantially better than others. You've got another car heading down towards you now, Chris. It's Original Checkers Racing with Conrad Crickmay behind the wheel. I'd imagine Thomas Hendry is about to get back in.
So where's 95?
95 WKD Motorsport, they're down in 27th
Way down,
place.
so that's the car that Marcus Clutton's taken over, isn't it? So realistically, I mean, he may put in an exciting drive, but I don't think he's going to get...
Of course, that's their pit stops done now, though, as well, isn't it?
Even so. Yeah, it is. But even so, is he going to be able to...
I think 10 laps might be just a bit too much, even for Marcus Clutton.
Yes.
Just looking down through the order as to what changes we've got. 4.8 seconds the lead margin now since Jack Wright got there. He's just pulled away, and whilst he was holding fire for a short while, was Will Hilliard, he was still within touching distance. He's just started to fall away. That traffic, yeah, has really cost him 5 seconds now, that gap.
But we were talking about Will Hilliard having the fastest lap, but Jack Wright has now got it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he set it just a lap ago whilst we were talking about the pit lane, yeah.
190.356.
Yeah, brilliant lap on lap 138. So you'd imagine that car's starting to get rather light now in terms of fuel load. There's a brilliant battle heading in towards Brooklands Corner. It's still got the 747 Lar Motorsport car. Subaru Racing are still in on the mix as well. Car number 81, GM Performance, with Darren Stapleton behind the wheel, is fighting away, and Darren expects to see him try and carve his way up through the order. So too is car number 3, Wingat Racing, Matthew Weymouth is there or thereabouts in that little battle. Whilst Andy Burton and Burton Power Racing have gone through, I thought it would be Steve Gilbert behind the wheel, but it's still displaying Andy Burton, so we'll have to wait for that to be confirmed.
Yeah, the lead going up over 5 seconds now, just over 5 seconds. Who's that in?
Car number 64, so Peter Oscarby coming in, presumably to hand to Christopher Buckley.
Yeah, and they're going to be throwing fuel into theirs, and I can also report that the number 12's about to come in from second on the road at the moment, and it will be Scott Thompson that will be jumping out into that car.
Now. In he comes.
Yeah, so down it will come. They've got 2 full jugs, or near as darn it, and then it will be Scott Thompson who will be jumping out in that Pro-Am Racing, and you know, the reason why I'm really bringing that one is that is a team that clearly have their eyes set on outright victory, don't they?
Yes, absolutely. So Will Hilliard to hand over.
They really do mean business, even in this stop. The driver just unbuckled himself, jumped out of the car, slammed the door shut, go, they shouted as they knew they were clear so that they could get on with the refueling, and the fire watcher there as well. And as I say, they're going for a lot of fuel now, to be honest with you. So, but I think from memory, what happened last time round is that the number 8 car went very heavy on the fuel, whereas 12 went for less. Now we're going to get the flip round, I think, because it's 2 full jugs for 12 this time.
Right, so the effect of this is Jack Wright out front in car 46, presumably will be coming in pretty soon to hand over to his dad, George. Leading by a lap from car number 12, but by the time we have 12 going through, he may well have lost second place, even though he was a lap ahead when he came in. Oh, that's a bit wayward by number 8 there. Going through Beckett's. And in 4th place, Darren Midgley. In 5th place, 3:33. Philip Truman in 6th place is 55. Alex Tentori, is it? Yes. 3 and 2 running side by side for once. Those two low digits, and on different laps, I've no doubt. So the leaders completed, Jack Wright has completed 141 laps, not yet making the anticipated pit stop. Second on the screen is still number 12, but waiting for that car to rejoin and complete the lap. So show its position relative to number 65. Number 12 heads down the pit lane and back into the race. Meanwhile, KAs ×2 ×3 across the track as they, under the vehicle bridge, get down towards Brooklands. Chris.
The wonderful number 60 car hopefully is just being caught on camera moving out of there. I know that it's one that you were talking about earlier, Jack, as well, the Tango and Crash. I think, were you suggesting it was your favourite?
At the moment.
No, to look at.
No, at the moment Jack's making a pit stop.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, well, I'm just wandering up this way because we need to find the team boss. When we
Whoa, 6 has just spun round and reversed into the barrier. And it may be drivable away. We've cut away from the scene, but carry on, Chris, please. Oh, here we are. 6 has been driven away. It biffed the rear. Bit of bodywork, left rear bodywork, maybe rubbing on a tyre, but he may get away with it. Anyway, 6 is... That was coming into the pits.
Yeah, that number 6 spun at the start from memory, didn't he, into the gravel. Just very quickly, so I started saying is that the number 60, Tango and Crash, who have I got in front of me?
Team manager, Paul.
And?
Gary Buckingham.
Driver, yeah, I like it. 007. Listen, guys, massive congratulations. You are this weekend's winner of the Dagenham Dustbin, voted for, of course, by the mighty Orange Army. The marshals have voted. This is down to how your car appears. They really like it, and I'm pretty sure one of our commentary team, Jack Werrell, was liking the look of it as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you.
And how lovely that is the mighty Orange Army that vote for that as well.
Indeed. Well, we put the effort in, so we're glad it's appreciated.
No, absolutely. As we appreciate, of course, the Orange Army, it's nice to see it come both ways.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we couldn't do this without the marshals, so it's, yeah, congratulations for them to turn up and bring the weather with them.
Yes.
And we appreciate that, as you get run over by the next car. Yeah, we appreciate that, and we appreciate this as well. So thank you to everybody.
Congratulations. So there it is. Show it up to the camera. The Dagenham Dustbin for Silverstone National, 14th of April, 2024. It is the number 60 car, Tango and Crash. Congratulations, guys. So, Ian, back to you.
Yeah, number 60 is currently in some way down, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, 26th place. But Jack, you may have missed some of that, but that was the presentation of the Dagenham Dustbin, which Chris was busy saying was also your favourite livery.
Yeah, I really like the Tango and Crash car. I did notice as well, car number 6, when it went into the wall, it came into the pit lane, stopped, and then just went straight back out again.
Oh.
So whatever happened there, I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, the number 60.
Well, he went backwards.
He did, but the back of the car doesn't actually look that bad. It's just gone through and past us. We might catch it on the exit of Copse Corner. So there it is. There's car number 60, winner of the Dagenham dustbin, with fuel pouring out of the left-hand side, coming out of the fuel filler neck. So that will draw the attention of the marshals and potentially be worth a black and orange flag. But the back of car number 6 looks completely fine. And yeah, I did just notice he had to flick his wiper on to try and clear all of that petrol that has clearly come away from that car. And again, yeah, as the car turns right, fuel is very much clouding out of the back of that car, and the two cars behind, one of them is the Autotech car number 64 and the other one being car number 6, that being NJM Racing. Yeah, they're having to use the wiper to clear the windscreen, but yeah, you would not know that car had just been in the wall.
No. And it was quite a biff. I mean, it wasn't high speed, it was medium speed.
Yeah, I've just noticed as well, Tango and Crash, it has attracted the attention of the marshals and the race officials because the black and orange mechanical warning flag is being shown. What about on the run through Luffield? Yes, more fuel coming astray from that car, so that car will have to dive into the pit lane. It's they've just been told they've won the Dagenham dustbin, and I'm afraid that's a bit of a kick in the teeth, really, isn't it? Having to come straight back into the pit lane.
They even have the Dagenham dustbin in their hands.
They do.
Yeah, so...
maybe they're just trying to clean the car to make it look a little better with a bit of fuel down the side.
Right, so Jack Wright continues to lead with the second place car being number 65 in the hands still of Rhys Kello, but that's a lap down, and then a further lap back in third place is the number 8 shown as Darren Midgley at the wheel, number 8, yet to make a final stop, that car, currently in third place. And fourth is 333, Philip Truman. Fifth is the number 12 car, now being driven by Scott Thompson, that was started by Richard Jepp and has always been there or thereabouts in the race.
Just to let you guys know that the Dagenham dustbin winning car, number 60, Tango and Crash, that I went over and spoke to them and saying, oh, the commentary team reporting that there's fuel coming out. And they went, yeah, that should be fine. We brimmed it, so it's just overflowing. It'll be fine in half a lap. But it sounds like it's carried on a bit longer than that.
Coming in.
Yeah, okay, so they're going to have a look at it. Equally, by the way, is that quite a lot of the cars now do seem to be changing that front left, so it does look as though there is quite a lot of wear on these tyres in these conditions today.
Yeah, it seems that is the case. Back towards you now comes car number 60. That's the Tango and Crash car.
Yeah.
So you will have to figure out exactly what the team are going to do. Are they simply going to remove the sort of the fuel lock on the filler neck and then put it back in, or are they going to have a quick look and figure out exactly what it is? Looking at it now, yeah, they are just making sure that they've got to lock it, but presumably, yeah, they've got a spare key because it is a lockable fuel filler cap, so they've got to try and fix that as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, the cap's there. I think there's almost a telltale sign that there was a rag in there as well, just making sure that it didn't leak too much. So they're just, basically, they've taken it off, taken it back, put it back on again, locking it, and they're throwing a rag in there to make sure it doesn't keep going. So, let's hope it does the job. And it gives us the chance, at least, to suddenly look at the Dagenham dustbin winner.
Yes.
Yeah, they almost got caught out by the G&B Finch car number 7, that was trying to work its way around the back of them as well. So whereabouts is the G&B Finch car? Leaving the pit lane now. Car currently sat in 22nd place. Last time we saw it, it was... where have they gone all of a sudden? 22nd, it was B. Smith, so Benjamin Smith behind the wheel, and I've got to correct myself. Previously, I think I've called him Phil Hinson. It's Paul Hinson in the Three Amigos car.
Right, the second place car's in. So 65 into the pits, as you can see on screen. Fuel going in for the final part of the race.
Jack Wright yet to pit as well from the lead, so too is the Pro-Am racing car now with Darren Midgley. Of course, Oliver Fernall, also Basic Ollie, as many of you may know him, will be getting in the car next to bring that car home. We've got the Treble 3 machine That's Kahuna's racing team, of course, started by Costa Kritsis, still has Philip Truman behind the wheel. We've got another car, I think, going into the pit lane. That's the 114 KM racing car. We've already seen Christian Kelly in. We've seen Andrew Malpas, and I think Christian Kelly has got behind the wheel and is... no, it's still Andrew Malpas, so it'd be Christian Kelly getting back in to bring that car towards the checkered flag. But Jack Wright still doing a brilliant job in the lead.
So the 65 car, did I recall that that's coming from something like third?
Yes.
Yeah, so Taylor Norton's going to be jumping into that one next.
Okay. So Taylor Norton is the final driver, presumably, to get behind the wheel of that car.
Started by Toby Owen, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah. And Andy Burton did give way to Steve Gilbert, who is now running the Burton power car, as that just flicks its way through Luffield. And everybody's staying out for the moment. I was expecting maybe the treble 3 to come in and hand over to Ian Perkins, but it remains out at the moment. Flashes by our commentary box window, and yes, waving out of the window. Presumably, arm out of the window saying, I'm coming in. So the treble 3, Philip Truman waving at the team saying, I want to come in and pit. So Ian Perkins better be suited and booted, because he's got, what, 1 minute and 20 seconds until that car is going to be sat waiting for him in the pit lane.
There it is on screen, the green car. And yes, there's a lap between, he has a lap cushion, but the gap that's small is that between 3:33 and 12. Or is it the next gap? No, it's gone up as they go through. It's the gap second to third that's the small one. 3.83 seconds between numbers 8 and 3:33. Right, 65 now, having a rapid near side front wheel changed.
Yeah, one thing that you may see the teams doing is using separate wheel nuts or wheel lugs, purely because the ones that are on the car will be super hot and naturally it will expand. So if you use a cold wheel nut, naturally it's slightly easier to get that into the thread. I'm looking towards pit entry. I'm awaiting the arrival of Phil Truman. Into the pit lane he will come to hand over to Ian Perkins, and that car coming in from third place, having started in 18th. Costa did a brilliant job at the start of this race, and are they doing both front? Yeah, they're doing both front wheels. Autotech car number 65, I think. So the first team, I think, Chris, you might need to go and ask us exactly as to why they're doing that. But Taylor Norton, he's going out on 2 new front wheels. So rattling down the pit lane is Philip Truman. Ian Perkins is ready and waiting, but the doors swing open. They will, I'm sure, manhandle Philip Truman out of the car to get him out there. Already the fuel is getting ready to be plugged in. They are going to change the front left because the jack is there. They can't interfere with the car, but they can get the jack as close to the floor of the car without interrupting the fueling process. But fuel's going in. Be interested to see where this car returns to the circuit.
Well, it came in third place, as you said, so it was 9 seconds behind number 8. Now 8 hasn't yet stopped, has it? Made its final stop. No. Nor indeed is the leader, Jack Wright, but he's got this comfortable-ish cushion of 2 laps over the nearest opposition, which is number 8, Darren Midgley.
Into the pit lane now comes number 8, Darren Midgley. So yeah, Ollie Fernall, basic Ollie, is going to be ready to jump behind the wheel of that car, and we will see exactly what he can do, because I think, barring maybe some Friday testing or whatever else he may have done, this may be his first race. His first race. And see, again, it does simulator relate to real motorsport? I'm sure it does. I've seen it firsthand. I've done it firsthand, in fact, testing on a simulator and then going out and racing. I know exactly what it's like. So.
Jan Mardenborough was the one who...
yeah, he set the tone, didn't he? And he's back in British GT this year. He's back here as well, specifically Jan Mardenborough. So it's great to see him back.
He's been making a film, hasn't he, for about the last year?
I mean, it's already out, the Gran Turismo film, and Jan did a lot of the driving for that. But he's back with RJN, of course, which boosted that career when he first started. So, basic Ollie coming into getting into that car. Go on, Chris.
Yeah, I've got Rhys Kelly just jumped out the 65 car. It was third place when you brought it into the pits. Rhys, I mean, you're looking that you've worked hard out there.
Yeah, it was very hard. I've had the heating on the whole time at full blast, so there's no real safety car really times for me to open the window to let all the heat out. So it was just getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. And there was another thing as well. Going round, there was just like a horrible bearing noise, and whenever I turned right, it was like, oh, it was deafening. The only time I have a bit of respite is down into the second corner where I turned left, and I was like, oh, it was so nice. But it was a good stint. I was racing 125 for a while. Yeah, felt quick. Every lap was banging in a low 120 every time. So I'm happy of that. I was watching the lap timer. There's just one place I reckon I can improve. That's the bottom hairpin. Apart from that, I reckon I'm just about there, really.
I like that. You seem satisfied as well, which is the good thing. Explain to anybody that's watching or listening, why did you have the heating on?
I had the heating on because when the engine gets too hot, it loses a little bit of power. So what we had to do is turn the heating on full blast, and what it does is takes the heat away from the engine. Of course, the driver takes the heat. That's why it's best for us to do it during a safety car. Open the window, get all the heat out. But I'm really hot. I'm really sweaty, as you can see. I'm absolutely soaked. But
and we also noticed that you guys changed both fronts. We've seen most people are only changing the front left, but you guys opted for both. Is there a reason for that?
I was struggling with the front end for a lot of that. I don't know if it's the bearing issue which is causing that. It's pulling to the left quite a lot. I was going down the start-finish straight, and I've sort of loosened the steering wheel. You could feel it pulling to the left. I was like, oh, okay, this is a bit sketchy, but I carried on. It was so deafening as well. But with hopefully with these two front wheels, it should sort out the understeer issue we have.
Makes sense, because you don't want to do two just for the sake of it, do you?
Exactly. So yeah, if hopefully with Taylor out there now, we should claw back any time lost with the extra tyre. So.
Have you guys, now that you've seen it play out so far, what do you think is a realistic target? Is it for the win?
It'd be nice for the win. We missed out on the win last year. We were leading by like 35 seconds. I remember. With 15 minutes to go, our drive shaft went. So
down the Wellington Straight, wasn't it?
That was it. Yeah, I was gutted. I was driving at the time. I was like, it happened. I was like crying, shouting at the road. I was like, no. And
I do remember I was in the commentary box on the outside of Woodcote covering that, and I remember being totally surprised at our side as well. So fingers crossed for you, Reece.
Yeah, it was good, yeah. But hopefully we can go for the win. But Podium is looking more likely at the minute, but let's see what we can do.
Great job. Well done. Congratulations. So there you go. There's an insight on the 65 in terms of what they're going for, certainly after last year's heartbreak, but also an insight into why they changed both tyres. It was kind of forced upon them.
Yes, slightly concerned that Reece was suggesting there was only one corner that goes left at Silverstone.
Yeah, he'd be struggling.
What's Brooklands?
Yeah, I was going to say he'd be struggling with that one, wouldn't he? But we do now have Ollie Fernell behind the wheel of car number 8 of Pro-Am Racing. Right. They came into the pit lane in what was second place, but he's returned to the circuit. It says 9th at the moment. We've still got more cars coming through, make that 10th. But there's still cars yet to pit. Of course, our race leader, Jack Wright, who last time through set another fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 19.298. So Jack Wright really starting to turn up the heat, and I've got a feeling that's meant metaphorically, but potentially literally as well, because if he's found those extra few horsepower with the heater on, the weight of the fuel will be coming out of the car, and tyres may be starting to become an issue, but still continuing to lead the race rather dominantly. We do have car number 12 back out there, the second of the Pro-Am Racing cars. Scott Thompson now behind the wheel of that car. Let's see whereabouts Ollie Fernell falls into the mix. It says 11th. I will look out of the commentary box window. Can we see him coming through as of yet? No, not at the moment. So it's saying he's just gone through. So P11, there he is, just gone through there. So yes, P11 for Ollie Fernell. So he's got a bit of driving to do. He can get his way into the top 10. That's no mean feat in the MSV Track Days EnduroKA series, but we may see further twists in the tail for this one. On the brakes, in towards Maggots and Beckett. I'm sure he's done plenty of work on the sim as Ollie. But the closest cars we've got out on circuit, I would say that is the battle for what is 4th place, car 121, the Calamity car. So that currently has Marcus Batty behind the wheel. They're still chasing down car 180 with Colin French. There's only a second separating the pair of those two, 4th and 5th.
Yes, so still to stop, and so the effect of that final stop we can't yet can only sort of predict. But he's got a 2-lap cushion, the leader, Jack Wright. And from what I've seemed to remember of his father's no slouch. So, assuming he takes the car over, it looks to be well set. Number 46, the Milner racing car that started by Mr. Milner, or Johnny Milner himself. And that car has only made the one stop so far, as has the car in third place.
I think they may be getting ready to do a stop down for that 46 is my impression.
Well, it's coming down the pit lane, so you're right, Chris. It'll be with you in a moment.
Yeah, so the pit lane becoming a bit busier. Chris, you'll have to watch your back as there's a few cars working their way down the pit lane. Go on.
It was, you know, backing up what you were saying, Jack, is that it's absolutely right, is that we've got this whole of this pit lane and suddenly there's 3 stops being made all within a line of each other, and it's just funny the way it works out. I'm just going to avoid the 55 car coming in to get round to the 46. And it's great, because now I realise from the overalls is that watching them on the pit wall earlier, just having a whale of a time, serious, you know, high fives and everything like that, as George is getting ready to get in by the looks of it. Yeah, George Wright's going to be getting into this car next. And debriefing with his son. Got the odd telltale bit of damage on the car, but
really?
Yeah, just like, you know, that you get quite a lot of these coming in with the tyre marks all down the side. And it was fairly close, up close and personal in that opening stages, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
A great wrap on this one as well. Really cool design. With obviously the Milner air supply. The fuel's going in, so that's just the one jog they've done there. So they've obviously feel that they've got it happy with the fuel so far. In jumps George. They're all doing it very, very quickly now. You can tell when it's the teams at the top, because the pit stops are even more serious. Dumping in a bit of water at the back here as well. Strap in these very comfortable belts. Not. But they're actually having to just loosen that a little bit. So again, that's the risk when you've got different size drivers, isn't it? Is they're all going to be slightly different. Plug in the comms so that they can hear and talk to each other. And then the fluids being fed through so that they can drink while they're out, especially if there's more of them having to do the put the heating on. In, job done, push the car back. So Milner racing. Jack, I'm going to get a word with you right off the press. I mean, that's even just that pit stop is that you guys mean business.
We've yeah, we haven't come here to mess around. To be fair, we've got a good few drivers with me, my dad and my father-in-law Johnny. We're all thereabouts on the time, so you know that, a bit of reliability, good pit stops, no mistakes. That's what it's all about, and that will get you up there.
The thing that's amazing about this this EnduroKA racing, though, is that you still can't relax, because there's still time for things to go. I mean, we had it last year, didn't we? The 65 car, suddenly drive shaft going on, like, was it the last lap or something crazy? Penalties that can suddenly be dished out at the 11th hour. I mean, you guys cannot relax yet.
No, you can't. Like, last year, we was up there on the times, and unfortunately our head gasket went, so that put us out the order, put everybody else up there. You know, we've come in, us and Pro-Am, for instance, have both done a pit stop, driver changes, and we've gone back out, and we're still there within a second of each other constantly. So it's good fun.
Yeah, and you guys have been loving this. I've been watching you guys on the pit wall, just whooping, hollering, shouting, waving. I mean, you are truly emotionally invested in this.
Yeah, of course you are. We're a family team, so you're quite invested in it. So you've got to, you know, when Dad's out there on father-in-law Johnny, you're like, go on, let's have it.
I love it. It's so good to see. Well done, Jack. Brilliant drive. And to see that, and I'm sure you guys could even hear the emotion was true and palpable.
Spoken like a true Yorkshireman. Now, Jack has just spotted something.
Yes,
Jack has
it's car number 8, Pro-Am. Racing in the hands of Ollie Fernald. First couple of laps out there, 1 minute 21.1, so good lap times, especially for his first time in a car. However, or first time racing, should I say. The number 81 machine, that's Darren Stapleton, of course, a race leader for quite some time. Earlier on today, he's been consistently in the 1 minute 20s. The gap was 8 seconds when Ollie came out. It's now down to 5.2, so Ollie's going to get a chance to I guess, scrub up on his defending skills, which I'm sure need no work anyway. But the second of the two Pro-Am cars has just gone across the line. I heard tyre squeal somewhere. Where that was, I don't know, but I've got a feeling we've got a few drivers that are really starting to push on now. And of course, tyres will start to wear out, so that means braking performance will be lacking towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I reckon everybody, well, I can say for a fact, because it's on the screen, the TSL screen, every car has made 2 stops at least. Some have made 3. If you've made 2, then that's the minimum number of stops that you need. And so it may be a race to the finish for almost everybody now.
Yeah, it seems like that is the case. Through and past us comes Ollie Fernal, another lap down, unfortunately, because, of course, it's no longer Jack Wright behind the wheel of the number 46 car. It is George Wright. So George Wright has put another lap over Ollie Fernal. David Stapleton, has he got closer? No, Darren Stapleton, pardon me. No, he hasn't. 5.1 seconds, very equally. The pair of those two starting to lap now. Conor Brate for Pro-Am Racing, Conor Brate 1, GM Performance. What about the number 3 Wingate racing car of Matthew Weymouth? 1 minute 21.2. So the lap times are really starting to level out, and what must be rather annoying at this point is you can see the car up the road and you're driving the wheels off your EnduroKA. You just can't quite get there.
No closer, no. Not close enough. So I think what we have, as far as the lead gap is concerned, it's shown as 40 seconds. Scott Thompson in second place in number 12, 40.3 seconds behind George Wright. And if I'm right in what I recall of George Wright's experience, not just track day trophy, but I think he does some of the Nürburgring races as well on the Nordschleife.
Yeah, we had a car diving into the pit lane. I'm trying to pick out who that is, Chris.
Probably 81, I would hazard a guess. If it's not, it's going to be coming in soon. They're going to be doing their last stop and driver change, and I can clear up the mystery as well from earlier. You know, when they came in and then went straight back out again. Yes. You have to have your team manager down here to manage the pit stop. The problem was that the team manager had been called up to the stewards, as we see regularly, where they just call the team manager up to the steward to see them to sort something out. And I see it's 49 it's in, actually. So, yeah, so he was halfway up there. Safety car come out, and he's like, which way do I go? I need to go to the stewards, but I want to be back so we can do a pit stop now. It meant it came in, no team manager here, had to go straight back out again, and it cost them, really.
That's a bit rough, isn't it?
Yeah, it does seem a bit harsh, but I guess, you know, you win some, you lose some in racing, don't you?
Yeah.
Just looking through the order further down, we've still got cars in that sort of top 10 area coming into the pit lane. So the car we were watching early on, Ollie Fernal, he's up into 9th place now, and last time through sort of 1 minute 21.2, albeit I think slightly traffic affected. However, getting closer is Darren Stapleton, 4.3 seconds now.
And Scott Thompson is lapping a second quicker at the moment than George Wright. So that gap is down to just under 40 seconds, 39.278 seconds is the gap first to second. Now, I'm not saying it's going to carry on like that. George is probably just getting into the swing of things. Scott Thompson, though, likewise, because he's only recently taken the car over, the number 12 car. So it's 46 and 12 we're talking about. And they aren't all that far apart. Although 40 seconds, 39 seconds is still a hefty margin to work away at. So on the screen you can see the second place car, number 12. It has an hour and 18 minutes, an hour and 19 minutes. What have you spotted, Jack?
Looking at crash-strapped racing, they were only 6 tenths back. It's now back to 1.8. They're still chasing down David Drinkwater in the Three Amigos car. That's for 13th and 14th, respectively. K&F Racing are in the pit lane. So that is car number 21, Adam Bettinson. I thought was behind the wheel, but we'll wait and see whether they've still got another driver change yet to do. However, with that going on, that could promote further drivers down the order, even further into the top 10, and maybe a couple working their way in. Let's have a look at the times up at the top. A 1 minute 21.000 for car number 12 Pro-Am Racing, and that being Scott Thompson. So he is getting closer, 38.434 seconds, and with 1 hour and 18 minutes of this race remaining, if he's averaging just under a second, if not a second a lap, he's doing everything he needs to.
will that give him do the maths? Is that going to give him the lead if he carries on at that rate, a second a lap quicker?
I think so.
Right
with 1 minute 20s, 1 minute 21s. I think with how long's left, we've got 77 minutes of the race remaining. I think it might just be enough, but there's still various things that can happen because we've got over an hour remaining. This is still plenty of time.
That's assuming that nothing untoward occurs, but if it's simply a catch-up and they get round the traffic okay, then it is possible we could have a very tight finish.
We'll wait and see, because we're still not quite 3/4 of the way through this race at the moment. So Ollie Fernal, car number 8, currently sat in 8th place. What you spotted?
Another second pulled back. So I think we are at the moment, the signs are that the leader is lapping a lap slower than the car in second place, and the gap is therefore down now to 37.17 seconds.
Yeah, and the gap between Darren Stapleton and Ollie Fernal continues just to whittle down slightly. 3 points, best part of 3.2 seconds. It's 3.198 of a second separates the pair of them, mainly because Darren Stapleton doing a 1 minute 20.812, and that car having pitted 1 time less. Ollie Fernal's car, the car number 8, that's been into the pit lane twice. Darren Stapleton's 3 times, so it's great to see that they're still running as close as they are. Car number 81 into the pit lane, GM Performance. Darren Stapleton, the car we were just talking about, into the pit lane. So that means Ian Mitchell will potentially be getting back behind the wheel. What that has done is given Ollie Fernal a little bit of breathing room. However, not too far back from the tail of Darren Stapleton's car was car number 3, that being Wingate Racing and Matthew Weymouth. What sort of laps has Matthew been doing? 21.1, so still quicker than a couple of cars up the road. There's still plenty more to be unveiled.
Well, on the screen we've got the leader then, 46, and right on his tail is the number 8 car with Ollie Fernal, as Jack's been telling us. On its tail, number 121 in. Who do we reckon that is now? It's Marcus Batty to Andrew Hinch for the final stint, assumed.
Yeah, it would make sense, wouldn't
But
it?
that leading gap continues to come down at a second a lap. A 121.5, give or take a hundredth. 121.521 by the leader, 120.390 by its pursuer. It's looking quite exciting, this.
It really is, but are we going to call into play maybe some of the longevity of the cars? Because we know drivers have got their tricks of heater on and the fan all the way up. If they've got air conditioning, naturally they will have been cut out to minimise weight. But, but of course, the little 1.3 litre Ford KA engines, they must be getting slightly toasty, because it's getting quite warm. I've just had to adjust my seat because the sun coming through the window is getting really quite warm. It'd help if I took my jacket off, really, wouldn't it? But Milner Racing and George Wright still lapping exactly where they need to be. However, it is car number 12, that being Scott Thompson. He is getting closer continuously. 4 tenths gained that time through, 35.629. Into the pit lane, we've got car number 2 and car number 74 gone.
And I think it was 4 or 5 laps ago that it was a 40-second gap.
Yes.
Wasn't it? And it's now, as you've just said, down to 35 seconds.
We've got, like I say, car number 2, that's NJM's PDC's in, presumably with Cat Sells to get out and Ewan McGuinness to jump behind the wheel. And we've got another one coming in, that's 74 of Orca Sports, so I would guess Michael Davies is getting out of that car to hand over to Peter Child and run that car to the line.
Now that's a close gap. 3rd to 4th. 112 to 27 is 1.1 seconds. So that's another close one, but they're not going to catch the leader, of course. They're laps behind the leader, but or a lap behind the leader. But the leader then 164 laps completed. The gap. Wait for the second place car to come through, and the gap, there it is in that group of cars, which should be at 35. Now that was a lap on which no gain was made, 35.6 seconds. Their lap time's almost identical, just 7,000ths of a second difference.
I'm just looking further down, of course, Calamity having been into the pit lane, car number 121. That is still, I'd imagine, Andrew Hinch, or Andrew Hinch has now got behind the wheel. It's not quite updated on the timing screen as of yet, but only down 5 places. It shows that the field has started to spread out. George Wright at the front of the field, I'd imagine he's coming through in a few moments' time to post another lap time. We've still got Pro-Am Racing out there and Scott Thompson. So over the line there goes Ollie Fernell. A 1 minute 20.865 posted in response to the car up the road. That being T Norton's Auto Tech Motorsport 2. Taylor Norton has posted a 1 minute 20.632. So slowly starting to fall away a little bit is Ollie Fernell. However, the car behind, Matthew Weymouth, with a 1 minute 22.428. Ollie is in an opening gap, but of course traffic can still play a part. George Wright still fighting away with, I think that was car number 12 potentially. No, it is Ollie Fernell. So Ollie, at the moment, how many laps down is he? He's only 3 laps down, so he can at least get to one of those 3 back away from George Wright at the moment, with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Chris, I think we've got you down in the pit lane.
I'm stood on the pit wall watching them sort of down close to Copse Corner. And the one thing that I found really intriguing is that I said that they were on the 95 car, they threw a new boot on the front left for Marcus Clutton to give him the best possible condition that he could. And I can tell you, it's no wonder they did that, because I can be looking in the opposite direction and I know exactly who it is that's going around Copse Corner, because he is leaning on that car something rotten. He really is throwing it through Copse Corner with incredible aplomb and just making the tyres scream for mercy. So I think that once that fuel gets down, I wouldn't be surprised to see that one banging in a new fastest lap of the race. He is absolutely hurtling it around this circuit, and it's an interesting insight. Also noticing that there's quite a few cars, they come down Copse Corner and then suddenly they're going as wide as they possibly can onto the rumble strip pavements on their left, so that they can have as wide a sweep in as possible into Copse Corner. And Marcus Clutton's just got past the Dagenham Dustbin winner car just as he got down into Copse Corner as well. So it shows he is absolutely flying.
Yeah, Marcus Clutton definitely knows what he's doing, doesn't he? Of course, racing in British GT this year. He's no stranger to GT3 and GT4 machinery. Car number 57 in the pit lane, or 67, pardon me, original Chequers Racing. I'd imagine, let's have a quick look, whereabouts are they in the order? They've had a fairly broken race throughout. However, it is Thomas Hendry behind the wheel, serving a stop-go penalty for one reason or another. You'd imagine it'd be track limits or maybe a pit stop infringement. There's another car down with you, Chris. I think that's the AFK Racing car. Nick Berg coming in to hand over to Tim Parsons, I would imagine. Let's have a look further up the order. Go on, Chris.
No, I was just confirming you're absolutely right that the 22 is in. They're just unlocking the fuel cap and dumping the last bit of fuel into that car. Certainly the driver that brought that in is out, helmet and balaclava off, so it is definitely going to be a driver change.
Great stuff. So we'll wait and see as and when Tim Parsons gets back out onto the circuit, side by side over the line. That was really, really close. Car number 95, that's the WKD car with Marcus Clutton. He's not just got in front of the Dagenham Dustbin, he's pulled away by quite some margin. He was just working his way through and past car number 7. That's the G&B Finch Racing car, currently with Ben Smith. No, it's not Ben Smith behind the wheel, it's back to Stephen Finch. So Stephen Finch is now back driving car number 7. In terms of AFK Racing, of course, they came in from what was 4th place, so that's allowed Autotech Motorsport 2 to inherit 4th place. It's allowed Kahuna's race team to inherit 5th place. And whilst that car's stationary in the pit lane, we will await the arrival of Ollie Fernell, who is in theory still on that same lap, so we could see Ollie in towards the top 6. Into the pit lane comes car number 27, that being Semprini Racing. So that car coming in from what is 23rd place. Wondering whether we will see James Hart hand back to Phil Hart. Of course, Phil Hart started that car. Ollie Fernell breaks the beam and goes up into P6, so into the top 6 for him. However, he's got 34 seconds to overcome if he wants to catch onto the coattails of the treble 3 Ian Perkins for Kahuna's race team. In the meantime, though, Kahuna's race team are distracted, fighting away with Autotech Motorsports 2. That's Taylor Norton. So if those two continue to battle, 34 seconds doesn't seem that much in the course of 1 hour and 8 minutes still remaining. Back out on circuit goes car number 22, AFK Racing, this time with Tim Parsons behind the wheel. We'll see what he can do.
Yes, well, 34 seconds, of course, is almost the gap for the leading two cars as well, 33.389.
The 1-2-1 car's back in again, and I had a feeling that I'd seen that recently so I came across, and sure enough, they've got a problem, and it's a really weird one, and frustrating as heck for them, is that the kill switch is just turning itself off. And so on the last lap, he suddenly had to hold it in position. As soon as he lets go, it turns around and turns itself off. So they're desperately trying to find a way, because that's not quite the way you're supposed to drive, is it?
No.
So they're trying to find a way that they can keep that kill switch round. Kill the kill switch, basically.
Well, indeed, yes, it's the kiss of death at the moment, isn't it? So, work on that car going on. You can see on the screen an hour and 7 minutes remain. Just popped out. Did I miss anything?
Nothing major. Obviously, we had a couple of cars dive into the pit lane, and that's shuffled the order very slightly. We've got 2 Pro-Am cars inside the top 6, so
yes.
That is starting to heat up indeed. But George Wright's lead is they're no longer, from the chugs that we described earlier, they're back to bite-sized pieces. Yeah, George Wright he's found an extra bit of pace in that car. I don't know whether that's because of the cloud cover and the track temperature is slowly starting to cool down, so the cars might run slightly better as well in the cooler temperatures, but we'll wait and see. 32 seconds. We saw it up as high as 40, and we've still got over an hour remaining in.
Yeah, and last time around there was half a second difference in their lap times. George Wright 1:20.980. Scott Thompson 1:20.416. And the gap down to 32, so 32.8 seconds. So when we started monitoring this, it was 40 seconds. It's now 32.8. We've got an hour and 6 minutes.
Mathematically, I think that's still possible, because if he's averaging 10 seconds every 20 minutes...
I got O-level maths, but I can't pretend to be capable of working that one out. Can you?
I think he is, because he's if he's got another 5 minutes still to go, does Scott Thompson, and if he's averaging 5 or 10 seconds every 20 minutes, by the time we get inside the hour, if he's at bang on 30 seconds and he continues to chip away at that time, this could be the final few laps kind of decider. I'm getting. Chris, we've got you in the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, I was just really sort of joining in your conversation about this. I was looking at the timing screens there, and one thing that really is jumping out at me is it looks like we're going to have a battle between 3 cars for the final step on the podium as well.
It would seem like that, but of course, it depends who's yet to pit. I'm hoping they've all done their mandatory, or they've all done their stops.
Assuming that,
it seems like that is the case, but there's still so much that could happen, and if we've got any further interventions with the safety car, of course. But 6.9 seconds between Taylor Norton and the 112 that's currently being driven by Robert Thomas. So there's only 6 seconds there. A further 1.8 seconds back is the treble 3 car in the hands of Ian Perkins. So yeah, absolutely, Chris, you are 100% right. We've got 3 cars separated by only 8-9 seconds, so it's very much up for grabs. What of Ollie Fernall's progress? He's a lap behind the car ahead and 13 seconds away from Matthew Weymouth, so he is pulling away, but he's got to try and find over 1 minute and 20 seconds if he's in with a chance of that top 5.
Has 112 been driven twice by Simon Bonham, or is that going to have to make another stop, do you think?
I've only seen Simon Bonham in that once.
That's my recollection. So Robert Thomas started, Simon Bonham took over. Robert Thomas is in it at the moment.
I think he can run that to the end, because with the...
I was something against the rule.
Yeah.
I just wondered whether that car might have another stop to make, but because it's Robert Thomas has probably had a pretty long stint in that car.
Yeah, you'd imagine so.
So fuel might be a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. We've still got 1 hour and 3 minutes remaining, so fuel is going to potentially become a problem, because you're relying on the driver feeding back to you how much fuel they've got. But let's be honest, they might not have a digi-dash of what it is. They are just looking at a needle on the dashboard and going, well, it's halfway to the E. I don't know. That's what you've got to rely on, and of course tyres as well, because tyres will really start to fall away as the race wears on. So there's still so much in the air in the final 1 hour and 3 minutes of the 4 hours we've been going.
Right, well, the gap first to second is down to 31.2 seconds now, so it continues to come down. It came down by another second on that lap. So consistently, it's between half and a full second. The gap is coming down lap after lap between the top two.
Yeah, back in front of us comes Ollie Fernell over the line once again in the Pro-Am racing machine. Still sat there in P6, just continuing to tick away the laps. He's just worked his way through and past and put another lap over car number 44. That's the Graves Motorsport car, currently with Stuart Kidder behind the wheel. Tango and Crash, car number 60, that is being driven by Chris Keys. However, they have just popped up having a penalty, or a little exclamation mark. So I'll try and bring up the time.
That's the Dagenham Dustbin winner.
It is the Dagenham Dustbin winner, so hopefully all is well with that car. Let's scroll down and figure out exactly what it is. It is saying a 2-lap penalty, so presumably an infringement in the pit stop. Into the pit lane very quickly, indeed, comes the 112 machine. You said we'll keep an eye on it, and we thought we might be able to get them to the end, but no, Robert Thomas has called it there, so Simon Bonham will jump in behind the wheel.
So up to third place, therefore comes 65.
Yeah, and that means Ollie Fernell into the top 5, so we're no longer battling for the final step on the podium, we're battling for the final 2 steps on the podium. Pro-Am Racing will have 2 cars inside the top 5.
Yeah.
It's getting rather close, this, isn't it? It's still with an hour to go.
Yeah. Interest all the way through to the end of this. 30.5 seconds now is the gap first to second. Slightly smaller reduction, it was between about 7/10 of a second that time, so it is still 46, George Wright leading, Scott Thompson still second. There is the leader through, and half a minute later should come along Scott Thompson, and the gap is not yet up.
Await the arrival of Scott Thompson wherever he is. Here he is, Scott Thompson coming through now. What do you think the gap will be?
Yes, I was going to say under 30 seconds. It's 20 into the 20s now, 29.69 seconds.
So mathematically, he can still do it. He can still be in
at this rate, which has been consistent really since they made their last pit stops.
Absolutely, but of course there are still a number of things that can happen. We've still got just over an hour of this race remaining, so there's still so much that can happen. I don't know whether Catastrophe has managed to get that car back out in front of the second of the 2 Pro-Am racing cars, because it's no longer showing the sort of cog next to that car on the timing screen. So presumably, I think that 112 car of what will now be Simon Bonham has retaken to the circuit and held on to 5th place and that final spot inside the top 5. So it will have been a very quick pit stop indeed. In terms of lap times, what are we looking like? It's still Scott Thompson that's the quickest car out there at the moment. However, we've got a few cars further down that are starting just to nip their way into the 1-minute 20s. One of those being the Lar Motorsport car, Duncan Macbeth, with a 1-minute 20 point, whatever it's disappeared now as it's updated. However, we did see Nathan Brown with a 1-minute 20.178, so he's really starting to pick up the pace. Chris, we've got you in the pit lane.
Yeah, I've decided to grab Richard Jepp out from the garage, kind of bouncing from one foot to the other. This is looking like an exciting finish.
Yeah, it's all working out really well. It was amazing first half an hour, really, so much battling in the car, and the car's performing really. This team is so professional, the way they run it. It's like clockwork, everything. And yeah, we're clearing in P1, so anything can happen in this time left. So.
The interesting thing is that we're looking at the maths now and seeing that Scott's time compared to George in the lead is that mathematically he can do it, but equally within an hour a lot can change on the tyres, the fuel, the car, the track, everything.
Yeah, there's a long way to go. Anything can happen. But yeah, he's gaining around average about a second a lap at the moment, so it's easily doable. We have just to see how it plans out, really.
Is it what you expected? Did you genuinely come in today thinking, yeah, we absolutely have a chance to win?
Well, it's the first time I've been in the car this morning, so it's yeah. I mean, I knew the team were one of the top runners. We've all got the same mentality. We're out here to win. So yeah, we always want to win. We always do the best we can for it. So.
Tell the viewers, what do you normally do when it's not an EnduroKA?
So I usually race in the City Car Cup. I race for a student motorsport team, a car completely built by students, Northbrook College. it's an experience to working with a lot of college students, but it's amazing to see how they develop throughout the year and learn so much from a live environment, something that you can't teach in a classroom, you know. And it's tomorrow's motorsport engineers, so it's so valuable, and everything that JP Latham's doing, student motorsport's amazing.
He's a good friend of mine, JP. I know him very, very well. Well, listen, I'll let you sort of say glued, because you are literally stood there bouncing, watching, and that's the excitement of this racing.
Yeah, that's it. Anything can happen. There's so much going on all the time. It's great to watch.
Well, great opening stint. Enjoy it, mate. So there you go. That was Richard Jett stepped into the number 12 Pro-Am Racing, and yes, I think you could probably sense that there was a degree of nervousness in him as well while we were chatting to him. To be fair,
absolutely, because he's was a late choice as driver, and he's done a great job. Was up at the front throughout qualifying, and George Wright's gone through then. 176 laps completed. The gap went up a little bit a couple of laps ago, but it came down again. It's now in the below 30-second gap, but Scott Thompson not yet through. Will be shortly, so we'll get the gap again. And it's 29.976, so it's gone up about half a second.
Yeah, it's gone up just a little bit there for Scott Thompson, so it's almost like he's hit a wall now, and
it is a bit.
Can't quite get even further into that 30-second margin. We had a change further down. That's the Triple Eight machine. Boston Racing. It currently has Jacob Fells behind the wheel. He's managed to work his way through and past Matthew Weymouth for 6th place. So he's still a fair way, 8.3 seconds, I think it said, away from Ollie Fernal when he broke the beam. So still a bit of time to find, I think.
But 65 and 33 in 3rd and 4th places, they're separated by 2.8 seconds.
Absolutely so, and even further down we've got the 112 car of Simon Bonham having got behind the wheel. He's really starting to push forward. 112, apologies, I think Robert Thomas has actually stayed in that car. It looks like it has, that, or it's just not updated on the timing screen as of yet.
After that last pit stop.
Yeah, he's only 1.2 seconds away from the cash-strapped racing car, the car number 55, that being in the hands of Ben Smith. So we've still got drivers separated by just a couple of seconds. And the thing is, this late into a race, we're 4 hours and 5 minutes in, you might have lost all your bearings on who you're racing and what position you're in and what position other people are in. So you potentially just drive around as fast as you can and assume you're fighting with everyone. That's what I'd guess.
Well, we've got 55.5 minutes remaining. The gap first and second has come down again. It's down to 29.065. So back heading in from the point of view of the Pro-Am racing car in the right direction. But Milner Racing, George Wright lapping consistently. He's getting into the high 120s on a regular basis now. And Scott Thompson's going to lap in the 119s, as he did last time around.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, because if he's continuing just to chip away at that time, which he well and truly is, almost a second quicker last time through. Over the line goes one of the Pro-Am cars. I think that was kind of rate of Ollie Fernal. Yes, it was 32 seconds away, best part of 33 away from Kahunas Racing and Ian Perkins. Currently working his way through Luffield is the first of the Pro-Am cars. That's car number 12, still with Scott Thompson behind the wheel. What can he do this time? Is he back into the 1:19s? So it's then the quick right at Woodcote, and then onto the start-finish straight. Over the start-finish line he goes. 1:19 he will want to see. 1:20.237. It's not the 19, however, it is still, 5.5, 6 tenths quicker than George Wright in the lead of the race. 28.4 seconds.
Yeah, so that's the gap now. For the first time, it's below 29 seconds. 28.497, first to second. Meanwhile, over at the bottom end of the top 6, what have we got? We've got some small gaps there, haven't we, still? 6th to 7th is 1.2 seconds. 6th is car 888, 7th is car number 3, which is going nicely now. It's just gained another place. This is the Matthew Weymouth car that had its interesting first stint in the hands of Leon Bidgeway.
just looking further down the order, and we've still got gaps that are very, very minuscule indeed. One of the cars that we mentioned earlier on, the catastrophe car with the cash-strapped racing car, that's for the final couple of spots in the top 10. They're still only, what, 1.8 seconds apart. Coming out of the final corner once again, we've got Scott Thompson. So 1 minute 20.552 posted by George Wright. So he's responded with a quick lap. What about Scott Thompson? Has he responded with an even quicker one? Yes, he has. Only around about 0.2 of a second, but now it's 28.3. That gap is coming down for the lead. So Pro-Am Racing, they've still got 2 cars inside the top 5. I'm sure they'd want 2 on the podium, but Scott Thompson, he's doing everything he can to try and get there.
Well, of course, tyres, I think I'm right in saying neither of the 2 leading cars that we're talking about so much have had wheel changes, have they?
Yeah. No, I don't think many of them have, no.
So it will be, of course, a case of how much life there is left in these tyres.
Yeah, all will be revealed in 52 minutes' time, and who can manage those tyres better. But now what we're seeing, potentially a bit of a strategy play here. Car number 46, George Wright, he's leading the way, posting 1 minute 20.552s. The sister Pro-Am car, Ollie Fernal, 1 minute 21.399. If he can get within that aerodynamic assistance range, he can almost distract our race leader and potentially do his teammate a solid. That's how serious the MSV Track Days EnduroKA series can be taken at points. But over the line, George Wright, a 1 minute 20.942. This could be the lap. We see a break into the 27-second barrier for Scott Thompson. He's just working his way through Woodcut now, and then onto the start-finish line, breaks the beam. What is it this time? He goes through with a 1 minute 20.481, and we are into the 27s. Yes. The lead gap, 27.841. We've been watching this come down from 40 seconds, Ian.
I know. I find these races absolutely fascinating. It takes me back to the first Silverstone 6 hours, which is a long time ago, World Championship sports car race, where we had a somewhat similar situation, actually, although obviously different sorts of car, where you had the car in second place. It caught up and finished right on the tail of the winner, John Fitzpatrick's BMW from Hans Heyer in the Porsche. And that we began spotting that with about an hour and a half, 2 hours to go in the 6-hour race. Anyway, 27.841 seconds is the gap between the top 2 last time through.
I'm just looking through the YouTube chat. There's been a number of people that are supporting Ollie Fernal, and I just put a message in there myself. They were saying they're definitely reading the chat. I definitely am reading the chat, and just they're picking up on bits that sometimes we miss as well. But into the pit lane comes car number 2. No, car number 3, pardon me. So that is Wingat Racing. I'm guessing that's Leon Bidgeway that's about to get back in.
No,
Chris, you've got
Mike Murray's getting in.
Mike Murray back in. So of course Leon Bidgeway having run that first stint, Mike Murray run the second, and what will now be the 4th stint. So still pit stops and driver changes and strategy calls to be going on. We've got another black and orange mechanical warning flag as well, so we'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, a Ford car with something dangling underneath. The gap has come down again, first and second, not yet into the 26s, 27.2, so it's come down another half second.
I wonder if it's the 81 car that's got something dangling, because twice they've had to sort of reattach the exhaust at the back there, so maybe it's hanging back down again.
Yeah, that's been a leader of the race at times, hasn't it, number 81, but is now in 18th place.
Yeah,
out of the running.
Yeah, of course, that was Darren Stapleton when he was leading the race for such a strong period of time, because he was fighting away consistently with Johnny Milner, but unfortunately their race has unravelled somewhat throughout then. And now La Motorsport and Darren Macbeth, or Duncan Macbeth, pardon me, have picked up another place. They're up into 11th. Of course, that is as Mike Murray's car is in the pit lane. Go on.
26.79 seconds, so into the 26s. It's again only a few tenths taken off, but it's continuing to come down. We've got just under 49 minutes of the race remaining.
Ian Perkins last time through had a very slow lap, a 1 minute 26.974. He's in 4th place, and the gap back to Ollie Fernal now is down to 27. seconds. However, keep an eye on the treble 8 machine, because that is Boston Racing. That is going to be Jacob Fells behind the wheel. What was the gap at the line? 0.2 of a second. So there's very, very little between Ollie Fernal and Jamie Fells. Whereabouts are they out on circuit? Let's try and figure that out. We'll look over towards the sort of final sector in towards Brooklands. I think they may have already picked their way through and past. We'll wait and see once they reappear. Over the line there goes our race leader, George Wright. Yes, Boston Racing have indeed, and went their way through and past Ollie Fernal. So Jacob Fells up into what is 5th place, Ollie Fernal down into 8th. George Wright, having broken the beam last time through with a 1 minute 20.773. This the first of the Pro-Am cars, car number 12, still with Scott Thompson behind the wheel. What can he do about breaking now into, what was it, 26 seconds?
26, yes, that's what we're looking for.
Let's see what he can do about, getting even further into those 26s, maybe even 25s. Over the line at 20.356, 26.376 the gap now between George Wright and Scott Thompson. He's getting closer.
Yes, he's getting closer. It is still 1/10 of a second. It's not yet even a half a second. It's less than that now for the last few laps, but the gap continues to come down. 26.376 seconds, 47.5 minutes of the race remain.
Yeah, not long left at all when you look at it in comparison to how long we've been racing already. And working their way through Luffield now. That's car number 95, so the WKD car with Marcus Clutton behind the wheel. Of course, if you're familiar with GT racing, Marcus Clutton is very quick indeed. He's currently sat in 25th place. Of course, that car, it's almost like theoretically a Pro-Am entry, because of course he is very much the pro in the car, and he said both his teammates new to it, bit of coaching, and I know you were a particular fan of the way he approached it, just being so casual in the garage and not putting any pressure on the team. Unfortunately, car number 81 back in the pit lane. This time it looks a bit more terminal. We'll have to try and get Chris down there to figure out exactly what it is that's going on. Car number 81, that's Darren Stapleton's car. And Ian Mitchell. So George Wright has broken the beam. Here comes Scott Thompson. Will he close that gap down? Are we into the 25-second margin? No, it's come back out, only by around about 1/10 of a second, however. 26.477 the lead margin.
Yeah, exactly 1/10 of a second it's gone up by. Maybe traffic played a part in that, but it's a small setback to the progress of Scott Thompson, George Wright. Then lapping consistently in the high 120s. And on that lap, Scott Thompson, 120.8. George Wright, 120.7. What about your other gaps, Jack? Have we got any of those? We've got a 2.8 gap, haven't we? Between 6 and 125.
We've got a 0.7 of a second gap. That's G&B Finch further down the order. So Steve Finch is doing a brilliant job. Last time he crossed the line, he was only 0.7 of a second behind Original Checkers Racing. However, that car has come into the pit lane, unfortunately, so Thomas Hendry, I'd imagine he will lose that place. And every time we spot a battle, it always just seems to dissipate.
Well, we haven't got rid of the lead battle.
We haven't got rid of the lead battle, but not yet. Give it 45 minutes. I think we'll very much have a battle on our hands. But of course, they're the only two drivers that are out there well, I don't want to say on the same lap, but of course those two are on the same lap, but there is a full lap between themselves and Autotech Motorsport 2 in 3rd place. It's completely empty.
Gap down to 25.454 seconds now, as again almost exactly 1 second between them, but a second slower than they were the last time around. So 121.688 for the leader, 120.665 for the second place car. The gap's now 25.4 seconds. It's down another second. First to second.
Just a report, so the 81 car was indeed the exhaust hanging down again, and I think the scrutineers are stood there trying to make sure they do a job that's hopefully going to last them to the end of the race this time, because this is at least the 3rd time they've had to strap it back up again, which is a huge shame. 67 goes out, that's changed. Driver's still in the 81 car, so they do plan to come out. The other side, the 44, the bright orange Graves Motorsport car is in, and that is doing a refueling, so they're planning to go out, although they are looking at the front left as though they're concerned of something. 55 is in, plus another one I can see trundling down the pit lane. Also, I caught up with the number 11 car. The whole team was round as they were putting it on the trailer, sadly, the 11/10 racing. And basically, the situation there was that the ball joint, front right, ball joint, had popped out, as had the drive shaft, would you believe? So that was the reason why they were definitely out of the race. It wasn't worth trying to fix that level of stuff. But the good news is that is fixable, ready for the next round.
Can you catch up, or are they on the pit wall with Jack Wright or Johnny Milner? See where they're feeling the pressure now as gradually Scott Thompson is reading.
I'll tell you what, let's do it really live and door stop him so he can't get away. Jack, I'm going to see if I'm live when I watch you can't run away. Feeling the pressure?
Not really. We're just doing our calculations. We're just thinking, we don't know how we're going to do for fuel. Safety car would be nice, but we'll see.
In fairness, you guys wouldn't have seen this, but not only was Jack with a smirk there, the team was around him just having a little chucker. I mean, it's exciting for us, but it's got to be murder for you guys watching this time just sort of sneaking down.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we are getting taken about half a second out a lap, but there's not long left. Johnny's going in. He's been out there first thing, so he knows where to point the car. So fingers crossed he might be a little bit quicker.
So there is another stop to come then?
Yeah, everybody's got to do another stop. We've got to do 3 driver changes.
Yes, it's not 3 pit stops, it's 3 driver changes, isn't it?
Yeah, so obviously I'm done, but Dad's going to come in and Johnny's going to go back out. We did a tyre change in our stop, so we've got that advantage. So fingers crossed, keep looking at them times, we might be all right.
So the number 12's got a pit again as well?
Yeah, everybody's got, like I say, unless you've done 3 driver changes, you've got to do another stop.
That means you pay a lot of attention to who's in which car as well.
You do, yeah. You've got to keep an eye on it all and see who's done what.
See, we've been talking about how much fun this is, but listening to that, where you're keeping that much attention to who's been in, how many driver changes they've done, what they've changed on their car. I walked into one of the garages earlier, and they've even got the graphs lined up against each other, telemetry, and they're comparing who was braking too late and too early, and it's still serious as well.
Oh, that is extreme. We are that fancy. We're just jumping and going, hope for the best. But you have got to see who's pitted and who hasn't, because you don't want to be getting yourself mixed up in a battle that's not actually yours. So, yeah, you just got to keep an eye on it.
Well, good luck, mate. It's great fun. We're enjoying this one. And I think initially I didn't believe him, Ian, when he was talking about, nah, not feeling the pressure, it's fine. But he was able to back it up with justification, I think.
Yeah, now, who's going to go into the number 12 car then? Is it going to be Richard Jebb? You were talking to earlier, weren't you? So is Richard Jebb going to be the last driver, just as Johnny Milner's going to be the last driver in number 46 when it makes its next stop? And Scott Thompson at the moment in number 12, and the gap is down to 22.4 seconds, so it's still coming down. Out of the Johnny Milner against Richard Jebb. If you think back to the start of this race, the first hour or so, Johnny was in the leading trio, wasn't he? So I don't know, we can only speculate, discuss, and wonder who it is. So it is going to be at the end. 22.4 seconds then is what the gap's come down to. But another pit stop has to be made for the 3rd driver change.
Yeah, we'll wait and see exactly what happens. Still plenty to play out. We've got Chris down in the pit lane.
Yeah, just to sort of give you the update, I grabbed a quick word. It is Richard Jebb that's going out, and so brought him the news that he's back against Mr. Milner. But what they actually believe is that they're saying, well, surely they're going to have to put a little bit of fuel in, so they know what everybody's doing, which Jack kind of suggested they kind of needed a safety car, but they don't need to in the number 12. And I did report live from their pit stop saying it was 2 full jugs that they were dumping in, so they absolutely brimmed it. They seemed absolutely relaxed and confident they're good to go for the rest of the race.
Lead down to 21.3 seconds. Can you get a feel, Chris, for when the pit stops may come?
No, not really.
Half an hour to go,
well,
do you think?
Certainly Richard's just stood there. He's in his race suit and it is zipped up, but they're nothing more than that, so it's not particularly imminent.
Well, 39 minutes to go. What do you reckon, Jack? Do you think we're going to have pit stops in the next few minutes, or perhaps with half an hour to go?
Now, you see, if I was Pro-Am racing, I'd leave Scott in I would do the exact opposite of what Milnair Racing are doing, because we know Scott's quick and we know that time it just keeps coming down. So if Milnair Racing stay out, keep Scott out, keep him in that car. But we know Richard Jepp's quick as well, so too is Johnny Milner.
Well, exactly, Johnny Milner is, although mainly a rally driver, he's got quite a bit of racing tarmac experience, to say the least. So, as you just missed then, Jack, that Jack Thompson was saying that, Jack Wright, I mean, was saying that he's done, so it won't be him who's going to take the car over, take the car back. 21.545 seconds is the gap after 190 laps completed, and we've got 38.25 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so still plenty of time for various battles to develop. I'm looking down the difference column on our TSL timing screen, and the gaps have come out quite substantially, really. The one that obviously we're keeping a very close eye on is our lead gap, which continues to come down, of course, down to 21.545, as you mentioned. However, we do have our race leader just picking his way through Brooklands in towards Luffield, but he's caught up in so much traffic at the moment, is George Wright, so you almost play it by ear. If you see you're going to be catching a lot of traffic, dive into the pit lane, because it saves you that time in the long run, and you're not having to fight through. But staying out is George Wright at the moment, so he comes through Woodcote and will tick another lap in the book. It will be 191 laps completed for him, so breaks the beam with a 121.421. I said he was compromised by traffic. What can Scott Thompson do by way of response? Can he bring that gap down ever more? So he's just worked his way through and past car number 81. That is, of course, GM Performance, Darren Stapleton and Ian Mitchell's car. That car's been very quick at various points throughout this race. It's just all come unravelled. The lead gap, 20.9 seconds, so literally exactly 20.9 seconds, 20.900, really started to come down now. And yeah, Scott Thompson, why would you take him out of the car just yet, unless you absolutely have to keep him in?
Well, we've heard it from Jack that they're going to, oh, it's Scott Thompson, yes, it's going to be Richard Jeff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's all ready to take over. He was the one who started the race. And went well. He's part of the leading group. And other gaps are larger than they were. In fact, we've got no small gaps anymore. But things may change when we have the final pit stops to put the third driver change.
Yeah, so still driver changes to be made, but Scott Thompson, obviously he knows how that car is feeling. He knows how the tyres are feeling as well. He's got a feel for the traffic and who's out there. So 100% do not take him out of the car. He just breaks the beam. Sorry, that was Ollie Fernall going through, breaking the beam. 122.188, but he is trapped in a bit of traffic at the moment. Scott Thompson, he goes through. Is the lead gap into the teens? No, not just yet. 20.636. I think we had Chris down in the pit lane.
Yeah, just a very quick one. This is so cool. We are basically, you got 10A, garage 10A is where we've got the number 12 car. Garage, let me just double check what number that is. 11A is where we've got the 46 Milnair Racing. They are looking into each other's garages, sort of watching to see who's blinking, who's going to do what at which point. So it is seriously getting tense down here.
This is when you see all the mechanics get ready and walk out as if they're waiting to expect the car, and the car carries on through anyway. It could all go up in the air.
But what I love watching is that they are doing that, but they're all there with smirks on their faces, and you know, so it's still kind of got that fun element to it. The 275 car has come in, and none of the team is here. So there's like the other teams running back going, guys, your car is in. So I'm assuming their radio's not working because there's an issue, and the team manager was at the barbecue behind the garages. But yes, so it's very tense. They're watching each other and trying to work out who's going to blink first, but they are doing it with these smirks and smiles on their face, which is just a wonderful mix between the two.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, the thing is, you always get a sort of almost casual sense whilst you're walking around the KA paddock. It really is a brilliant community of people. However, when it comes to racing, we all love it and we all take it very, very seriously. The gap came out that time, however. Scott Thompson with a 1 minute 21.134 compared to George Wright's 120.872. But what has happened there is he's caught the traffic. George Wright was affected by a few laps ago.
Yes. Yeah, 275 has just broken into the top 30 and has obviously been delayed with kinds of problems. And therefore it really doesn't matter if the team weren't there to receive the car when it came in that much as far as the race result goes. So the leader, as Jack has just said, nearly 21 seconds ahead as a result of lapping more quickly last time around than Scott Thompson in second place in number 12. So leader through 120 points. That's a good lap. 120.383 by George Wright.
Yeah, he's just worked his way into a little bit of a pack at the moment. I don't know whether that aerodynamic assistance that he's getting is just keeping him lapping around consistently. Now we've got Ollie Fernal into the pit lane, so it will be Gordy Much, I would imagine, that's going to get behind the wheel of that car to bring that car home. So the lead gap has come out ever more now.
Two successive laps.
Absolutely,
lead going up rather than coming down.
21.3 seconds now, that gap. So Ollie Fernal out of the car, and that is Gordy Much getting in. You can tell by the colour of the helmet. Chris, you'll have to try and grab a word with Ollie to see how he found his first experience in an enduro car. But we're about to get a quick car back out on circuit as well, because Ollie's done a brilliant job getting that car up to 6th, but we've now got Gordy Much getting in, and Gordy definitely knows what he's doing. He was lapping around about a second quicker, but of course the track has evolved, the tyres have worn. No fuel going in, so they're comfortable that car will get to the end. Let's see what Gordy Much can do now. He takes back to the circuit, but of course that lead margin keeps coming out, and I think that's why, because looking at it, George Wright, he's in that little pack, but he's getting all of that draft assistance, so he's not having to punch a hole in the air himself, unlike Scott Thompson, who's having to do that.
Yeah, Gordy Much, remember, go back to the beginning of the race in that first hour, he was one of the trio, wasn't he, that were fighting for the, or if they were fighting or cruising round in best slipstream fashion in the early stages. So what have we got now? 120.79, 121.780, so it's gone the other way. And for the first time, the gap between the first two is into just 20 seconds, or under 20 seconds. It's 19.29. Start again. 19.929 seconds is the gap first to second.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're into those teens now, and Scott Thompson maybe heading down the Wellington straight or down the start-finish straight. He'll just maybe be able to pick through the crowd and go, "You're who I'm chasing." Chris, who have you got down in the pit lane?
The person you wanted me. It's Ollie. I've grabbed a word with him. He's not even put his helmet down. Ollie, how did you find that, mate?
Yeah, loved it. It was great. Absolutely brilliant. First time of racing on the track and just immediately put into the action as well. It's a lot of fun out there. It is a lot of fun, yeah. It's brilliant. Loved it.
I could tell that, because when you were chatting to the others, you were saying about it's a lot of fun. You were saying, oh, it's frustrating because this, that and the other, but there was still a smile on your face even as you were saying the frustrating bits.
Yeah, it's the racing driver in me is just like, because I came out and I was on pace and I was matching the leader and then I overtook him once, and then I don't know what, I must have overheated the tyres, just lack of experience, and then started to lose quite a bit of time. I think it just overheated the fronts, but yeah, great experience, you know, fighting other cars and that, to do it real life and compared to the sim is pretty mega.
Were you able to take anything from the sim racing into the real world here, though?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if I didn't sim race, there's no chance I would have been as good as I am. No chance.
Well, help the viewers and the listeners to that understand what that is you were able to take, because there's some that possibly don't appreciate that necessarily.
Well, just like in a sim, in real life, there are braking points, turning points, understeer, oversteer. You learn that all from the sim. And I know from front-wheel drive cars, you know, it's understeer is an absolute killer. So you've got to, you know, find what the limit is and then go over it, otherwise you're understeer. And, you know, a sim can absolutely teach you that. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant.
This is why I made a key point, as I want people to sort of see that absolutely it's a good place to go. If you can't afford the real world racing, don't lose heart, get started on that, and you never know what the future can hold.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Honestly, if you do a bit of sim racing, it really, really will help. There's a reason all the pros do it. You know, they jump on iRacing and stuff, keep myself, you know, up to date. But yeah, it 100% helps. Sim racers around the world need to be given more opportunities, because there's far better drivers than me out there, you know, who deserve to be driving a car or whatever out there. So hopefully someone will give someone a punt at some point, and, you know, because they deserve it.
It's starting to happen more and more, and it's starting to happen. Have you got the bug now for the real world?
Oh, I always will. I always have, and yeah, this will not be my last time.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, this won't be my last time.
Good man, good man. Congratulations, Ollie. Well done, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Thank you.
So there we go. It's Basic Ollie, as we know from YouTube, Oliver Furnell. It was lovely to hear the human element there, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Whilst you were talking to him, we had the situation of both the leading cars doing exactly the same lap time 3 laps ago. Their times were absolutely identical to the thousandths at 1 minute 20.404. Since then, the pendulum has swung, well, it swung both ways, actually. It went in favour of the leading car. Now it's gone the other way, and for the first time we've got a lap under 1 minute 20. We've got a 1:19.659 by the second place car by Scott Thompson, as against a 1:20.809 by the leader George Wright, and the gap is therefore down to under 20 seconds. It's 19.469 seconds. We've got just under half an hour remaining, 28 minutes and 6 seconds.
Yeah, so we are slowly starting to run out of time. However, that gap is slowly starting to come down, isn't it? So George Wright's still out there, Scott Thompson's still out there. I'm guessing it's going to be whoever is first to blink will come out on top with this one. But George Wright still leading the race. Scott Thompson, he should just be appearing now. Yes, he is. So he appears through Woodcut and then onto the start-finish straight. Do we see him get closer still? And breaks the beam. We're into the 18-second margin, 18.645 now, so 8 tenths quicker on the lap prior from Scott Thompson, so he is getting closer. And what do we do at this point? Because you can't put your money on either of them, because they're just going to be, I've got a feeling, with an extra pit stop in between, that will win or lose this race.
Depends how the pit stop goes, doesn't it? Because there's no balance of performance. I think that was a bit of a wobble.
That was Scott Thompson locking up the rear axle, and you could see lots of arm twirling in the cockpit, just trying to get that car back straight again. He did just about, but that's the last thing he will have wanted. That will cost him a lot of time, and it's dropped him behind 2 cars as well. So I've got a feeling the gap may be up towards 20 seconds once again. So still lots of twists in the tail.
Is there something underneath the car?
I don't.
On the left-hand side.
On.
I know there's wheels.
Well, I wasn't going to say wheels.
Out of place.
Well, on Scott Thompson's car, or on
number 12?
On George.
Yeah,
Scott Thompson's car. Okay, we'll have to wait until we get some footage of that one once again. He might just be working his way through and past us in a few moments' time as well. So is he going to dive into the pit lane, or is he going to stay out? No, he's staying out. I can't see anything under the car.
Okay, it's my imagination.
That looks astray. Let's have a quick look this side. No, it all looks clear when he's going down the start finish
gone up. That wobble delayed him. It's 20.5 seconds. And meanwhile, we see in the pits number 60 being attended to. That's the Tango and Crash car, which was summed under a black and orange flag, wasn't it? Do I remember rightly?
It was, yeah. I'm not exactly sure. It was for the fuel, wasn't it? The fuel just leaking out of the filler neck on that car. So obviously they're not doing too badly, having had all of that thrown at them and still being in the position they are.
In third place is 65, driven by Taylor Norton, and that's lapping more quickly. Just had a lap at 1:19 than the 2 leaders. He's not going to catch the 2 leaders because he's laps behind, but in third place, lapping more quickly than the 2 leaders are.
Yeah, so a good show of pace late on in the race from Taylor Norton. Yeah. Of course, he's trying to run away from Ian Perkins, who's 28 seconds back. Then you've got Jacob Fells, who's currently behind the wheel of the Treble 8 Boston Racing machine. He's only 5.6 seconds back. And where have Gordy Much? Where's Gordy come back out? Car number 8 in P8. He's doing a good job, is Gordy. So last time through, 1 minute 28.5. I think the tyres are slowly starting to feel the pinch, but there is, of course, traffic he's got to deal with. Back over the line comes Scott Thompson. Does he bring the gap back down once again? 20.304. So by 0.2 of a second, that little mistake has not knocked his confidence at all, has it?
No. Just going back to Gordy Much, he's in 8th place at the moment. 7th is a real, in fact, he'll probably have it at the end of the lap that he's just started, because he's only 0.799 of a second behind the car in 7th place, number 112. But I'm not sure he's going to get much further than that, because the gap next up the road is quite a long one.
It is indeed, and we are running out of time. We've got less than half an hour remaining now, so less than 25 minutes, in fact. 24 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. And Scott Thompson is still trying to pick his way through and past a little bit of traffic. At the moment, the car he's trying to work by is the 747 LAR Motorsport machine, still with Duncan Macbeth behind the wheel. Is he going to do it, or is he going to get forced the long way around on the run in towards Brooklands? It's the long way around, the short way around, because he's tried to pick his way through so much traffic. Joining him in that little battle is the AFK racing car with Tim Parsons behind the wheel, who sees that Scott Thompson is coming, peels the car over towards the left-hand side, providing him just a little bit of room. We've got Chris down in the pit lane, I think.
Yeah, just keeping you up to date is that it's starting to get near to blink time. Mr. Milner's been sent to get suited and booted. I've walked down to 10A, and it looks to me as though that's a balaclava being loosened, ready by Mr. Jepp. So we're getting close to the time where, and I think they're possibly going to blink at the same time, you know.
Yeah, you could well be right. The gap, based on their last laps, is still, it's gone back over 20 seconds. It's 20.459 seconds as they move on to their 202nd lap.
Yeah, 3 Amigos into the pit lane as well. So Phil Hinson, from what I remember, is behind the wheel. We'll have a quick look down at the timing screen. It's David Drinkwater, pardon me. So David Drinkwater, who started that car, is behind the wheel. So I'm guessing they have done a fair number of pit stops now. Let's have a quick look. 3 Amigos over we go to 3. Is this going to be a driver change? Left of the car in gear whilst he takes his foot off the clutch. The car jumps forward. So a quick splash and dash by the looks of it. No, fuel's been called off. Back out onto the circuit goes the number 60 Tango and Crash car. The lead margin, yeah, 20.459. So it's come out by around about a tenth and a half. Going the way of George Wright. George Wright breaks the beam there, all on his own now. He doesn't have aerodynamic assistance from the cars around him. So a 2-minute 21.179. I think that's almost identical to what he did the lap prior.
It is.
What of Scott Thompson? He's still being chased by Jacob Fells. He posts a 1-minute 20.564, one back into the teens, 19.844 the lead margin.
But he's got to do it consistently.
Yeah.
The alternate laps, it won't do.
No, absolutely. We've still got Richard Jepp still to get in, but then we've also got Johnny Milner, and we know that both of those are very, very quick pedallers.
So 19.8 seconds is the gap first to second. But it's got to come down into the, well, 18, 17, 16, 15, I think, seconds gap with 21 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Race ends, as I'm sure everybody knows, first time the leader crosses the line after the 5 hours have been completed.
Yeah, so George Wright, he's slowly losing that time, but as Chris alluded to down in the pit lane, we've got pit stop still to be made, and they're going to wait and see exactly what you do. If you're George Wright and you see you're approaching cars, jump into the pit lane. If you're Scott Thompson and you see you're approaching cars, which I think he will be doing, I'd imagine he will do the same. But George Wright, what a response, a 1-minute 20.469. That's
Good.
Exactly the response he would have wanted. Into the pit lane comes car number 64. However, staying out there is Scott Thompson. What does he do in regards to a lap time? A 1-minute 20.320. The gap has come down by another tenth of a second. Car number 64 in the pit lane. That's being driven by Christopher Buckley. So presumably he will hand back over to Adam Nakar. But we've still got pit stops to be made. We've still got driver changes, maybe splash and dash. It's all up in the air. It really is, and it's then whether certain teams change front left tyres or some leave them alone.
Jacob Fells is lapping under the 120 mark. He's lapping quicker than the leaders. Jacob Fells in 5th place, the Boston racing car.
Yeah, and of course he was being chased by Gordy Mudge, but Gordy is what, 0.8 of a second away from Jacob Fells' lap time last time through.
Yeah.
So he's sat in an opening gap, is Gordy, because the car behind with a 1-minute 21.6, the car in front with a 119.8, and him on a 120.9. I think it was a 120.6 at the time. However, we've just had a personal fastest lap of the race and a lap posted that's only, what, 0.8 or 0.8 away from the fastest overall lap of the race. That's by Nathan Brown in the Shine Automotive car, a 119.400.
Good.
That's 1.5 seconds quicker than the car up the road, and like I say, only 0.8 of a second away from being the fastest overall lap of the race.
Right, the leader's gone through. Last lap of 121.045. What are we going to get? There we are, 120.366. So the gap's down to 19.016 seconds now, first to second.
Yeah, Milner Racing still leading the way, but 19 seconds. That gap has got. We've been slowly watching this come down from 40 seconds. It's been brilliant to watch. Who else do we have out there that's lapping very quickly indeed? Nobody as of yet that springs to mind apart from Nathan Brown. Of course, we mentioned him on the lap prior. Car number 65, currently sat in P3. That's Taylor Norton. He's just working his way through Copse Corner and posted a 1 minute 21.299. So he's losing a little bit of time now to a couple of cars behind, but I don't think it's anything he sort of specifically needs to worry about. We're within 20 minutes of the end of this race, and our top two still yet to dive into the pit lane.
Yes, leaving it to the very end. It is, as I think Chris and you both been saying, it's who blinks first. Is the pit stop likely to be the determinant factor in who wins the race? Of course, there'll always be cars going ahead of you down the pit lanes, slower than you want it to be. Of course, there is a pit lane speed limit, but the pit entrance road doesn't have a limit applied up to a certain point. And the pit exit road likewise. Beyond a certain point.
I just saw there Scott Thompson trying to let the cars know up the road that he wants to get through and past, because he lost half a second on that lap. 19.5 seconds now the lead margin, with a 1:21.455 for Scott Thompson. George Wright with a 1:20.944.
Yeah.
He was flashing the lights desperately just to try and get the car up the road out of the way. Taylor Norton currently sat in third place. He's again just floating in exactly the barrier he needs to do to hold on to what is third place at the moment, but 19.5 seconds, 2 cars yet to pit, 17.5 minutes still to go. It's anyone's guess. The momentum's with George Wright, but it just takes one small mistake.
Chris, what's the body language of the pits of the two teams? Are they going to are they getting ready for a pit stop now? 3:33 is coming down the pit lane.
Yeah, Ian Perkins.
That's in 4th place. So 3:33 making its final stop. This is going to go back to Kiritis, isn't it? Costa Kiritis.
Yeah, I'd imagine Costa will jump back in that car. So going through is George Wright, and I will await the arrival of Scott Thompson, who should be the next car that appears. Yes, he is. So Scott Thompson is staying out. So too is George Wright. We'll have to wait and see what Chris reports back and see what he says. But of course, 333 going in, that will promote Gordy Much potentially into the top 4 now. So Pro-Am Racing could have 2 cars in the top 4, Chris.
Well, looks to me as though the leader is going to be in next time round, because they're out with just a little splash of fuel and a tyre that looks like they're going to be changing. So they're certainly ready. Both drivers have been ready with their helmets on and hands devices all ready to go for about the last 2 laps. So they're pushing to the limits, but there's nothing that's coming over the line from the garage for the Pro-Am race in the number 12 that sat there in second, and that's what they were forecasting, is that they're going to be able to have a quicker pit stop without the need to do the splash and dash.
Right, there's a note on the screen now. Please remember that you must have at least 3 driver changes. So obviously the clerk of the course getting a bit concerned that some cars haven't yet made that 3rd driver change, but they're making them now. We've just seen 333 come in, and I think the leader and second place cars both will be in very soon indeed, if not even at the end of this lap.
So carrying on one more is George Wright with a 1 minute 20.887, so doing exactly what he needs to do. Staying out is Scott Thompson as well. He's got a little bit of traffic by way of the number 6 NJM racing machine with David Murfitt behind the wheel. Across the line, the gap remains at around about 19 seconds. This time 2 tenths to the good of Scott Thompson. It's ebbing and flowing, and yeah, I think the race director slightly worried that a few drivers haven't necessarily jumped in the car for the requisite amount of time.
Yeah, the gap not yet into the 18s. It's 19.007.
Yeah, so there's still quite a sizable margin, but of course we heard from Chris, and he said Milner Racing may be taking a splash and dash, and that they can't touch the car whilst that's going on. That could be the difference between them having a quick stop. Taylor Norton into the pits.
Yes, 3rd place car into the pits.
Yeah, so Taylor Norton rumbling down the pit lane. He comes to a stop, both doors open, no fuel going in. However, they did bring a jack with them. I think they were going to change a tyre potentially. And what's our race leader going to do? He's pulling over towards the right-hand side, but no, carries on, stays out. George Wright out for another lap. What can he do in terms of lap time, Chris?
Well, the 65 car, it's jacked up the rear, and they're just sort of like spinning around that rear right. So they were rear left. They were obviously unhappy with something. It's now been dropped down. Nothing's happened. They were just spinning it to make sure everything was okay. And so it's just the driver change is happening, and they'll be pushing that back shortly.
So I'm just looking at the gap as both our top two stay out, 18.736, so it's come down by another 0.3 of a second. Scott Thompson, he's doing everything he can to close that gap, but like I say, I think this will be 1 or lost in the pit lane.
Right, back into the race goes the number 65 car.
And I think the reason they were looking, it just drove past us there, and it's quite a lot of noise, and that's not the first car we've heard, or team we've heard reporting that, is it, with the bearing or something like that?
Yeah, that's right. So 18.7 seconds, the gap. I think the pendulum has swung in favour of the leader to be able to hang on to the lead now, even though they both have got to make a pit stop, the first and second place cars.
I did just see, I don't know whether it was maybe a slight reflection on the side of the car, but it looked like when the number 46 Milner car of George Wright leant into the corner, I'm guessing it was, but it looked like there was just a bit of bodywork sort of flying around.
Oh.
This part of the circuit it could have just been the shadow flicking its way through some of the grandstands. Now, right, if you're Scott Thompson, I would dive into the pit lane, because look at the traffic. He's approaching up the road, already through and past is George Wright. He's already gone through and broken the beam to place a 1 minute 20.986. What of Scott Thompson? He stays out, so he's got to try and pick his way through all of that traffic. One of those is the treble 3 machine. Of course, it's got Costa Kritis behind the wheel, and Costa Kritis, pardon me, is doing everything he needs to do in 6th place, because he's found himself a nice bit of empty track, so to speak.
Yeah, so surely next time around they're going to be coming in to make their final driver change stops.
And interestingly, for the number 12 car, they have now bought a jack and tyre out. But of course, what we've seen with some of these stops is that they are able to make that change while they're still strapping the new driver in.
That's right. It's the refueling the car with the driver in the car.
Because they literally cannot touch anything. They can't do anything to the car whilst they're refueling. So that is a definite loss of time by doing that.
So George Wright's last lap was a 1:20.986, 1:19.6 for Scott Thompson. 17.39 seconds is the gap. 11 3/4 minutes remain on the clock.
I'm just looking as well. He's still trapped there, is Scott Thompson, isn't he? He can't quite work his way through. However, the gap has been coming down. Breaks the beam there, still trying to work his way through and past Costa Kritis, and once the gap's updated 17.371 of a second, it's barely come down. Very, very minute margin there, so there's still little bits of time to be found. We've now got 11 minutes of the race remaining. Both our top two still yet to pit.
Well, we've certainly had some interest and excitement, and it's not yet resolved itself, but it's been a fascinating contest, and they're always good fun. Oh, and that's a spin by number 14, which is...
That's Usher Motorsport, isn't it? That's Philip Usher behind the wheel. It's on that screen there in 32nd place,
It's a chance of a decent result. I've not really gone out of the window with that spin, because it was away from a decent result anyway. Right, so through goes 46, not visiting the pits this time, so George Wright staying out there.
We're running out of time, really, aren't we, with 10 minutes still to go. And what about Scott Thompson? He stays out as well. But of course, when George Wright arrived at the spinning Philip Usher, that might have been covered by localised yellows. You'd have thought so. So has that cost him a bit of time? 17.2 seconds.
Still come down, but not by much.
0.2 of a second, really, isn't it? So there's not too much there. Chris, do you have any news from the pit lane in terms of what it's looking like for any of our top two?
Well, they're certainly stood here ready. I'm sort of trying to stand between the two. I feel like I should have a hard hat on something. Both drivers, helmets, hands devices. We've got slightly worn tyres going on for both of them onto that front left, just to make sure that neither of them's going to be vulnerable to the other one. But like I say, it's just this splash and dash. It's probably about 3 inches, maybe 4 inches, maybe, of fuel in the dump jug. That's all that is sat there that's going to be dropped down. So it's not going to take very long, and possibly not as long as the Pro-Am racing need it to take, is my gut instinct. I think they'll just about still have the nod.
So we're talking about the Pro-Am racing car number 12, aren't we? That needs a splash and dash.
Yeah. I guess all will be revealed because we've now got 9 minutes remaining and still a fair few cars yet to pit. Obviously, the message has been displayed. We did have one, I thought, no, just peeling out of the way. That was car number 14, Philip Busher, obviously, after that spin. Through goes George Wright, through goes Scott Thompson. What's the gap this time? 17.2 seconds. So it's come out by a whole tenth of a second, or not even that, sort of 5 thousandths of a second. It's sort of 50 thousandths of a second, pardon me, it's come out. However, we've still got Reece Kello out there, and he's lapping fairly consistently as well. Gordy Much, what about his progress? 1 minute 20.430 he set last time through, and he's holding on to 4th place quite well. So Pro-Am have got 2 cars in the top 4.
Have they got another stop? No, they haven't got another stop to make, have they? So they are all right. It's just that they're laps behind. So when the leading cars do make their stop, they're going to retain the first 2 places, aren't they? They're not going to lose being in the first 2 places. 46 and 12. Probably still in that order.
So we'll wait and see what happens. Of course, Gordy Much, he's on, he's 4 laps down and completed 208 laps. So there's no major improvement for him. He can't get onto the, I don't know actually, 36 seconds, it would take something rather monumental. I don't think Gordy will be able to get that car onto the podium, unfortunately, but P4 is a brilliant result nonetheless. Scott Thompson, I'd imagine he will stay out. I think the race leader has already gone through. Yes, he has, and posted a 1 minute 20.627. Scott Thompson still running around with Costa Kritis, and they break the beam. What's the time? A 1 minute 20.598, so it's come down by, again, a whole 30 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, tiny reduction. 7 minutes and 14 seconds remain.
Into the pit lane comes car number 6, that's NJM Racing with David Murfitt behind the wheel. They've already completed their requisite number of pit stops. Running slightly wide there was car number 12 of Scott Thompson, so he's just trying to work his way through and past the Tango and Crash Dagenham Dustbin winning car, but also still following in the wheel tracks of Costa Kritis. I can't see exactly why the NJM Racing car of David Murphy will have come into the pit lane, because they have already done their driver swaps. Maybe it's for a quick splash and dash to make sure that car can get to the end with 6.5 minutes remaining. Go on, Chris.
Yeah, they're putting some fuel in.
Good stuff. So we've got George Wright's back over the line, so he breaks the beam with a 1 minute 20.213. He's only getting quicker. Of course, still a pit stop to be made, and that car could be running slightly lower on fuel now as well if they are considering a splash and dash. However, look at the traffic Scott Thompson has got to get through. You would just dive into the pits and accept that you're not going to get through, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, and another little twist to report down here. The dump jug of fuel has disappeared from the front of the garage for our race leader. I think they believe that they can now get to the end without any kind of fuel.
So just that, just the driver change, presumably, to be done.
Yeah, and the tyre change. They're certainly there. That could well be, of course, getting ready, so they'll have a look at it and see whether it needs to be done.
I don't think they would do a tyre change with 5.5 minutes.
No. Unless the tyre is really desperately dangerous, but I can't see it being that. 17.6 seconds then, first to second.
They're coming in this time.
Right.
Certainly the number 12 Pro-Am is, and they're there with the jack and the tyre ready.
But not the jug.
They never had the jug for the number 12. That was the race leader 46. That's the one that have taken it away and that feel they don't need it.
Right.
But it does look
race leader into the pit lane, Chris, heading towards you.
Ah, okay. So both of them are coming in on exactly the same lap then. So that makes complete sense. So the footage, I'm sure, will switch to that as they come.
Yes, we've got the pictures showing it. You tell us about it. Into the pit lane comes number 12.
The jug is back out, so they are going fuel. It was a little bit of a dummy thrown there just to sort of tease us all and get excited. I think they knew full well I was going to sort of do something about that. The car stops. They undo the netting on the side, and out comes the driver. Ooh, eventually, yep. George is sort of unceremoniously thrown. The fuel is in, and the fuel is dumping down. In comes the number 12 car behind me. So they are out. They are looking at the tyre. Do they need to change it? The driver is in. They're deciding no. As you guys forecast, they're going no. That's fine. I've got to tell you, it looks terrible, the tyre that's on there. But they feel that it's going to last this little bit of time. Now we've got getting back into the car is John Milner, and that is going to be so close between these guys. The number 46 car. Milner racing, Johnny Milner being strapped back in again. Equally, the number 12 is being strapped in. The doors are closing, or not quite ready. They've not got the netting on. There goes the door, push backwards. There goes the doors on the number 12, and they go out, not quite changed positions, but incredibly close here. What a fabulous pit stops by both the teams there.
Yes, they're very good pit stops indeed, and the gap has come right down, hasn't it? First to second, that's not a 18-second gap.
No, of course, Milner Racing and Johnny Milner having to take that extra bit of fuel has cost them a lot of time indeed. When they came into the pit lane, the gap was 13 seconds. It really did start to dissipate over those final couple of laps. We've got 3 minutes remaining. Let's have a look. Johnny Milner is heading onto the Wellington Straight. You can't quite see Richard Jebb as of yet, so I think this is super, super close, but I think it's just beyond the realms of possibility when it comes to this. A quick flash of the indicator shown from Autotech Motorsport 1 to let Autotech Motorsport 2 know which way they are going to go. Richard Jebb is there. You can see him in the background coming down the Wellington Straight. Over the crest he will go before he jumps on the brakes, flicks the car in, lifting that inside rear wheel. Johnny Milner, he can't afford to lift off really, because Richard Jebb's quick, and the pair of them have led the race at 2 separate points for a number of occasions, really, haven't they?
There's one car between the leader and the second place car. Of course, neither of them lost their places in the race. They remained first and second in the same order. You saw it on the screen. And through Woodcote, therefore, goes number 12, now being driven by Richard Jebb. And leading him, what's the gap that time through? 2 seconds. Just 2.8 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely.
After 5 hours of racing.
Absolutely nothing at all, especially with only, what, 2 minutes and 10 seconds already. But yeah, 2.8 seconds after 5 hours of running around. We've had a safety car period. We've had all kinds of action on circuit. But you're going to say they're closing up?
Are they? 2.8, that was the gap last time. How many more laps are we going to get out of this? We've got just under 2 minutes to go. So one more lap after this, do you reckon?
I think, depending on what time they get to the line, we could be going on to the final lap of the race this time.
Yeah, that's what I suspect. Yeah, I don't know they're going to get another one in after this. So at the moment we're not watching the 2 cars we need to see. 46 and 12. That's the battle for the lead. Where's it gone?
Just spotted as well in the MSV TV YouTube chat. They're rating the race on 10 out of 10 or out of 10. I'm going to put it in the 20s and 30s. It's been a brilliant race from start to end, and we are going to go on to the final lap of the race. It is George Wright that is still leading the way. What about Richard Jebb? Not George Wright, it's Johnny Milner. What about Richard Jebb? They break the beam 2.8 seconds. And this time it's 4 seconds, so he's just got to last one more lap now, does Johnny Milner.
Yeah, well, Johnny on tarmac, well, obviously quite a lot of the rallying he's done is on tarmac, so up out of Copse Corner into Maggots, and on the brakes for locking up. Oh, a bit of a wobble there, car flicked briefly sideways, put on the opposite lock, straightened it out, and keeps going through Beckett's. Now onto the Wellington Straight. No real groups of traffic to have to worry about. One car ahead of him is at 96, or 95. But the leader coming down to Brooklands for the final time. Jack, there you are.
Yeah, in towards Brooklands. I look out the window of the commentary box, and through Brooklands in towards Luffield for the final time goes the race leader Johnny Milner. Richard Jebb is still doing everything he can, but it's just not quite there. So we'll wait and see what he can do coming through the final corner. Too little too late, but Pro-Am Racing did everything they could. However, it was no match for Milner Racing. Through the final corner after 5 hours comes Johnny Milner to take the win here at Silverstone. Round 1 of the EnduroKA series goes the way of Milner Racing, as well as Johnny Milner. Car number 46 shared with George Wright and Jack Wright at the line. Richard Jepp was only able to hold that gap to, what, 4.8 seconds, but after 5 hours of racing, 4.8 seconds is absolutely nothing. Shared that car with Will Hilliard and Scott Thompson, and finishing in what will be third place is Reece Kello. He should just be working his way through the final corner in a few moments' time. Costa Krietsis, after starting in 18th place, ended up finishing that car in 6th. I did want to keep note of car number 96. Of course, they started from the pit lane, and at the moment they've just taken the checkered flag in 19th place. That is a brilliant performance from those.
Good effort.
Yeah, from those guys. 100%. Porsche Carrera Motorsport have done a mega job. Gordy Much, he should just be working his way through the final corners now. Of course, he shared that car with Ollie Fernal and Darren Midgley. That car should come across the line and finish in 4th place. Of course, Gordy Much knows what he's doing. Ollie Fernal in his debut race, finishing 4th place. Pro-Am, 2 cars inside the top 4. They've got a lot to be proud of.
Absolutely. So Gordy Much then in the number 8 Pro-Am car will be taking 4th place. But Johnny Milner winning then for Milner Racing by 4.883 seconds. So a close Silverstone type finish, I think we can call that.
Absolutely. After 5 hours, 100%.
Given it was a 5-hour race, yes.
Yes, and then everyone thereafter was a minimum of 2 laps down. So Reece Kello and Autotech Motorsport 2 finishing in 3rd. Pro-Am Racing, the second of the 2 cars driven by Gordy Much to the line, finished 2 laps down in 4th place. 5th place was Catastrophe Racing, car 112, 3 laps down. Then it was Kahuna's race team in 6th, 3 Amigos in 7th, Wingat Racing in 8th, Shine Automotive in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 was Boston Racing, 4 laps down in the treble 8 machine. Hopefully we can run you through the rest of the order as we get it on the live stream. But what a fabulous race that was from the EnduroKA series, and that really just sets the tone for the rest of the year, because that is what every single race is like in the MSV Track Days EnduroKA series.
Well, excellent race, and there will be podium for this. So,
absolutely.
Chris will be presiding over that. There's the rest of the order.
Yeah, so Cash Strapped Racing finishing in 11th place. Then it is AFK Racing in 12th, KNF Racing in 13th, and Glory Car finishing in 14th place. The final of the cars finishing 4 laps down. LAR Motorsport finished in 15th, KM Racing in 16th, Calamity crossed the line to finish in 17th place, Autotech Motorsport crossed the line to finish in 18th place. 19th went the way of Porsche Carrera Motorsport, of course, the car that started with a standing start from the pit lane. Brilliant recovery from 35th up to 19th, and Burton Power Racing finished in 20th place, rounding out what's left of your top 20. 21st went the way of WKD Motorsport, G&B Finch Racing finished in 22nd, Orca Sport crossed the line in 23rd, GM Performance 24th, Semprini Racing in 25th, followed then by Original Checkers Racing, Tango and Crash, Graves Motorsport, NJM Racing, and Team Lifeline round out your top 30. And then I think it was NJM PDCs, yes it was, NJM PDCs crossing the line in 31st, followed then by Usha Motorsport, Subaru Racing, the final of the finish, Subaru Racing finished in 33rd, LDR Performance Tuning, the final of the finishes, 38 laps down in 34th place, and 11 tenths Racing, the only retirement out of all of that, and we saw that car with a lower control arm failure, but one car missing with just a mechanical failure like that, it's not like it's been badly looked after or anything.
And on the screen you can see a great view there of all the cars that finished the race, and as Jack has just said, almost all the cars that started did finish the race, with a colourful collection of cars, or KAs. And Chris, when you've got the people you need for the podium.
I think we have a bit of an announcement to make. Johnny Milner, on my timing, he's got a 2-lap penalty, which demotes him down into 2nd place. So we may see Scott Thompson on the top step of the podium with Pro-Am Racing. So whatever's gone on there, on one timing screen, no, they're both the same now. I think Scott Thompson has taken the win. That's Pro-Am Racing 1-4. We'll leave Chris to deliver that.
You can sort that one out, Chris.
We'll leave Chris to deliver that.
You brought it up.
Yeah. I did that yesterday when I was speaking to Josh Law and told him he'd got a penalty. Yeah. He was least impressed.
The fact that the screen, the TSL screen, which only does it on official information received, shows that number 12 was the winner. the gap between them was 2 laps.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense with that 2-lap penalty. So such a shame to see it come to that, especially after the checkered flag, which is a shame. But
I think it makes our commentary actually better because we talk about it as it was on the track. Disappointing at the end of it all.
If we knew there was a 2-lap penalty, we wouldn't have had much to talk about, would we?
Well,
really?
no, we're just saying, every time we say they are first and second, but one of them has a 2-lap penalty. So it's not really what you see. You saw what you saw, and it doesn't reflect in the podium.
And we'll wait and see as to what happens. I'm looking up to the podium. I can see Chris Dawes up there. Of course, brilliant footage showing the BRDC. Of course, Silverstone, the home of the BRDC, and a brilliant facility it is. Chris,
yeah, just quickly updating you as we're waiting for these cats to be herded. You know what it's like, is that the reason for that 2-lap penalty was that last splash and dash that was done, is that there was goggles missing.
I saw that at the time. I saw that at the time. It was, the guy.
So it was a last-minute thing.
Yeah, he had his had his goggles pretty much on his forehead, and then was shouted at for it by the team saying get them down. But of course,
it's heartbreak, that, isn't it?
It is, and being that person, if you have forgotten your goggles, you'd feel so guilty, and it'd be, I'd imagine, a rather quiet drive home in the Milner Racing van. But honestly, finishing in second place, Johnny Milner, they gave it absolutely everything all race. They've got a lot to be proud of as well. So, that's it's quite a nice way to close out a weekend, really, isn't it?
Well, it isn't. It isn't. It's a disappointment when one driver it has to be penalised in some way. From our point of view, it didn't happen. So it wasn't that we were keeping it from people listening, because it was only at the very end there that it was the offence was committed. And it is important, obviously, that drivers wear goggles and that the netting is in place, which it was. But the goggles weren't. So, Chris, how are you doing with your podium party?
I think we're getting close now. We just need the 65 car drivers rounded up. Stuart Garland and his team are down there trying to get everybody nearly there. Here we go. So we've got them now, so they're going to be behind us, and we'll announce them up.
After all his fast driving.
I'll tell you what, I am glad it was you rather than one of like the mechanics or something.
I am. Wish you were one of them fuckers, I'll have somebody to blame then.
Well, exactly, that's why it's better. Oops, sorry, mate. A nightmare.
Yeah, we're just establishing there as well. I think it's a relief in some kind of way, is that it was actually Jack Wright was the one that should have had the goggles down. So at least it's not a mechanic. So we've grassed him up. We've grassed him up. I think you did it yourself, mate. Come on, come on. So they're absolutely gutted after all that hard work, and it just came down to those tiny margins. Let me just have a quick look to see whether we got the third place team up here yet. Right, let's get this podium underway. After what was 5 hours of incredible racing, it came down to just very little in those final few laps. That incredible splash and dash at the end that really bunched them back together even more. In third place after those 5 hours, it is the number 65 car with Taylor Norton, Rhys Kello, Toby Owen, Autotech Motorsport 2. Go on, guys, up on the third step. Up you go. In second place after that nightmare scenario with George Wright, Jack Wright, Johnny Milner, it's the 46 car of Milner Racing. So there's Jack's there with his dad and his father-in-law the other side of him, ready to beat him up. So that means the victory goes. They were hunting them down for lap after lap. It is with Will Hilliard, Scott Thompson, Richard Jepp, number 12, Pro-Am Racing. Congratulations, guys. Pick up your trophies and raise them up for the great photographs. And as soon as we've got the photographs, I'll jump in with a few words. Yeah, squeeze in. Make sure everybody's able to get the
the photographs with the mixed emotions, I'm sure. Right, stay there, guys. Don't go anywhere other than give me space to jump up. God, that's a long way up. Right, Scott. Yes. I'm going to start with you because that was what we were loving watching. I mean, you were hunting. Were you aware that that time was coming down?
Yeah, I've got Ben, our engineer, on the radio. He's telling me what's going on, and yeah, it was. But we knew that they had to put some fuel in, so we knew it was going to be close. And I was just trying to get within at least 10 seconds before the stop. We didn't do a tyre change. They did their front left tyre, we didn't. So it was great, the fuel was coming down so we could pick some pace like that, but the front left tyre was hanging on for dear life. And we were contemplating, do we swap it at the last stop, do we not? So we pushed it right to the end. And we had a look and we made the decision, just send them out and get that last 2 laps done. But I feel for the boys, like they were flying today. And to do a silly penalty like that and lose it that way, you don't wish it on anyone. We wouldn't want that either. So, you know, on to the next one. I'm sure they'll be in front of us again and we'll be hunting them down again. So hopefully we can put a show on again.
I love it. Wonderful, wonderful sentiments. Will Hillard, I mean, you were there sort of having to sort of fight your bit, watch everybody else. I mean, that's the beauty of this racing, is that you have fun in the car and outside watching the timing.
Yeah, not sure which one I prefer, to be honest. It's just so stressful in the garage waiting at watching that final stint. But yeah, commiserations to the Milne Air boys. They drove really well today. I was sitting in that tow in that stint and just thinking, this is all going to come down to that final stop, and it did. It
really did. And I mean, Richard, we were speaking to you before, and it was that final one. But I mean, were you getting more and more aware that it was more about the pit stop, because you were literally going to have a couple of laps? There's not much you can do in that, is there?
Yeah, there was that, and obviously Scott was saying about the front left. We were suffering that last sort of half an hour. We were biting away at the time, and then it sort of levelled out a little bit. Just couldn't quite get in that window. Like we said, they needed the fuel, but we couldn't quite get there. But commiserations to the guys. They drove brilliantly today. To take it on a penalty is a bit of a sort of a sour one, but yeah, we still come away with the win. We drove well today. So.
Well done. Congratulations to our victors. I'm nervously stepping down to step number 2. Jack, I think I am going to start with you. I'm going to be really brave. I'm going to rip off that Band-Aid and go with it. I mean, Johnny, in all honesty, I mean, it's part of the excitement of this. It's super frustrating, but there's so much drama, isn't there, always?
Oh, we're right to the end, yes. Yeah, no, it was one of them things. I mean, obviously with me rallying, we've had bigger disappointments than this, and I won't remind him ever again every time I see him, and every time I WhatsApp him. We have a WhatsApp group. Yeah, so I think he might have a bit of jibbing yet, but one of them things. Just that's life. Well done to Pro-Am, but we won on the track, but not to be. But yeah, anyway, let's move on to the next one.
It is, and I mean, Jack, I'm nervous to speak to you as well, but I mean, it is devastating, but there's a lot to take away from it as well, surely.
Of course there is, yeah. I'm a bit upset compared to our other 2 interviews we've had today, but yeah, unfortunately these things happen. We had one last year and it was the only one we had, so fingers crossed that's us done for the year and we can try and go for that top spot. What we just missed out on.
Absolutely, and Papa, right, George? I mean, we were loving that when you were in the car, is that you must have been aware you were being hunted down as well, just about half a second to a second a lap.
Yeah, it was very similar to Snetterton. We had the same scenario where we were a lap ahead and Pro-Am were just hunting us down. Thankfully, it was them who had the bad luck because they just about ran out of fuel. So we pipped them this time, but stuff happens and I won't hold it against him. But if anybody's got a big house, I do have a son up for adoption.
Congratulations, though, guys. A brilliant second place. And whew, I got away with that one, didn't I? Right, so we move on to the 65 car. Autotech Motorsport 2. Reese, I did speak to you when you jumped out sweating from the heating being on. And we really felt that there was a chance at that podium, and you got it.
Yeah, we're happy with everyone. Everyone drove really well. The team, flawless. We had a bit of a bearing issue towards the end. It was definitely in the car, but we pushed on through it. It went really well. Everyone drove perfectly.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of cars that had an issue with that rear bearing, because we heard a couple of them noisy. Is that a common issue?
I imagine so. It's just constant turning right, so it's puts a lot of pressure on that side of the car. So just really happy about how today went, really.
Oh, well, so you should be, Toby, I mean, it was just a fraught race. I mean, from the get-go, we had sort of 10 fighting it out as if it was a sprint race, and it was still sort of like ebbing and flowing, and you've really got to interpret the times, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, being part of that
leading group in the early stages. It was so much fun. I mean, I love this series. It puts a smile on my face getting into these cars. It's been a long winter. Really good to be back. Really good to be back on the podium as well. And yeah, Taylor and Reece drove really well.
Agreed, Taylor. Over to you. I mean, we were loving that. At one stage, I think it was when you first jumped in the car, is that we could see that there was, for that third place, there was 3 cars in the shout, and you just made sure, no, there was one.
Yeah, I just tried to be as consistent as I can, put in the laps and bring it home in one piece. Just pass cars every time they approached, you know, as I approached them, and yeah, just, I don't know, just drove as fast as I can.
Simple as that. You make it sound simple. I mean, and I think I've heard people before tell me that you don't necessarily always know who it is. You just literally race the car that is in front of you. It doesn't matter who it is, and get past them as quick as they are and find out who it was after.
Yeah, you just have to approach everyone with the same approach, really, and just try and overtake them, and that's it. You're going forward.
Well, absolutely awesome. Listen, let's have a massive round of applause for your top 3 in the opening EnduroKA race of 2024. We'll see you at the next round. Gents, up in the commentary box, I'll hand back to you.
Great stuff. Cheers, Chris. Yeah, great to hear from some of our drivers as well. And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the action this weekend, albeit I was in the pit lane yesterday and in the commentary box today, and I've got to say I've thoroughly enjoyed them both. So at least for myself, I wish you a safe journey home. But Ian, I think you've got a bit of news regarding next weekend here.
Well, news, it's just looking ahead next week. Ahead to next weekend, the Vintage Sports Car Club have their spring starter meeting, and that offers some great racing. Cars of the 1920s, 30s, 40s and 50s are catered for by the Vintage Sports Car Club. Rather different from what we've seen today, but none the worse for that. It's some great racing. Some of them will be down at Goodwood today, I suppose, this weekend. So try and make a date in your diary if you can to see something different. A regular event at Silverstone in April, the Vintage Sports Car Club spring meeting. So drive home carefully, everybody. We'd like to see you back at Silverstone very soon, please, and I hope you've enjoyed today. If you've been watching on the stream, then hope that's whetted your appetite for coming to Silverstone and seeing the racing live. So it's goodbye from me.
And goodbye from me. And Chris, hopefully a quick goodbye from you as well.